Nobody's talking. What's going on?
All right. Hello and welcome, everybody, to the Dragon Quest Super Famicom Roto Relay Race. In this race, we have 3 teams of players. We have, in the top left, Team Bears. Team Bears is Sparkover playing Dragon Quest 1, Mamu playing Dragon Quest 2, and Sumdiener playing Dragon Quest 3. In the top right, we have Team Hamster. Team Hamster is going to be Lavitz 951 playing Dragon Quest 1, Star of Violence with DQ2, and 3 Least Game playing DQ3. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the one and only Twitch Pop Pop playing all 3 Dragon Quest games by himself. All of these runners are super good. This is going to be extremely fun to watch. And yeah, so the timing for these runs is going to be JRTA. So they're all going to start from power on until the end. So you can see the runners are preparing their streams now. Let me just verify that everybody is ready. Got Avitz and Sparkover just waiting for confirmation from Pop. We will get starting. There's a lot of time. Okay, they're all ready, so I'm going to give the countdown. I'll explain things as we go. It's going to be a long race, so there's going to be plenty of time to explain things. All right, so I'm going to give the countdown here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So, Dragon Quest 1 Super Famicom. Again, timing starts from power on. The cartridge that this game is played on contains both Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2, so you may notice that the runners had to select the correct game when they loaded everything up. And yeah, so right off the bat, you may notice that they name their characters very specific names. Sort of the first important part of the routing of this game. So in Dragon Quest 1, your level up stats are fixed. And so there is a sort of an expected stats that you need in order to beat the final boss of the game. And so there's a couple of different names you can use, and basically the names control your stat growth. So the names that these runners chose are either AAAI or Bopo, which give you the strength/HP growth, and that's what the runners will need going forward. So the first step of the run is, they're opening some treasure chests, they're buying some basic equipment, a club, dragon scale, a couple torches, and some medical herbs, just with the starting gold, and they'll be using that to get going and kind of jump into the run. So the first thing that they're going to be doing here is getting level 2. So you need 7 experience points to get level 2. You'll see them fighting a little bit of enemies fairly close to the town. Basically, the world map is divided into a big grid of different encounter formations. And so they'll stay fairly close to town in this beginner formation area until they get level 2, and then they will continue on to the east. Start of the game, strategies are pretty simple. You pretty much just attack things. Most of the enemies are pretty safe. There are, once you get out of the intro area, there'll be a couple of enemies like ghosts that can do a little bit more damage, which is why they grind to level 2 here. And yeah, the run starts off pretty chill. This is a pretty relaxing speed run, so there's going to be a little bit of grinding as they go, and some sections of kind of luck or higher encounter rates or whatever. So kind of just get comfy and relax. Pop looks like he's at level 2 here, and so has Lavitz. They're continuing on towards the town of Myra. So should apologize in advance. This is the Super Famicom version. The Japanese names for the towns are a little bit different than the English names. So I'm referring to it as the town of Myra. You may know it as the town of Cole from Dragon Warrior 1 and other Dragon Warrior Randomizer or whatever English releases you've played. I will try to be somewhat clear with what's what, but unfortunately I'm most familiar with the Japanese name, so there's definitely going to be some cases where I don't have the English name handy or quite right. So if anybody has any questions on naming or anything like that, let me know. But hopefully everything will be pretty straightforward with what's happening on stream. So you can see on Pop's screen right now, and now also on Lavitz, that they're throwing torches at enemies. So you can use a torch in combat to do, I think the range is 4 to 6 damage. And this area outside of Myra has some pretty tasty encounters. So they want to get level 3 before moving forward, and the quickest way to do that is by throwing torches at either a Magidraki or Scorpion. And you can kill them in 3 torches. Sometimes I think you can even kill them in 2 with max rolls, but Pop and Lavitz have both entered Myra. Barkover is on her way, and pretty quick trip here. So the main purpose of coming here is to get this fairy ocarina, which they'll be using a little bit later. They also get some clothes and a strength seed from this chest. After this happens, there are a couple of different options for how they can continue. They can either choose to run around in the poison swamp and take an intentional death, or they can use the Chimera Wing. It looks like both Lavitz and Pop have chosen to use the Chimera Wing. That warps them back to the starting town, and then they can kind of move forward from there. Barkover is getting a tasty Scorpion. She's already level 3, which is really nice, and Scorpions are quite tasty. They're some of the best XP in the early game, so she'll be really happy about that. After completing this Myra area, the runners are going to be moving up towards the town of Garai to do some shopping and take an inn and kind of get ready for the mountain cave. What they really want to do is get level 4 before this town, where they get access to their first spell with 10 MP, the Gira spell, or I think it's Hurt in the original game, or Fireball, or whatever you want to call it. So Sparko is taking the Death Warp in the Poison Swamp. You'll see Sparkover do something a little bit different because of that. You'll see her use her Strength Seed now. So the runners get a couple of Strength Seeds in this run, and it's very important that you end up getting a minimum of 5 Strength between the 2 seeds. So a 2 and a 3, or 3 and 3. And because Sparkover used that Strength Seed early on, she's going to have a little bit more power getting through this next area and be able to handle encounters a little bit better. But it's a little bit slower in like an ideal sense, but it does give you a little bit more consistency through the next section. So you can see on Pop's screen he's taking a couple of encounters with Gira here to get some experience points before he moves on to Garai, I guess. And in the meantime, Lavitz has already gone through Garai, so we'll go over kind of what happens in that town. So in Garai, you take an inn to restore your resources, and you fill up on herbs because you're going to need healing to get through the mountain cave, and you also fill up your inventory with torches. You'll see why very shortly, as Lavitz grinds out an encounter on right before that grid I was talking about earlier of encounters to take an easier encounter before moving forward. So you'll see why the torches happen shortly, but just know that having a full inventory is required for this next part of the speedrun. Pop is taking the inn in Garai and also going to be doing some shopping. Barkover takes a couple of encounters with her Gira spell and is also moving on to Garai. And yeah, so I guess I should talk a little bit about Garai here, or not Garai, the mountain cave, where Lavitz is entering. So you may notice that the mountain cave is completely black, except for a small little circle around your hero. And what this does is it gives you the ability to really actually kind of see where you are. You get a bonk sound effect if you run up against a wall, and you can actually see walls around the outside of your hero. So navigating through this cave in the dark is actually not that difficult, as long as you know where to go. And even though the runners filled up their inventory with torches in Garai, you may wonder why they aren't using it. As I said, it's very critical that they have a full inventory. What the runners are going to be doing is when they get to the second floor of Garai, keep saying Garai, the second floor of the mountain cave, they're going to be taking 2 treasure chests, well, a bunch of treasure chests, but there's one treasure chest in particular which has 2 potential items that you can get from it. It's a 15 out of 16 chance of getting a torch, and then a 1 out of 16 chance of getting an item called the Death Necklace, or Choker, or a couple of different names for it depending on the translation. And it's critical that they get that Death Necklace. It doesn't serve any purpose besides being a cursed item in terms of equipping it, but it will sell for a lot of money. So the runners will be using that Death Necklace to accelerate their power gains and their growth going forward, which will let them get through the next part of the game very quickly. So the way this game works is that when you open a treasure chest, if your inventory is full, it asks you if you want to replace one of your items with the item from the chest. And it tells you what the item that you're picking up is. So the runners will be reading that item pickup, and if it says Taimatsu or torch, they'll say, nope, put it back in the chest. And then you can reopen the chest again. And when you do that, the game will actually re-roll the chest drop and potentially give you something different. So they're just going to have to sit at that chest and keep re-rolling it until they get a Death Necklace. It's possible to get it first try, so Lavitz picked up the first chest, which is some gold. And yeah, you can get it first try, you can get it 100th try. It's DQ, so it's a 1 in 16 chance of getting what they want, and they'll just keep going. So it says he's picking up a chest contains a Taimatsu, and he's just, again, saying no until he sees what he wants. It's pretty easy to tell. So one of the intimidating aspects of this speedrun, and all 3 of these speedruns really, is that they're Japanese-only releases. Okay, Lavitz just picked up the Death Necklace, and now he is free to use torches. Is they're Japanese-only speedruns, so you may worry that, well, you don't know Japanese, and you need to be able to recognize things on the fly. DQ1 is a pretty simple game in terms of Japanese knowledge. There aren't that many items that are really important, and the most critical one is that Death Necklace. Being able to recognize that, and it's pretty easy. You'll notice like a bunch of kanji that look different from all of the other characters. So it's pretty easy to pick up and learn, and this is really a great like kind of entry beginner game into the DQ series because of that. So Lavitz is collecting a couple of more items on this floor. Now that he's gotten the Death Necklace, he's picking up a shield and an MP seed and another strength seed. Meanwhile, Sparkover and Pop are making their way through the dark mountain cave to the Death Necklace chest also. Again, they're fighting some enemies along the way, especially on the first floor. On the second floor, you can't really fight things unless you have like a lot of resources left over. And so Lavitz picked up the items he needs, and now he's taking an intentional death warp to get out of the cave. He can't fight anything more. He's out of resources. Just get out of there as quickly as possible. And now Lavitz is going to be saving his game and save scumming his drink seeds, like I was talking about earlier. Again, he needs a total of 5 or more. So if he gets a 3, he'll usually save and try the next one. He got a 2 and then a 3, so he's all set. He's got his gear, or he's got his strength rolls, and he is now done in this town, and he can move onwards. Meanwhile, Pop just picked up the death necklace himself. Barkover is still moving her way through the mountain cave. She's still on the first floor, it looks like. Or, yeah, I think she's still on the first floor. And so Pop is again going to be doing the same thing as Lavitz, picking up some extra items, the shield and the seeds. Pop has a couple of MP left, which means he can choose to fight a couple of enemies. 2 MP, Agira can possibly kill one of these guys, the Jarkimas, in one spell. So, and Pop does just that. Pretty nice to get some extra XP there. It's not needed, but any XP helps. Again, the players are going to be needing levels throughout the entire run. There's certain thresholds for certain areas, so the more XP they can get at various points, that all does carry forward. Meanwhile, Lavitz, in the lead for the moment, is moving on to the Marsh Cave and gets a nice Kaishin no Ichigeki on the Ghost. Not really a meaningful crit there, but... Oh no, Sparkover seems to be lost in the Dark Mountain Cave. I'm sure she will manage to find her way through it without too much further difficulty. Pop finishes his Death Warp and will now be rolling his Strength Seeds. And so Lavitz in the lead, as I was saying, is in the Marsh Cave. He's just going to be kind of strolling through here and heading towards the town of Rimuldar, where it's the first place in the game that you can get magic keys, which they'll be needing to move forward and also pick up some extra treasure. In addition, they'll be doing a little bit of shopping, selling that death necklace that they picked up earlier, and getting some gear with it. So there's a question in chat about how much faster are the SNES versions than the NES. So for a comparison, this entire relay is estimated, I think, between 9 and 10 hours. And the Dragon Warrior 1 race earlier was, or not race, run by Sparkover earlier was what, like over 6 hours for Dragon Warrior 1 alone? So the SNES versions are quite a bit faster. The DQ1, a pretty good race time is about, an hour and 35 to an hour and 40 minutes is a pretty common race time, assuming that you don't get any extremely bad luck. DQ2 is expected to be somewhere around 4 hours or so, and then DQ3 is expected to be little over 3 hours or a little bit under. Kind of varies based on race luck, of course, but in general, all 3 of these runs are pretty fairly consistent, honestly. And looks like Sparkover is fighting the ghosts here. So she's on the second floor. Oh, she's already used her torch. Okay. She must have found her way. So one other thing that's worth noting is that you can actually choose to use the torch early if you need to, if you don't know your way through the cave, and you can pick up the chests in the mountain cave itself, like the shield and the seeds, and then run back for the death necklace. So there is like an option for kind of doing a backup if you do get lost in the cave and you do need a torch. It's a lot slower and it's scarier because you need to kind of retrace your steps through monsters you're running from, but there is a backup strategy if needed. I didn't see a spark over. Okay, she got the necklace, so she's good. But she could have chosen to do that if she wanted to. Looks like she's trying to fix her timer also. So in the meantime, Lavitz has made it to Rimuldar. He's bought some keys. He's grabbed a defense seed, grabbed a life seed, buying some herbs and some Chimera wings, sold his death necklace, picked up a steel sword. I guess he's going down to take the inn now. Or not take the inn, get the life seed, sorry. And his inventory's full, so he's got to clean up some stuff. Meanwhile, Pop is in the marsh cave, almost through the marsh cave, and Sparkover is finishing up the mountain cave. So the runners are all fairly close together. They're a little bit spread out, but it's still early on, and for all intents and purposes, this is pretty much an expected race result. So there's still plenty of DQ1 left. So one thing that I didn't talk about a whole lot when Lavitz was on his way to Rimuldar is that there are a bunch of encounters in the Rimuldar area, and again, experience is really needed as you go through the game. So in particular, when they get into the Tomb of Garai, they're going to want level 7 on the second floor. And so the more experience they get now, the quicker they'll get to level 7. And if you've got the resources, it's worth fighting a couple of monsters. So that's what Pop is doing here. And there's kind of two paths you can walk to get to Rimuldar. There's a faster walking path with weaker encounters, or there's you can go around the mountains through the forest and get many more encounters with stronger encounters. And so that's what Pop and Lavitz both have done, because they both had some extra resources. So they got a good amount of XP. Sparkover is finishing up with her drink seeds. In the meantime, Lavitz is taking advantage of those magic keys that he bought in Rimuldar. He raided some treasure chests, picked up an agility seed, some gold, another life seed, and also picked up the Stones of Sunlight, which are going to be a required progression item for later on in the game. And now Lavitz is going to be heading towards the Tomb of Garai. You may notice he just used an item in combat instead of immediately running from the really low-level slime. You can use some items like string seeds in combat, or life seed in this case, to use them more quickly than by opening the menu. Text to advance faster, and it's very quick to use an item like that in battle. So that's what you usually do after picking up that specific life seed. It also will apply a little bit later to things like healing. So you can, outside of combat, open your menu, cast the heal spell, wait for the text box to clear. Or, as an example, you may put an enemy to sleep. Again, you'll see it maybe in 10 minutes or so during the Golem Walk. Sometimes you can put an enemy to sleep and heal up in combat and then run away. And then healing in combat is, again, faster than doing it outside of combat. So there's a lot of little techniques like that to the menuing and how you choose to do certain things that really do kind of affect your speed throughout the game. It's some of the menus in this game are they're quick, but they're also still kind of deliberate. So anytime you can take advantage of saving a second or two through a heal action or using a life seed or something like that, you really should take advantage of it. It really does add up throughout the course of the run. Lavitz is now in the Tomb of Garai, so he has picked up some chainmail armor, he's taken an inn, and now he's on his way to the tomb that contains the Silver Harp, which will be another story progression as the game goes on. And in the meantime, he's the perfect level to be fighting things here with the equipment he has. He's very strong with the steel sword. and the chainmail armor, so monsters here are pretty safe, and they're worth pretty good XP. There's some dangerous encounters on the lower floors. Most of them are safe, but there's one particular encounter that's pretty dangerous, but in general, this is sort of the optimal time to come to this area. He uses his last torch so he can see his way through. It is possible to go through here in the dark, but really just not worth it. So I see a few questions about, is this version in English or whatever else? So the Super Famicom version was only released in Japan. There is an English translation patch for it. The patch works really well for Dragon Quest 1. There's one small glitch where at the end, after beating the final boss, you don't get your health and MP restored, so you usually need to either Chimera Wing back to town to hit the credits, or or walk if you don't have one, I guess. But in general, that version works really well. The translation patch for Dragon Quest II, however, has some pretty major bugs that cause the game to be incompletable. Again, they're on the same cartridge, but there are some pretty significant differences to that patch. I think there's actually a second patch available that works better for DQ2, but then breaks things in DQ1. But there is a patch available, is I guess where I'm going with this. However, for speedrunning's sake, it's usually run on hardware, on cartridge. The DQ1 and 2 carts are pretty cheap, and again, especially for DQ1, there's really not like a high barrier to entry in terms of the language, especially if you know like the plot triggers or whatever else. And in this case, some of our runners are also Japanese, so like in addition, they're used to playing in their native language also. So sure, they could play on English, but then either way, somebody is not going to be playing in their native language, and all of these runners are used to playing in Japanese because they're all playing on cart. So Lavitz has hit level 7 and is moving into the lower regions of the cave. Pop is still level 6, and I think he's on his way to the second floor still. Lavitz picked up the silver harp, and he's now fighting Droll Magi. There's a bunch of enemies down here that are pretty good for experience. Usually you want to kill a few of them on the way, or even after you get the harp, in order to kind of accelerate your leveling. Lavitz runs into a Wraith Knight here who does quite a bit of damage. And so where am I going with this? So they wanted level 7 before going onto the lower floors, because at level 7 they get Rariho, or the sleep spell, which is extremely useful for fighting certain encounters down here, as well as some of the encounters on the next section of the game. So after this tomb, the runners will be moving on to fight the Golem outside of Melchido, which is Cantlin, I think, in the English version. And yeah, on the way they're going to need the sleep spell and whatever resources they have. They're going to want level 8 for the extra hit points, hence the experience that they're getting here. And once Lavitz hits the experience he's looking for, he'll take a death warp, get back to town, get his resources back, and then he'll move on to that Golem walk. And if you're familiar with the NES version, you might wonder, why is he bothering to go with the Golem now? Why isn't he getting more experience or more levels to make the run safer? In the Super Famicom version, there's been a lot of general rebalancing to stats and stuff in the game. So that includes monster stats, your stats, experience values, everything's sort of rebalanced for a smoother experience. And the Golem in this version, so in the NES version, I think he's worth almost nothing. I don't know the exact number because I don't play the NES version, but I think it's irrelevant. However, in this version, the Golem is worth 2,500 experience points, which is a huge number. So killing the Golem as quickly as possible is how the runners will very quickly boost up their levels. You typically get 3 levels off of that Golem, and really sort of jump starts your your power and your grinding. I keep saying that jump starts your stats, but really there are a few major events in this game that really do sort of give you a noticeable power boost. The sleep spell, selling that death necklace and buying equipment with it, getting the levels from the golem. These things are all really extremely important for being able to continue the game as efficiently as possible. So Lavitz takes his intentional death warp off the Wraith Knight. He was out of MP. He looked like he killed quite a few encounters there, so King should tell him he needs 90 experience points to level, so he'll have to kill a couple things. Usually you end up needing to kill 1 or 2 enemies on the golem walk in order to finish hitting level 8. So he'll be doing that. Pop is got the harp and he's now finishing up a couple of encounters. Meanwhile, Sparkover, I think, is on her way to Garai. Not actually positive where she is on this map. Yeah. So yeah, that's where she's going, taking the slightly different route. So now Lavitz is going to be entering the Golem Walk, which is more or less the most dangerous section of this run. You're going through a few areas of encounters that you can handle easily, some low-level stuff. The area around Dumdora is got some pretty tasty enemies. You can put them to sleep and get some decent experience, which Lavitz will be doing to get level 8. And then you'll be moving on to a few zones of really dangerous encounters. They'll include Armor Knights, they'll include Magic Chimeras, later on Star Chimeras, the very feared Shadow Knight or Kage, as well as a possibility in one of those zones of getting our lovely friend the Metal Slime. We're all cheering for Metal Slimes. They're so exciting to see. And they're worth a ton of experience if you manage to kill one. I'll talk about them a little bit more if they show up. We'll be seeing plenty of Metal Slimes in DQ3 once we get there, and probably a couple in DQ2 also. DQ1, they're pretty rare. So I guess this walk is a good time to go over a couple of just general mechanics of how encounters work. So first is encounter ratios. So every tile on the world map grid has 5 encounters in it, and there's basically a 1/5 chance of each encounter. But note that some encounters can be doubled up. So some areas you may end up with actually a 40% chance of seeing a certain type of monster. But there's 5 slots for each grid. So Lavitz runs into his friend Kage, but runs first try. Typically, most enemies on this golem walk, you'll get 2 chances to run from, 2 or 3 chances to run from. Kage, you only get 2. Guys like the Armor Knight, usually you get a 3rd shot. You do have the option of putting some enemies to sleep. So the Wolf is guaranteed to go to sleep. The Star Chimera and Armor Knights have an 85% chance. The Magic Chimera, usually you just run because he can put you to sleep. So you can see Pop just gets a Wolf, puts it to sleep. As I was talking about earlier, he casts Heal in combat since enemies are guaranteed to sleep for at least a turn, and then takes a free run. Meanwhile, Lavitz is starting the golem fight, so the very beginning of the game, the runners go to, and Pop takes a death to Kage. So that's going to be kind of painful. He is level 8, so he will continue on, but he's going to have to walk all the way back there through those kind of weak encounters to take another shot at it. He does have some experience, so he's still made a little bit of progress, but it's definitely a time loss to die on this walk. Meanwhile, Lavitz is using the silver harp against the golem. That's not what he's supposed to do. So, as I was saying, the runners went to Myra to get the Fairy Ocarina. The reason for the Fairy Ocarina is that it is guaranteed to put the golem to sleep. So, it's guaranteed to put him to sleep. On the Very first turn, he's guaranteed to stay asleep, and then on the second turn, he has a chance of, and later, he has a chance of waking up or staying asleep. On the turn that they wake up, they don't attack. So you have 2 safe turns. But if he does wake up on the second turn, then and you don't use the flute, then you'll have to take a hit. So what Lavitz is doing here is he puts him to sleep, he heals twice, um, kind of playing the odds that he'll stay asleep on the second turn. If he wakes up, he just has to put him to sleep and heal again. But the goal was to get 2 hits for every flute use, if possible. It's not required, but it does make things a little bit faster if you can do it. Otherwise, you can just attack flute, and you'll guarantee to kill it. This is the Soft Num. This is the Super Famicom version. It was a Japanese-only release, so Super Famicom, Super Nintendo. It's, as some people in chat are talking about, the GBC versions of Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 and Dragon Warrior 3 are based off the SFC version, so they are very similar. There are some small differences in terms of mechanics or little details, but Lavitz finishes up the golem. Pretty quick fight, taking this lovely 2500 experience to get up to level 11. So Lavitz makes it through the golem walk first try. Meanwhile, Popsan is running into some more Shadow Knights on his way back through the golem walk, and Barkover is continuing her way through Garai's tomb. She's got level 7, so she's now onto the 3rd floor. Popsan has a metal slime. We'll see if he doesn't manage to kill it. So, the good old metal slime. Basically, he's got I think it's a 50% chance of running away. He'll have 4 hit points in this version, and you can only, unless you get a critical hit, you only can do 1 damage to him. And usually it's a 50% chance whether you even do 1 damage or not. Thankfully, we didn't talk about this earlier, but the run is being played with Japanese rules, which means that turbo controllers are the norm. And because they're using turbo, Sparkover I think is not, but the other 2 runners are. And you can play on message speed 8, which is sort of the manual speed where you have to confirm. Man, Pop gets an encounter on the tile where Golem shows up. That's extremely scary. Thankfully, after the encounter ends, you can heal as long as you don't try to move. If you try to move, you'll trigger the Golem fight, but you can safely heal up before continuing on. That's terrifying. That's the worst feeling. As I was saying about the metal slime, though, because they're using message speed 8, there's a pretty easy manipulation you can do to guarantee that you at least get hits on the metal slime after the first turn. But unfortunately, there's no way to manipulate whether or not he runs away. So neither Lavitz didn't see a metal slime. 1 ran from Pop. We'll see if Sparkover gets one, but it's pretty unlikely, as I said. So Popsan is fighting the Golem. Barkover is making her way through Garai's tomb still. She's, I think, near the bottom now. And sort of missed what Lavitz was doing while I was explaining the metal slime aspect, but basically in Melkido, the runners take it in, they pick up a defense seed, another MP seed, they put some of their items in the bank, and then they buy a bunch of holy water. And the holy water will prevent you from getting into encounters in a low-level area. So they're going to be using those for the next section of the game until they get the repel spell to avoid most trash encounters. It doesn't apply in the dungeon, so Lavitz is in the marsh cave. And Popsan takes out the golem. No problem. Very quick fight. Ends with 23 MP. The nice Kaishin no Ichigeki. And yeah, so Lavitz is going back to this marsh cave, which contains our friend, the dragon. And this right here is why this category is named the Dragon Loop. So, this dragon is worth, considered a boss monster, is worth 950 experience points, and typically you're expected to rescue the princess, bring her home, and then the dragon is gone. However, if instead you fight the dragon, you grab the princess, and you die before making it back, the game doesn't really want you to be locked into a situation where you can't rescue the princess. So basically everything resets. You get your experience for killing the dragon, but the dragon comes back, the princess goes back to the cave, and you can repeat the fight for XP. So it's one of the quickest ways of earning XP especially during the early points of the game, when you're at this level and this equipment. So the runners will be doing what we call the dragon loop, and they'll be fighting this dragon 7 times. So Lavitz is on dragon number 1, and ends with 41 HP, which is not great, but it's better than... I warned him earlier not to die to dragon number 1. Lavitz. Don't forget to pick up the princess, man. So Pop is getting his holy water now before he also starts his dragon loop. And meanwhile, Sparkover has started her golem walk attempt. Looks like Lavitz's stream is buffering a little bit. Hopefully we'll catch up shortly. So you typically start this dragon loop at level 11. You're going to end up at level 15. And yeah, you're just going to basically be repeating this dragon fight. And as you gain levels throughout this fight, or throughout the loop, the fight kind of changes in its dynamics a little bit. So level 1 is kind of like the scariest part of, or level 11 is the kind of the scariest part of the dragon loop, because it's really slow fight, and turn order is a lot more variable. So as you gain levels, you gain more agility, and you have a higher chance of outspeeding the dragon, and you can kind of predict what's going to happen. But at level 11, I think it's something like a, 54 to 67% chance that you go first, and otherwise the dragon goes first. It's between 50-50 and 2/3 that you go first. And so you really just have no idea what's going to happen. And the dragon can do up to 20 damage per turn. So the runners are basically keeping that heal line in mind the whole time, that you expect that the dragon could potentially go second and then first, which means that he can do up to 40 damage before you get a chance to act. Staying alive isn't really that difficult, but the real key to this dragon loop is that the runners want to end each dragon fight at low HP. Because as I said earlier, they reset this dragon fight by taking an intentional death. So they want to die as quickly as possible after each dragon fight. The first dragon is so scary because you frequently end up at very high health, like Lavitz ended at 41, maybe even you can end up higher, and then you just have to take a really long time to death warp, or you play the odds a little bit and you end up getting outsped and the dragon chomps you on the last turn or something like that. So there's definitely a risk-reward aspect to fighting the dragon. For a race, typically the runners play a little bit safer. Lavitz is on his way back to the cave for the second dragon. Looks like his stream's it's stuttering a little bit, but it's up and going. Sparkover died to a Wraith Knight on the Golem walk, so she'll have to walk back there and give it another go. Meanwhile, Lavitz and Popson are continuing onwards through this dragon loop. Since they've completed the first dragon, they're now level 12, so the level 12 dragon starts to get a little bit more consistent, but you're still in the 90-ish% chance of going first, which is pretty likely, but it's not quite guaranteed enough to really take a real chance on the turn order. Yeah, Urushi. The poison tiles outside are pretty quick, and you have holy water running through most of this section, so you don't really get into random encounters. And the random encounters in this area are also really low level, so even if you get into them, there's like you don't really take a lot of damage unless you run into a spellcaster, and it's usually quickest just to die on the poison tiles. And in addition, if you die on poison tiles, it skips part of the death jingle. It sort of starts to play the death sound effect and then cuts off and respawns you. Whereas if you die in combat, there's actually a longer like death sound animation that plays. Lavitz is through. Dragon number 2. Popsan is fighting Dragon number 2. Again, they're going to be fighting 7 of these things. There's going to be some actions that they'll take in between. Specifically after the 3rd, 4th, and 5th dragons, there's some shopping and some other menuing they'll need to do in order to continue through. Barkover is heading back to try the Golem Walk again. Hopefully she'll make it through this time. She's got a little bit more resources. She's level 8 now. It's one of the things with the Dragon Loop is that, or not the Dragon Loop, the Golem Walk, sorry, is that typically when you first start off, you're level 7, and your MP is a little bit lower, and you have to use some of your MP to get level 8, and the Golem Walk itself in the dangerous areas is like fairly dangerous, and if you fail the first time, you go back at level 8, and you just have a little bit more resources in order to get through there. She's managing to run away from the Armor Knights. Those Armor Knights are susceptible to the sleep spell with an 85% chance, but they're also pretty much guaranteed to outspeed you, so if you try to sleep them, you're kind of committing to taking at least one hit. And having to heal it also. And you get 3 chances to run away, so it's pretty likely that you run away from the Armor Knights anyway. I didn't really talk about running away earlier, so in this game there's a couple different, when you try to run from a battle, there's a couple different ways it can work if you really outlevel the area. So like these runners going through the March Cave on this Dragon Loop, you're guaranteed to run away from enemies first try. You have enough power that you can just run. But otherwise, there's sort of a roll that happens, and the first time you try to run from a battle, it's a 50% chance whether or not you run away. The second try is, if you fail, is also a 50% chance. The third try is a 3/4 chance, and the fourth try is a 7/8 chance, and then every subsequent try is also a 7/8 chance. So you're never actually guaranteed to run away. Lavitz gets a nice Kaishin on Dragon number 3 here. Had to kind of make sure that he was counting damage correctly. So you're never actually guaranteed to run away from most fights. And the same run rate is going to apply to Dragon Quest 2. DQ3 will be a little bit different once we get there. But it's important to know for the Golem Walk to know what your odds are of running versus sleeping. Sort of a big balancing act of having the resources to make it through the section with the highest probable chances. Interesting. So, looks like Lavitz decided. I think that was Dragon number 3 for Lavitz. His stream buffered for a while, so I mean, I guess it's possible that I missed one. I didn't see what level he is, but yeah. So he's got the Rudolph spell. He decided to return back to town and get some holy water. So there's kind of 2 orders that you can do this. You can either return at level 3. Yeah, that had to be a third one. You can return after 3 dragons, get holy water, get magic keys, and then inside the castle here, there's some barrier tiles that you can death warp on. Looks like Pop is doing the same thing. It's also pretty common to death warp after the 3rd dragon, buy holy water, and then cast the return after the 4th one. Really, the only difference is that if you do it in that order, it's a little bit slower, but you have an extra key. So if you die in the final dungeon, you don't have to go buy keys again. Workover is working on the golem fight, seems to be going fine for her so far. Lavid's taken his death on the barrier tiles. Popson is right behind him. Two runners are pretty close now. Pop is an extremely good runner of all three of these Dragon Quest games, so his Dragon Loop times are incredibly consistent. Getting a good Dragon Loop is really key to the second half of this run going smoothly and getting consistently good times, and there is probably nobody better in the world better at the Dragon Loop and at this category than Pop. Pop has the world record for this category. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I think it's like an hour and 17 minutes or something like that. Record attempts fight Dragon Lord at level 17. Race strategies fight him at level 18. Hour and 16-minute Shadow Killer says, yeah, it's insane. Very different strategies than what you're seeing in this race chart. Way more aggressive, way more risk-taking. But point being that Popson is unmatched in this video game. He is so good. So it's kind of expected that he's going to make up time during some of these segments, but Levitz is still in the lead. Levitz is still ahead by, 30 seconds, 45 seconds or so. And Levitz is on to Dragon number 4. Now at level 13, you've got a pretty good likelihood of going before the dragon, so you can kind of play the last turns a little bit riskier if you choose to, and even more so at level 14, which they'll be soon. Worth noting is kind of the way enemies work in this game, so random encounters, we'll talk a little bit more about this later, but random encounters can spawn with a range of HP. They've got a set maximum, and they can spawn with, I forget if it's 75% to 100% of that, or 80 to 100% of that max value, and you don't really know what they spawn with, but the quote-unquote boss monsters, so the golem, the dragon lord, they always spawn with a set amount of HP. So Mr. Golem had 155 HP. The dragon here has 153. There's a couple different techniques you can do. You can either count actual damage values, or you can count the number of hits you do against the dragon, kind of estimate when you're going to complete it, so that way you end as low health as possible. Personally, I like to count damage. It can lead to some hesitation while you're trying to do addition in your head and keep track of things, but you get a more consistent result. Whereas if you end up with abnormally high or low damage rolls, you can sometimes also make errors, or if you get a critical hit, it can be harder to determine how many hits a crit counts for or whatever else. But point just being that the runners are keeping track of the damage they're doing to the dragon because he has a fixed exact amount of HP every time. You'll see some other dragons, like the one that Pop encountered on the golem tile. That's actually a completely different dragon, even though it's using the same model. That's a random encounter type dragon, and it's handled pretty differently. You'll see more of them later. But in the meantime, Pop and Lavitz have both taken out dragon number 4. Sparkover has entered the marsh cave and is going to be going for dragon number 1. So she's a little bit behind, but really not too far, considering that she had the death in the golem walk and got lost a little bit in the mountain cave. Still, really anybody's race. There's a few more real run killer sections coming up.
Yeah. So if I can interrupt for a minute.
Yeah, of course. Great time.
Just wanted to read out a donation here from Softnum. He donated $30 to Sparko's Choice, so I'm sure she'll be happy to put that towards an incentive after her run. And just so everybody knows what's going on, this is RPGs We Love 2, the second annual speedrunning event hosted by the RPG Valkyrie. It's a marathon to raise money for the Valkyries to go to RPG Limit Break. which is a fantastic charity fundraising event for a charity called what is it? NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness. So any donations you make through the donate link will support the Valkyries in their trip to RPG Limit Break, and I hear from everybody who's been there just how awesome the Valkyries are to have there, so you will be making a whole lot of people's days if you support this. Bits and subscriptions will be going towards a separate charity, which is directly affiliated with the RPG Valkyries, called Take This. It's a charity focused on alleviating the stigma and raising awareness of mental illness in the gaming community. So, another great cause to support. So yeah, anything that you can do to support this stream is greatly appreciated by all of us, and is just all going towards fantastic causes.
Yeah, and just to kind of second some of that, I went to RPG Limit Break last year and I met a few of the Valkyries last year there, and I can confirm they're all super awesome people and some of the most positive interactions I've had in speedrunning. And RPG Limit Break is absolutely supporting a great cause. There's a couple of Valkyries who have runs that have been accepted into RPG Limit Break this year, so really awesome cause, really awesome to support this group of really cool people.
Yeah, in fact, Sparkover, who is currently running Dragon Quest 1 here, is going to be racing with another Valkyrie, Silverfire, and they're going to be racing Dragon Warrior Randomizer at RPG Limit Break.
Yep. So, not really much new has happened in terms of DQ1. The runners are continuing on with their Dragon Loop. One thing that we did happen that we kind of glossed over when the runners were in Malkido is that they put some of their items, some of their story items into the bank, the Fairy Ocarina, the Silver Harp, and also their Dragon Scale and the Stones of Sunlight. And that was to clear up inventory space to hold that holy water to avoid the random encounters. And they've completed 5 dragons now, at least Lavitz and Pop have. So they stopped into the bank to pick up the required story items. They didn't need the flute, but they needed the dragon scale and the stones of sunlight and the silver harp. They needed to pick all that stuff back up because they will be needing it to continue the story going forward, and their requirement for the inventory space is done with now. They've gone through all the holy water that they need, so they'll be getting the repel spell at level 15 after dragon number 7. So Sparkover, I think she's on her 2nd dragon now. Might be the 3rd one. I might have missed it, but it's like Lavitz is going to get some backup keys. Maybe he miscounted his key count or wants some spares. Normally you only do 1 key refresh through here, but it's possible he miscounted or used an extra key, or like I said, just wants a little bit of safety. So he also had kind of high HP, I think, so maybe he just wants to take the death on the barrier tiles instead of in the swamp. But he'll have 1 more dragon left, and Pop is doing his death warp now, so Pop and Lavitz are really kind of neck and neck. Lavitz needs 910 XP, so he's got enough. Pop needs 931. Sometimes you end up a little bit short. As I said, you get 950 for the dragon, and sometimes you'll end up needing 20 or 30 extra experience, so it's good to keep it in mind on the last couple of dragons, just that way if you run into a random encounter in the marsh cave, you can just kind of whack it and get some extra XP to make sure you hit that level 15, which again they want for specifically the repel spell, but also to get them enough power to continue on to their next story item. It's like Lavitz's holy water ran off a few steps short and he gets a random encounter, but no sweat. You're guaranteed to run from all of these enemies, so it's really not a big deal to get the random encounters. It's just that it takes time. You have to see the encounter load up and run away from it. There are cases where it's been happening throughout this whole segment, and I did talk about it earlier, but just as a reminder, you do run through these poison swamps and take some damage, so typically you want to heal back up your HP before starting the dragon fight. And when you run into an enemy in the marsh cave, it's really easy to heal in combat and then just simply take your guaranteed run. The trash enemies are so low they do 0 or 1 damage, except for the magicians, which can cast magic. So the runners have kind of been using that through this whole dragon loop just to sort of optimize their their experience here, or their time. Dragon number 7, they're not going to be death warping after this dragon. They will be still picking up the princess, but they won't be doing an immediate death warp. And so it's not as critical that you end up with really low HP. In fact, Pop had pretty low HP. He might need to heal before walking through the swamp. Didn't see exactly what he had. He might have enough to make it out. But after dragon number 7, they're going to be continuing on for some more story progression. So they're going to be going north here to get the Staff of Rain, which you trade the silver harp for that staff. Lavit's intentionally taking an encounter, so he intentionally didn't cast the repel spell to get a random encounter, which, again, as I was been saying, allows him to heal in combat. He wants to be at full health for after they get the Staff of Rain. The runners are going to be going towards the Axe Knight in the ruined town of Domdora, who guards Roto's armor. And Roto's armor is very important for its defensive properties as well as having some HP regeneration, which will be extremely useful during the grind and the entire rest of the run. The final grind and the entire rest of the run. So it's kind of a little bit of a coin flip as to whether you are able to take out the Devil Knight, but you want to be at as high of HP as possible before walking there, so that's why the runners took some time to heal. You can optionally, after getting the Staff of Rain, choose to take an in, so you end up at full HP and MP, but it's a little bit slower, and there's a reasonable chance you might die to the Axe Knight, and if you do that, then you get your HP and MP back anyway. So that's where the runners are headed right now. Barkover is continuing her dragon loop. I didn't see, is she at level 13, so I don't know if she was at 3 or 4, but it looks like she's going to refill holy water, so that must have been her 3rd one. And Pop and Lavitz are just running towards Domdora. Tell you about the complicated Devil Knight strats. Alright, so the Axe Knight or Devil Knight in Domdora here, he's one of the most difficult strategic bosses in the game. I'll let you in on a little bit of a secret and a little bit of a trick. Hold X. And then pray. I guess if you're not using a turbo controller, you might want to mash it or whatever, but it's sort of a coin flip in terms of turn order. Usually takes 4 hits to kill him. If you get a lucky crit, you can do it in fewer. The Devil Knight also has the ability to cast the sleep spell. If he puts you to sleep, you're probably just going to lose. If he tries to put you to sleep and fails, you're probably just going to win. But as what came down to Pop's screen right there, he had 7 HP, and it came down to a quick draw on the final turn, and Pop got the outspeed and was able to finish up the fight. Lavitz is healing up and entering his own. Lavitz is getting an encounter on the Devil Knight tile. So similar to the golem thing earlier, the encounter doesn't trigger until he tries to move. So we'll see how Lavitz does here. Please be good hero, Bopo. Rowdy ho. Rowdy ho. And Lavitz takes a death to the Devil Knight. Again, not entirely unexpected. You've got a reasonable high success rate against him, but Dying to him does just happen sometimes, so. On the bright side, it means that Lavitz will have a little bit more resources for the grinding section, a little bit more MP, but it's not super useful. The death isn't all bad, like you do fight some things on the way there, you do get some XP, so he's still moving forward, but it is a time loss, of course, to die. So Pop is continuing on to get Roto's token, which is hidden in a swamp down here, and then Pop is going to start the final grind section of the game. So there's sort of a threshold that the runners want to hit for beating the Dragon Lord, which is level 18 and 96 MP. I wasn't really paying attention to their MP seed rolls earlier, but you get 3 MP seeds in the game. They all can roll between 3 and 5. And as long as you don't get minimum rolls on all 3, you're guaranteed to at least have... Being told I should refresh Lavitz's stream. Probably some of that buffering earlier threw things off a little bit. So Pop picks up Roto's token. So I guess Lavitz took out the Axonite. Sorry about that. I guess I was a few seconds behind because of the buffering. So where I was going with that. So you want to be level 18 and you want to have at least 96 MP. As long as you don't roll minimum on all of your MP seeds, you'll get at least 96 MP, and you may have a little bit left over. That threshold for that 96 MP happens at level 17. So you get level 17, you take an inn, you enter Dragonlord's Castle, and you get level 18 while you're in there. So this grind section goes from level 15 to about level 17. You may notice that the runners picked up the princess at the end of the dragon number 7. That's because they'll be taking an intentional death warp, or in Lavitz's case, he's already taken a death. And they'll be fighting one more dragon on the way back through, on the way to Dragonlord's Castle later. But in the meantime, they need to grind to high level 16 or level 17. The threshold for level 17 is 17,000 experience, so you need at least 16,050 experience here. Typically in a race strategy, the runners watch each other's streams and kind of adjust to play more or less aggressively based on how they're doing. So it's likely that Pop may, being in the lead, may choose to get a little bit closer level 17, maybe go to like 16.5 or something like that, grind a couple extra encounters, whereas people who are a little bit farther behind might choose to be more aggressive and leave earlier. The pros and cons to that are that encounters in the Dragonlord's Castle are going to be worth more XP, and you get a stronger weapon there. The downside is that monsters in the Dragonlord's Castle are also a little bit scarier, so there's a little bit more risk associated to that. In terms of this grind segment, it's mostly pretty simple. The runners are going to be just attacking things. The most common enemy in this area, however, is the jerk bird itself, the Star Chimera. And the Star Chimera has the ability to cast Heal More on itself, which heals it to full HP. The AI in this game won't heal unless it's under half HP, and again, I mentioned earlier about how random encounters can spawn with variable HP, so typically you just kind of swing away at it. If it heals, you can hit it again safely, and then you can try to choose to put it to sleep. It's got an 85% chance of hitting. It does take some MP, so Pop only has 12 MP, so it's going to be kind of limited in terms of how much he'll be able to put things to sleep, but he can do it a few times. And yeah, so handle the Star Chimeras correctly, and otherwise just swing away at things, realistically, is all you can do in this grind section. It takes maybe about 15 minutes for this grind. I don't know the exact time frame anymore. It's been a while since I've done regular runs of this, but that's probably a pretty safe estimate for it. Does depend a little bit on like what kind of luck you get in the encounters. Things are worth different amounts of XP and can do different amount of damages. Dragons are worth nice, tasty 135. Also depends a little bit on how much damage you take and how much you need to spend time walking in the grass to get some HP back. So I didn't really talk about that earlier. Now's a pretty good time. You may notice that the overworld has multiple tile sets. There's grass, there's forest, there's mountains, and every tile set has a different kind of encounter rate. So walking in the mountains has the highest chance of getting an encounter. Walking in the grass is the least. Roto's armor restores 1 HP every half step. That's actually one big difference between this and the Game Boy Color version, is that the GBC version doesn't have half steps, so Roto's armor is more effective here. But basically, when they're low on HP, they can walk in the grass to get fewer encounters and take more advantage of that regeneration. The other thing that they can do is a technique called half-stepping. They've been doing it throughout the run, and you'll see it a lot in DQ2 also. Because there are half tiles, if you're running north or south on the overworld or in a dungeon, and you're half overlapping a corner, the game will force you around that corner. It doesn't happen left to right, only up or down. And on that half step, while you're being forced around the corner, you can't get into an encounter. So if you're trying to regen some HP, you can take a bunch of little half steps up on that grass to even more safely get HP back. And it was useful earlier during like the golem walk and stuff like that to reduce the number of encounters you get. Again, you'll see it in DQ2 also. It's a very important strategy there. I guess I don't know. This is a somewhat like repetitive grind, so there's not a whole lot to talk about. So I apologize if I'm maybe getting overly technical with some explanations. It's kind of just like the way to fill the time, and it'll apply to DQ2 also. But I guess the other thing I can talk about here is the encounter rate that you get. So later DQ games, like DQ3, the end of this, use sort of a depletion method where when you leave town or leave a fight, you get a random number, and every step you take kind of lowers it, and then you'll get another encounter. DQ1 and 2 works a little bit different. There's like a sort of threat value that increments as you walk around, and you're never guaranteed an encounter, as far as I know. But that threat counter increases as you go. So every time you take a step, there's a chance of getting an encounter, and more you walk, the sort of higher your threat is. And yeah, so obviously that threat is then compounded by the mountains or the trees or the grass or whatever else. And pretty much all these explanations for DQ1 apply the same to DQ2. It's basically the same engine, it's the same cart, so kind of keep that in mind for the next game also. Yeah, as Diener says, Dragon Lord is certainly known to troll, and dying to Dragon Lord is the biggest time loss in the game. It is quite a long way back. So, really, anything can happen. I was talking earlier about how Pop has the record in this game, and like consistently just like dominates races. I've seen Pop get over a 2-hour time in this game before, I think, just from, well, Dragon Lord killed him again. It's one of those things that nobody likes to see it, but you die twice to the Dragon Lord and you've lost like, half an hour. It can be really punishing. It's a fairly consistent fight in most cases, but I made a comment earlier during the last run. I made a comment just in chat that Offness was talking about failing an 80% chance 3 times in a row or whatever. DQ is the epitome of laughing at whatever odds you give it. You can have the most rare, obscure chance of something happening, and DQ RTA will throw it at you at the most inconvenient time. it's really fun, but it can be extremely punishing on occasion. So both Pop and Lavitz are level 16. They're making it pretty solidly through their grind. They've got Pop's got couple minutes left. Lavitz has a couple minutes left. They're doing pretty well. And in the meantime, was that Dragon number 7 for Sparko? Yep, that looks like that was Dragon number 7 for Sparko, so she's now moving on to getting the Staff of Rain and then be going for the Devil Knight herself. So realistically, she's not that far behind. She's about a Dragon Lord death behind, you know? It's not nothing, but it's anybody's game, really. And again, this is only game 1 of 3, so anything about like odds and dying and time losses or whatever, like these races can swing wildly from game to game, but you'll be amazed at how much times can vary and yet how close races end up in the end of this game or of even this relay. So as an example of that, we did a Roto relay race a couple months ago on RTA in Japan channel, and it was a 3-way team race, and Hop and I finished within like a minute of each other in a 9-hour relay race. We were both playing DQ3. It was 3 people, like 1 for each game kind of thing. But Pop wasn't playing by himself in that or anything. But yeah, 2 teams finished within a minute of each other after a 9-hour race. So these things end up super close after by the time all was said and done. And yeah, as Xcode says, it's not over until Zoma's dead. But I guess he already technically is, yeah. So for people who aren't aware, DQ3 is sort of the prequel to DQ1 and 2. So we're playing these games in kind of release order and not necessarily in chronological story order. DQ1 and 2 here was released after DQ5 for the Super Famicom, and built on a modified version of that engine. And DQ3 is released after DQ6 and built on a modified version of that engine. So I'm imagining that Pop and Lavitz are both probably getting pretty close to the end of this grind. Again, there's some variability in terms of when you want to decide to move forward, and it's sort of a speed versus safety decision. So Pop knows he's a little bit in the lead. He might be getting a little bit more XP here for some safety. But we'll see how it plays out. Sparko's fighting the Devil Knight. Got a couple failed sleep attempts, so fight was really kind to her. He gets to pick up Roto's armor and move on to her grinding segment. Apologize, it sounds like being told I'm getting a little bit of crackling on my mic. Can't really do much about it. I turned down my gain on my mic a little bit. We'll see if that makes any difference. It's possible that Discord isn't handling the gain super well. Let me sure I don't have crazy going on my PC in the background. I apologize. If it continues to be bad, then I'll try to reboot or something like that, but hopefully hopefully it'll behave. It seemed to me earlier like it was a Discord issue because I wasn't getting the crackling outside of Discord. So Pop has taken his... He went all the way to level 17. He's taken his intentional death, and he's now going to be moving on to getting the rainbow drop and then moving toward Dragon Lord's castle. I'm just gonna check my audio settings for a moment, so stand by. Pretty much the same thing that's been happening. So Pop is taking that bonus dragon that I was talking about earlier on his way back through, final time through the Marsh Cave. Lavitz continuing his grind, and Barkover is working on hers also. Xcodes, if you got anything that you want to add in or talk about now, you got a minute or two. I know you did some plugs a little bit earlier, but
Yeah, not a whole lot new going on right now. I can talk about some upcoming incentives, though. Let me check the schedule real quick. Right after this, we have Link to the Past Randomizer, which has a lot of stuff going on for it. So, what we have are file names. All names are 5 characters, which would include letters, numbers, and punctuation. Keishira can use katakana and hiragana because she knows how to read that stuff, so one Japanese name can be accepted as well, but otherwise the top 3 will be taken. Right now we have 2 file names set up. One of them being... Let me see if I can read this. Girubato, and that name is at 777, and for $5 there is Rin. So if you want some file names for Link to the Past Randomizer, then there is definitely some room to make some noise there. Also, obviously, being Link to the Past Randomizer, we have Sprite Bid Wars. Currently, Ultros is in the lead with a dominating $132.98. Popoi is the Secret of Mana sprite, and she is coming in second at $71.69. And Sailor Moon, aka Usagi, is currently in third place with an even $25. Looks like some suggestions that people are putting in here. There are so many Link to the Past randomizer sprites. There are hundreds. Some examples are: there's a Pug sprite, there is a Mega sprite from Chrono Trigger. It looks like there's also a Phoenix Wright sprite. Is that real? Does he point at things when he swings his sword? Because if he doesn't, I would be very disappointed. But yeah, just some examples of some of the things that you guys can donate towards. Link to the Past randomizer happening at the end of this relay, so it's gonna be a while, but definitely some fun stuff that you can do there. Oh, and Hactical seems to be restarting Discord. After Sorry, let's see here. After Link to the Past randomizer, we have Final Fantasy Legend run by Omega Number. There is a goal here that I don't quite understand, but it says everything is melting %. So I'm kind of curious, and I hope that you guys donate towards that. That's a $75 incentive that we haven't gotten started on yet. So let's see what's going on there.
I'm back. I still have the crackling. I'm going to try, I guess, rebooting my PC during DQ2 once we get Diener and or Lavitz hopping in to help out there.
Alright, sounds good.
So yeah, in terms of what's going on the race, Pop and Lavitz both have the Rainbow Drop. Lavitz is taking a resupply here in Rimuldar, stocking up on herbs and taking it in to get his resources back. Pop has already done that. He's used the Rainbow Drop to cross over the bridge towards Dragonlord's castle, so Pop's in the lead by a minute or two. Sparkover's still working on her grind. She's level 16 now, so she's moving along pretty nicely. The goal again in Dragonlord's castle is going to be to get level 18 before fighting the Dragonlord, so he'll be fighting counters along the way. Pop has 100 MP, which is really nice. That means he'll have enough MP for 2 extra sleep spells, which can be useful against the Stone Man monster. I don't see what Lavitz's MP is to know what he's at, but the kind of the critical threshold is the Heal More spell. So the Heal More spell costs 8 MP. With a 96 MP, you get 12 casts of it. That's sort of your goal, is to have that available for the Dragonlord for the most consistency. Looks like Lavitz is at 95, so Lavitz must have gotten 3s on all of his MP seeds, which is pretty unfortunate. It means he's going to be a Heal More down for Dragonlord. He can safely cast Sleep a few times because it's not going to matter as long as he stays over the next threshold, which would be 88. But it does reduce your chance of getting through Dragonlord a little bit. It's still fairly consistent as long as he doesn't have to burn any MP along the way, but there's a couple of scary situations you can run into in Dragonlord's castle where you might be forced to cast a heal spell or take a very risky run chance on, for example, the final floor where losing time means losing, over 10 minutes. So in those situations, the runners will usually choose to cast the heal spells. And yeah, so going into DL, down a heal or two, like down 1 heal at least, isn't typically the end of the world. Let's just hope Lavitz doesn't need to heal with MP anymore through here. Pop is moving through Dragonlord's castle. Typically fighting most enemies that you run into here. There's a couple of enemies like this Axe Knight here, same as the one they fought earlier. He's got the same pattern as the other one, so got the Rariho spell and can knock you out and put you to sleep. There's some enemies that you won't really fight a whole lot until you get Roto's sword a little bit later. Pop gets a nice Kaishin on the Stone Man. Stone Man's one of those that typically you commonly don't fight him until you get Roto's sword, but if you've got a little bit of extra MP like Pop did, then you can safely put him to sleep and attack him. Stone Man does quite a bit of damage and frequently takes 4 hits to kill, so he's one of the 2 scariest monsters in here. He's probably the scariest one to me, but to most people, the Shinigami Knight on the bottom floor is scarier. Or the bottom 3 floors, I guess. There's the same magicians that were fighting earlier. There's these Kiss Dragons or Blue Dragons that Pop is fighting. The Kiss Dragons are kind of the tastiest enemy on these floors. So the runners got Roto's armor, which protects against breath attacks. So dragon enemies typically are really nice to fight because their breath attacks take pretty low damage from. However, they do have a bite, which does quite a bit of damage. So Kiss Dragons are worth a lot of XP, but if you run into a bunch of them in a row, they can do a surprising amount of damage to you. The runners did stock up on herbs in Rimuldar before entering the Dragon Lord's castle, which means that they can heal up some incidental damage with herbs if they get too low on HP. Although it is nice to save a couple of those for the Dragon Lord fight itself. Lavitz gets put to sleep by Mr. Axe Knight here. So yeah, in Dragon Lord's castle, a couple main goals. There's of course getting level 18, and there's also getting Roto Sword, which you'll use to help you get level 18, which is kind of the first stop in here. Pretty deep in the castle, but it is very worth it. Pup choosing to run away from the dragon, taking quite a bit of damage, chooses to use one of his Heal More spells to survive, is still failing to run away. It's a very unfortunate outcome. But it does kind of even up the odds in terms of the MP a little bit. As Diener mentioned, Lavitz decided to bring the princess with him. There's no obligation to rescue the princess, so after you beat that final dragon, you can kind of safely leave her behind, but if you bring her with you, there's an extra text box when you take the inn in Rimuldar, something to the effect of hearing you up late at night, and kind of just a little bit of a suggestive innuendo, and you also get some comments from the Dragon Lord about bringing her with you. But there's no, and there's like, then you see her in the final cutscene a little bit too, but there's no like story requirement for it, so Pop has gotten Roto's sword, and we'll be moving onwards. Lavitz is getting kind of close. So level 18 happens at 21,000 XP, so below this floor that they're on now, that Pop's on now, the encounters get a lot stronger. There's a couple in there that are really tasty, in particular the Dasu Dragon, or Darth Dragon, or Red Dragon. He's worth 350 XP. It's super tasty. Got a set pattern that is really nice. He typically doesn't do a lot of damage. There are these guys, the Shinigami Knights, that are really scary. They do a lot of damage and they can heal themselves. And yeah, so typically you want to make sure you're at a pretty good amount of XP on the floor of the stairs to Roto's sword before you move onwards, just so that way you don't have to risk these scary Shinigami and Stone Man and other fights as much as you do on the upper floor. But again, it's sort of a risk-reward trade-off. Lavitz picks up Roto no Tsurugi. Yeah, the Shinigami, the Death God Knights. I don't know what the English translation is. The red knights with the axe in their hand there. They can cast, I think, Begirama, Firebane, and Behuimi or Heal More. So if you can choose to attack them if you're at full health, but if they heal themselves, then you kind of just have to run away because you don't really have a chance of reliably killing them. Armor Knight on NES, there you go. Sparkover's got to be getting close to her level 17 now. She's probably going all the way to 17 at this point and just taking it as safe as possible. Yeah, exactly. As Star said, that the Blue Knights are Armor Knights in the Japanese versions, which is what I was calling them earlier. So, yeah, just another quirk of translations, really. But Pop is finishing up his grind to 18. He's got to be very close now. Standing in front of the Dragon Lord, taunting each other. Lavitz is checking his XP. He's at 25. He's gonna probably dive. Or not. But Lavitz will be going down to the lower floors very soon. Probably after this Kiss Dragon, I would imagine. Yeah, there he goes. So Lavitz is very close to level 18 also. He should get it by the time he gets to Dragon Lord, choosing to fight Mr. Shinigami here. Pop gets Darth Dragon. That'll get him the rest of the way to 18 for sure. Again, that's the tasty monster. Gets a nice Kaishin no Ichigeki on him also. So, Dragon Lord fight. Pop's gonna heal up to full. Make sure you say no to the Dragon Lord. He asks you if you want to join him. Hint, it's a trap. If you say yes, it's all a dream and you wake up in Rimuldar. But Dragon Lord 1, he can do some damage, he can put you to sleep, and he can heal himself. The most he can do in a turn is 40. So if you're at 40 or under, you need to heal yourself. You typically outspeed him, and it typically takes 7 hits to kill him if he doesn't heal himself. Which he didn't heal at all for Pop, which is super nice. If he does heal, you have to subtract a couple hits and kind of just keep going and hope you don't get put to sleep. Dragon Lord 2, he's on a set cycle. So he will do a strong breath, then a physical attack, then a weak breath. There's actually 2 separate weak breaths, but they're both very weak. And then on turn 4, he either does another weak breath or a physical attack. And so there's pretty defined heal lines for each turn, and if you're at good MP, you can just strictly follow those heal lines and kind of safely make it through the fight. It's kind of a coin flip as to whether you or Dragon Lord goes first, so the heal lines are all based along the probability that Dragon Lord 2 might go twice before you get to attack. And yeah, since Dragon Lord 1 was so kind to Pop, he's got so much MP that he can just play this fight nice and safely. You can push a couple of those heal lines a little bit lower with good probability because of the damage distributions if you're really low on MP, but obviously that's not really ideal. And Pop takes out Dragon Lord 2 easy every time. Barkover finishes her Death Warp at level 17, so she's going to be heading on to go get her Rainbow Drop and head on towards Charlock. Lavitz is starting the Dragon Lord 1 fight. So far, Dragon Lord 1's being... okay. Put Lavitz to sleep, but didn't take him out. The one important thing is you really want to make sure that you end up at greater than 55 HP at the end of this Dragon Lord 1 fight, because otherwise you can die to a Violent Blaze on turn 1. Another funny thing that can happen, it's pretty rare, but you can actually get back attacked by Dragon Lord 2, and Dragon Lord 2 will do turn 1 twice in a row, and that's awful. That's almost definitely a death if that happens. Lavitz is looking in pretty rough shape right now. Dragon Lord's healing a lot. Lavitz was already low on MP, so Lavitz is going to be really hoping for at least 1 critical hit and nice turn order, if not 2 critical hits. Like, let's see how this goes. He burned a lot of MP on Dragon Lord 1, and there really wasn't anything he could do about it. No critical so far. Turn order's not playing super nice. There's a Kaishin. That's really good damage. Unfortunately, this is out of options, so he's got to swing away. Outsped, and he got him. Critical hit. I think he had a dodge in there. Really, really nice, nice luck to pull that out. Dragon Lord 1 was quite rude to him, but played the fight correctly and made it through. and then cast Repel, just for good measure, to make sure he doesn't get an encounter. No, I'm just kidding. All the encounters disappear after beating the Dragon Lord. And now he will return Princess Laura to her rightful place in the castle. Meanwhile, Barkover has finished her bonus dragon. She's got the princess also, and is moving towards the rainbow drop. As Levitz begins the credit sequence and Pop starts Dragon Quest II. Diener, if you want to hop in at any point, you are certainly welcome to do so. Dragon Quest II starts off kind of slowly. There's about a 4 or 5 minute long intro cutscene at the start of Dragon Quest II, showing the town of Moonbrook, Castle Moonbrook, getting raided by demons and destroyed, kind of setting up the sequence for what's to come. Pretty cool cutscene, some good opening music, and really sets the game up pretty well. So Barkover got her rainbow drop. She'll be going to Rumoldar to restock on her resources before tackling the Dragon Lord's castle. Be interested to see what her max MP ends up being after she takes a rest, because I did not see her string seeds or after her death warp. Lavitz is finishing up the credit shortly, and then I think Star of Violence is up next on... Yes, Lavitz will be handing off to Star of Violence for DQ2. So that'll be coming up very shortly. Pop's intro cutscene still going. Again, it's sort of setting up the story, talking about the evil Hargon, who's causing all this trouble in the world, and it was his minions that went to are attacking Moonbrook here. King is trying to protect Princess Nana. For some reason in DQ2 they decided to have I would like to game over option in the combat menu. So Dragon Quest II is it's an interesting game. So same engine as Dragon Quest 1, but it's balanced much more aggressively. So if you decide that you want to run from encounters rather than fighting them, it's somewhat likely you're just going to die. Hopefully, get our stream up here. Yeah. So intro cutscene for Pop is still going, and it started for Star of Violence also. Hopefully, Alright, so like some Diener's popping in to help out with commentary for DQ2. Welcome, Diener.
Hello, good evening. I hope everybody can hear me well. Thanks for watching. Great job on commentary so far, Actial. Thanks for joining us.
I'm going to step out of Discord real quick while I try to fix my audio.
Oh,
shenanigans, so
yes, of course.
I'll be back in a minute or two.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. Take your time. All right, so. Welcome, everybody. The next game is starting up here. Dragon Quest II. This is on the same card, so we're going to begin. Pops here on the bottom, beginning the game. So we start with a cutscene in the beginning, showing the fall of Moonbrook Castle, and Pop's going to start out here, getting some gold and a sword. He's going to do a few transactions here at the item store, where he's going to sell and purchase a few items here in a particular order. This is because when we complete transactions at the item stores with certain gold left over, he's going to give us these lottery tickets. We're actually going to hold on to these lottery tickets and sell them for gold later. And we're also going to do another set of inventory or item store manipulations after we get our second party member. So it's really important that we keep our gold very specifically here. So he's sold his copper sword, purchased a leather shield, and some medicine here for the beginning. He's going to want to get his second party member, the Prince of Cannock, as quickly as possible. So we've got our first party member, Prince Lore, Middenhall, if you're familiar with the Dragon Warrior 2 version. But I might be referring to them a lot by the Japanese names. So he's starting the quest here. As I said earlier, it's important to keep his gold at a specific amount, and we also sold the copper sword, so it's going to be very difficult to fight monsters in the beginning. So he's just going to be running away from everything here in the start. Okay, there we go. Got Star's stream up now. He's finishing the cutscene, and he'll begin his run as well. Want to talk a little bit about this run, Dragon Quest II. This is a very, very challenging speed run. If anyone's familiar with this game, even casually, it's extremely dangerous. The monsters, even the random battles, are just brutally difficult, and the speed run is no exception. While we are going to get access to some powerful weapons and equipment early on, our levels are going to be very low, and the expectation is that we fight most of the monsters that we come across, meaning it's very important that the runners have a very familiar knowledge of every single monster's strengths and weaknesses, how fast they are, vulnerabilities to status effects, all of their different attacks and how strong they are. Sometimes even specific damage, knowing specific damage ranges of attacks is going to be important in the decision making here. Every single monster that we've come across is going to have to be pretty much stopped to battle, and each of them is very dangerous. So we're going to see a lot of tough decision making that the players have to make to handle all of these dangerous battles, management of all these different resources that they have for these battles, and the expectation of just, doing it very fast. This is a speed run after all. So Star's beginning his quest. He'll be selling the sword to get the leather shield. That'll help protect him here in the beginning. Pop's working his way along the top to the Spring of Bravery. He's doing a few cutscenes here to get Cannock into the party. This is as you can tell, the remade Super Famicom version. There are a lot of noteworthy changes and balance updates between this version and the original. Most notably, Prince Cannock. As while he isn't necessarily a powerful character, he's infamously known in Dragon Warrior 2 as being, kind of useless. In this version, he's much more powerful. He's got access to some decent weapons and armor. His spells are generally more useful, and by the end of the game, he's actually going to become the most important party member when we get the revive spell. Okay. So we're moving through here. Pop's got to manage his resources, his herbs carefully. As he gets into these battles, he'll decide whether or not to use them. He wants to keep as many as he can, but he'll use all of them if he has to make his way. He's almost there, though. Yeah, he's using another one there. So he has one left. And don't forget Spark over here. Team Bears up in the top left, working her way through the Dragon Lord's castle. Nice critical hit on that blue dragon. We'll defeat it for a lot of experience points. Looks like she's ready to move down, so she's making her final approach. Team Bears might be starting Dragon Quest II very soon. Okay, so Pop is at the Spring of Bravery at the end here. He's talking to this guy. This is the next quest flag, and he's also unequipped his armor. You know what that means. It's time for a death warp. He'll be taking a good long look at his own leather armor as these ants and slug beat him to death. Oh no, he died. It's okay. That's because the next quest event flag is actually to talk to Dad here back at Loreja Castle. So he's put his gear back on. He's going to talk to the king. And now that it should spawn Cannock in the next town, Re-Risa to the west. Star of Violence making his way up to the Spring of Bravery. Not too much behind. But it is a tricky part while you really have to run from these encounters and you don't really have too many options otherwise. When you decide to use your medicine, your medical herbs is really important.
I'm back, by the way. I didn't get the crackling resolve, so might be better. It might not be. If it gets too bad, let me know, and I'll see what else I can do. But
Yeah, for now it sounds okay. Welcome back.
thanks. Seems to be some kind of driver issue with my interface. It's happened in a couple programs. OBS doesn't do it, which is usually what I use.
Well, okay.
Discord seems to
Okay.
not like it. So what did I miss?
Not too much.
How's DQ2 going?
Pop's made his way to get Cannock here successfully. Conan, as his name is shown here in the Kana. Star's making his way there. He's getting a little bit tougher battles here.
Hello, I'm excited for best part of game, aka the menu.
Welcome, Lavis.
Hi. DQ1's an easy game. The final boss is a joke. That guy guarding the armor, though, he's a real bully.
Oh, nice red dragon for Sparkover. She should be very close to level 18, ready to start her Dragon Lord fight soon.
Fun fact, I went to the final set of enemies needing like less than 300 experience.
Yep. Yeah, I saw you were at 20,500 before diving, and you still fought another encounter before going down.
I was a scaredy cat.
So this is the part I talked to you about earlier. Papa in the bottom left here. He's buying and selling a lot of items in a very specific order to get these lottery tickets and to get a lot of gold. Rather than spending time to fight monsters to get gold in the beginning, we're just going to do this to get decent equipment to start the game with and go at level 1. Our goal is to get all 3 party members. We're going to have 3 party members in this game. To get the 3rd party member, Princess Moonbrook, as soon as possible. So a big part of this game is about earning enough experience to face the final boss. So recruiting our party members so that they can all play or all get experience and start leveling up as soon as possible is really, really important.
And in addition, every party member in this game has kind of their own set of like strengths and weaknesses. So having your full party member gives you the most options available during combat.
Right. I'd say fighting monsters is generally somewhat a bit of a struggle, especially by the time we get to the next town, Moonpeta. But once we get Princess Moonbrook with level 2, then things start getting... you feel like you actually have a lot more options. Spark over here, starting Dragon Lord. So, good luck.
Let's see what she got for MP.
She had 99 earlier, so yeah. I guess that's an extra Hoimi, but sleep right away is a little bit unfortunate. But she's going to wake up in time to at least stay alive. Did drain a lot of MP, though. This is okay. Still not over.
I mean, she's got as much as I went into the fight with. I think it's fine.
Okay, Miss Sleep is good.
She did get outturned once, which thankfully didn't happen when she was in critical HP.
Looks pretty good. There's a heal, but not too bad.
She did use up her last herb, I believe, before the fight started, so she is down that compared to Lavit.
Those can help with efficiency in some situations, but 75 MP, 82 HP.
She has a heal spell.
If she starts with heal, that would be really smart.
Yeah.
But using heal more is not that bad here either.
Just hope you get outsped.
Oh, good. She chose heal there. That's definitely the right choice. She should use heal more now.
Yeah, I probably would have opened
Attacking on
up
turn
heal more
3.
on turn 1, but it worked out for her with the turn order. Now she should be pretty good shape.
So far, so good. 2 attacks there. She'll heal on this 3rd turn. She'll probably have to heal again, especially with the attack.
Yeah.
Turn order not quite favorable there, but she'll still be able to attack once here. Starting with enough MP like that, and like I said, starting with the heal in turn 1 was definitely an efficient play. Oh, there's a turn 4 breath. Yeah. Looking good.
Yeah, she started with enough MP that really all but like the worst turn order is really pretty reasonable.
Really unfortunate heal and then attack on turn 4, but a favorable turn order on the following turn should give her a couple of swings. Oh.
A little dicey. Boy.
Ooh. Really tough at the end there.
Yeah.
That should have killed too.
Mm-hmm.
That was the last attack that she needed, unfortunately. That was really close. Really unfavorable. All right.
Like the turn 4 and the back-to-back attacks there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My turn 1s weren't particularly great, but I got a lot of breath turn 4, and that's the only reason that I managed to do what I did.
Yeah. That's really too bad.
Oh, that and a crit.
Because of the possibility of the turn 4 attack, she had to heal, but healing first and then getting attacked is the worst case scenario there.
And so obviously she's going to be running back to Rimuldar, restoring her resources again, making sure she's got a key and a torch to make it through the castle, and then taking it in. She'll have a little bit more resources this time because she's level 18, so she'll have presumably a little bit more MP going into the fight. I don't know if it's going to be enough for an extra heal more or
106,
not.
I think I saw on the menu, which would be an extra heal.
Yep, sounds about right. So she'll have slightly more odds of making it through the fight then, and there's no benefit to getting level 19 realistically, so it's just going to run from everything on the way back. There's no reason to try to fight stuff to push out an extra level.
We won't have to recover Roto's sword a second time, and running from everything will make our trip back down through the castle hopefully pretty smooth. So back over in Dragon Quest II, Pop is leading his way over here to Moonpeta, the next town. Looks like he got poisoned by this bubble slime, but otherwise those are good experience points monsters. He's reached level 3 with Prince Cannock before moving to the next town. That's really important. He learns the Fireball spell, which is going to be very, very helpful for a large part of the run. But especially early on, there's some monsters up ahead, the Armored Centipedes especially, that can't be defeated until Prince Lore gets a lot stronger. Biddenhall.
Yep.
So he's just going to have to run away from these guys and hopefully get to town. Good. Pretty smooth. So Star's making the same kind of journey that Pop made a minute ago. He's going to be fighting encounters, getting experience points before traveling through to the next town. Again, he wants to make sure that Cannock reaches level 3 before getting to the next town, but more experience is good too. The sooner he gets the level ups, the strength gains for Prince Lore, especially at level 3, are very helpful.
And like CQ1, the stat gross in this are fixed.
Yes. The names we choose actually have to do with the random generated names given to the other party members.
Yep. So choose the name She, which is the quickest single character menu that also gives you the shortest names for Nana and Conan.
Ooh. Pop's taking a pretty aggressive attempt here to get to Ra's mirror here. Running from these battles can be a little bit dangerous.
Pop is a crazy person.
Oh, that fight is going to cost a lot of MP to deal with either way, so I think he actually went with the cheaper option there.
Yeah.
He's opting to run from all of these fights, which is somewhat surprising. Well, maybe not the rats. I would also run from the rats. He hasn't battled any of these monsters yet, so if he does have to reset, it's not like he's going to miss out on any experience points. And he definitely saved the game before coming out here. The Chimera Wings will return you to the last town that you saved the game at in this version. You don't get to pick from a list of visited towns. But yeah, this part of the game can be pretty dangerous, so he definitely wants to save in case something goes wrong. Recovering party members with gold in Dragon Quest II is very expensive. It's 20 gold times whatever your party member's level is. And of course, you lose half of your gold when you wipe out, so it's cost prohibitive to revive people early on in our quest.
Yeah, that's a good point. Something I didn't really touch on in DQ1 and probably more relevant in DQ2 in a lot of cases is that, if you're used to like the Final Fantasy series or something where if you die, it's a game over and you reload your last save. Clearly in Dragon Quest, that's not how things work. You respawn to the last place that you saved at, or in DQ1 you respawn back at the starting town.
The only place you can save at.
Yeah, and you lose half of your gold. So, and in some games your characters get revived for you, in other games you have to revive all but one of your party members, so you lose a bunch of gold, you lose half your gold, and then on top of that you're slapped with, hey, also pay a bunch of money to revive people. So it can be really prohibitive from a monetary standpoint, but you do keep any experience and items that you get while you were traveling before you died. So, but in some cases, especially, as Diener was saying right here in DQ2, you can't always afford to revive your characters. So there's some places where you safety save and just you have to reset just because the money is so critical.
Mm-hmm. There are a couple of parts the gold is pretty tight, and it is going to be quite variable depending on what battles we get.
So Pop has gotten the mirror and recovered his third-party member, Princess Nana.
Yeah, no real trouble so far. He's looking to get her to level 2 as fast as possible. She learns the sleep spell, which is a critical spell to this run. Princess Moonbrook is our fastest character, and generally faster than most of the monsters we face. And putting enemies to sleep, disabling them with sleep spell is going to be vital to surviving most of these areas that we go in, dangerously underleveled. It's like Pop unfortunately dying there and resetting. Like I said, losing Prince Cannock there is going to be too expensive to revive realistically. So he's opted just to reset his game and look for a better fight.
I was a little surprised he's put his fireball in attack between the baboon and the fly and then didn't kill either of them because of it. Those monkeys are extremely terrifying, especially before you get the sleep spell.
Yeah, once we can use sleep on them, it'll be a little bit easier, but opting to fight these battles. Interesting defend with lore on turn 1. I think that's really smart, trying to fight with 2 times Gira, the fireball spell.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, but unfortunately, Princess got focus fired, so he'll have to try again.
So that's the other thing about Dragon Quest, and it'll apply to DQ2 as well as DQ3. And it's very not obvious if you're playing these games casually, necessarily, is that your party order really matters. And in DQ2, your party order is fixed. In DQ3, you'll actually see some adjustment of the party order, but basically, the people at the front of the party have a higher % chance of being attacked by physical attacks than people at the back. So realistically, Lore should be getting hit more than Sama, who should be getting hit more than Nana. It doesn't always work out that way, but that's the idea.
Nice surprise attack here on the lizard flies. Finally, Pop getting a little bit of a break here. Clearing these should earn actually over 100 experience points just by itself. This one fight should
flies are really tasty.
Should give everybody a full level up. In fact, Lore might reach level 5 off of this.
Yeah, the other interesting thing with DQ2 is that the XP curves for all the characters are not the same, so they'll level up at kind of different rates.
Yeah. Lore in the front will level up fastest with fewer experience points needed. Their maximum levels are actually different as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Pop's going to continue to fight battles. He's reached level 2, and that's going to make fighting things easier, but earning enough gold in this section, as well as getting some extra levels, is going to help move through these early sections a little bit easier. We've got the sleep spell, but Princess Nana is also going to learn the Inferno spell, which is an area of effect attack spell. Very powerful, used basically the entire run, starting at level 4. So getting level 4 is also going to be really helpful. Lately, I've seen Pop, and I bet Star of Violence, who's also picked up Princess Nana, is probably also going to elect to do this. After fighting encounters here and running out of MP, they're going to stay at the inn and recover MP and fight some additional encounters before setting out to... resting one more time and setting out to Moonbrook Castle. Pop's killing a lot of things, though, so maybe he won't need to.
He did reset a couple times, though, so a couple of those fights that he killed didn't end up counting for anything in the long run. But
he still has good MP. We'll see what he decides to do. I'd be surprised, though, if he tried to set out before Prince Sama and Princess Nana gain at least one more level.
Yeah, I agree.
Or maybe he's feeling bold. All right, Sparkover's made her way back down here to the Dragon Lord. Let's hope for better luck this time around. Got 106 MP, yeah. Oh, scary situation for Star here.
Barco's being a little conservative with some of her healing. Healing at like 45 HP or so, which really isn't necessary. But
you're getting pretty close to full value at that level, and there are some corner cases where accidentally hitting the Dragon Lord too hard can be a problem when you're not ready.
Yeah, of course. You could get a crit, or you could get outsped, or you could get put to sleep. Like, it's definitely safer, like, in the moment. But MP conservation on Dragon Lord 1 is also important, so it's very much a balancing act.
Lots of heals, a fair number of sleeps, too. This is getting stressful. Now being riskier, that was a pretty good play.
I have to heal here.
64 and able to swing on turn 1 isn't actually so bad. It's decent odds. Not great, but decent.
Yep.
Seems DL1 has done his best to show us why he's the true final boss.
Yeah, Dragon Lord 1 really... Yeah.
Okay.
Does she have any herbs left?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There were a couple decent chances to use them here.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Getting some kind of mixed turn order. Sometimes it's...
Okay, yeah, she does have them. She might need to use another one here.
Yeah, that turn 3 herb is always
using another one here is okay, though. Okay, that's a breath attack. That's good. She can swing now.
Good. Breath, can use another.
This is turn 4, so she'll want herb. Oh, there's a physical. Favorable turn order, though. She's being efficient.
Yep.
Doing her best. She'll have to use heal more here.
She's in pretty decent shape, though.
Going to the medical herb there is smart. That's going to set her better after the heal more here. Good. She'll have to go in and swing here. The attack is bad, but... Oh, medical herb is actually decent here. Opting to attack, that's fine.
Really gains her much.
Okay, now we're good. Just needed one hit.
Yeah.
Good. Ooh, okay. It's holding my breath a little bit there.
Dragon Lord being progressively worse, depending upon when you met him.
Tough battle there.
yeah, mixed bag of luck. Like good turns and bad turns, kind of changing it up. It's really hard to guess how that fight was going to end up going.
Turn 4 breaths and good turn order on the turn ones when she chose to heal more. Actually, were big deciders of that.
Yeah, and lots of herbs.
Mm-hmm.
So back to
GG.
DQ2. We got Star of Violence is level 2 on Nana and trying to get her most likely one more level.
Yeah, it looks like he's not too far behind here. Pop's heading over to Moonbrook Castle. In the original version, there's nothing really here except empty treasure and probably clues that if you didn't know how to proceed, that this is how you would know to get Ra's mirror to help the princess. But there are actually 2 stat seeds that are hidden here. The stat seeds are added in this version. There's an HP seed and an MP seed stored in the castle's basement. So you see Pop got to level 4 with the princess, and he's got this boggy spell, Infernos, really helpful for dealing with encounters in here as well as in the next dungeon. As I said, we're going to use it the entire run against practically everything, but
Yep, and Moonbrook Castle here is also the first possibility of the appearance of Metal Slime.
Oh, that's right, Metal Slime shows up here, yes.
Like how the person that doesn't actually like run DQ2 is the one who remembered that Metal Slime is here.
I have to
I
remember
also
when
always
I
forget. I only remember when I see him appear.
Unfortunately, Pop's getting a little bit of NPC trolling here. This spirit is standing in this passage and blocking him. It actually won't path up into the top room. Oh, there we go. Just monsters in the way.
Little did he know that little flame guy had a friend, and it was a Armorpeed.
No, it's fine.
Poor Mr. Armorpeed.
The real advantage of getting this Inferno spell now is that we can fight these encounters and continue to accumulate gold. As I said earlier, earning enough gold to purchase a steel sword, which is 1,500 gold, is going to be really helpful in this part of the run. So, fighting these encounters instead of running away from them is really helpful to getting a lot of gold here. So he's got the HP and NPC max rolls there for Prince Sama.
I wish I could have got a max roll on one of my MP seeds.
Yeah.
Just a 4-on-1 would have been nice.
Maybe, just a little. No, it's fine. He didn't need it.
Apparently.
Lots of MP
Popo knew he
Ferrario.
wouldn't need it.
Glad I rolled real healthy.
Barkover has passed the baton.
Oh yeah, I should.
Mamu.
Got the Mamu stream pulled up now. Starting Dragon Quest 2 with the cutscene here. Not too far behind.
Reminder that this game is 4 hours long, and this is the only break you get, the opening cutscene.
This is Dragon Quest 2 is the longest of the 3 games in the relay. As I said before, the difficulty can be very high, and lots of things can go wrong to cause setbacks, and some of them can be rather severe. With all 3 of these games dying to the final boss as pretty significant time loss, although it's probably the least bad in Dragon Quest 2. Also, there's a notable good luck thing that can happen that can save you a lot of time. Metal monsters, especially liquid metal slime, Hagure, will earn you 10,000 experience points. And since earning experience points is a huge part of finishing the game, that can save you a lot of time. It's about 10 minutes for each one that we successfully hunt. It's not very common that we find them, but seeing and defeating one in a run is actually not so bad. We use the same frame manipulation technique we discussed in Dragon Quest 1 to help us hunt them. If they stick around for at least 2 turns and do the technique correctly, then we can successfully defeat them reliably and collect our experience. But the technique doesn't stop them from running away, and it doesn't help them show up at all either. So
yeah.
I think I was just going to say, I think typically most runs will see and defeat no liquid metal slimes, although 1 is another common result. You can see 2 or more, though.
Yeah, and the time saved by them also depends a little bit on when you encounter them. They're most common in Rundarkia Cave near the end of the run, but if you can manage to get one earlier on, the time save can be even larger.
Having additional level ups, which improves your strength, your agility, and your MP, can all be really helpful in just taking a little bit of the pressure off some of the more dangerous sections of the game, especially that Rundarkia Cave.
Yeah, so, in DQ1, I mentioned a few cases where, like, knowing what an enemy's specific, like, HP or HP range is can be really useful, especially for, like, the Golem and the Dragon. In DQ2, knowing stuff like that is critical throughout the entire run. It's very much a game of margins.
You need to know those kinds of things everywhere to make these kinds of good decisions that these players need. All of the monsters that we face are extremely dangerous, no matter what kind of level that you face them at. So we come into most of these situations under-leveled compared to what the game expects from us, and we have to make smart, calculated risks every step of the way against every battle in order to make sure that we have enough resources to get through to the next place or even survive the battle that we're in right now.
It's interesting. So from like a casual RPG standpoint, whenever I play RPGs, before I got into like DQ speedrunning and stuff like that, I was very much typically a person who would just like, I'm going to attack things, I'm going to use as few resources as possible, and then I'll just rely on my healer to heal up after fight. But it's really interesting. So Diener was talking about the sleep spell that you get at level 2 on Princess Nana, Princess Moonbrook, and DQ2 is also very much a game where being proactive in combat is typically, in addition to being faster and safer, just less resource intensive. It's way cheaper to cast a sleep spell than it is to cast even one heal spell, much less healing multiple party members. So
Right. So the Cannock's heal spell costs 3 MP, Moonbrook's heal more spell is 5, but a sleep spell, which can sleep multiple enemies and prevent them from hurting you at all, costs only 2 MP, or later, even less when we get the hat. Or Sama's Gira spell, Fireball, takes only 2 MP and can be used to kill an otherwise dangerous enemy that would attack you and then require healing to be safe. Even the Inferno spell, which costs 4 MP, can be very efficient at dealing with encounters to make sure you don't take additional damage before you're ready.
Yep.
Pop's almost done this section. He's working through the Wind Tower. You saw him pick up the cape, the Wind Mantle. He's also grabbed one of these prayer rings at the top of the tower. It's a very, very valuable item that we will use much later. We're going to hang on to these for now. Prayer rings are items in Dragon Quest that can be used to recover the user's MP, and they can be used as many times as you want to recover approximately 10 to 30 MP, somewhere in that neighborhood, except with one little catch. Each time you use it, it has a chance of breaking. It's about 10%, 12% in this game, something along those lines. And once it breaks, poof, it's gone. It doesn't come back. So you have some runs, some nights where your rings seem like they're indestructible and you get lots of uses out of them and it's totally fine. There are other runs, as soon as you touch these things, they disappear. So they're going to be extremely helpful for facilitating leveling up at the end of the game. So as much as possible, we're just going to hold on to these things and not use them unless it's a real emergency.
Yeah, and in particular in DQ2, you get 4 of them throughout the run, and you really want to save 2 for the final boss. So you've got 2 to kind of lean on when you need them. As Diener said, you want to save them for the final grind as much as possible, but there's a couple points throughout the dungeons that they progress through where they might need to use the ring once or twice, and they're going to be holding their breath every time they do that.
Yeah, it's always scary. The Undersea Cave is a common place where you might see them. Sometimes in Rundarkia, if it's going to mean the difference between maybe making it through and not, you will at least give it a shot. I've had instances, though, even as early as the part that pops in here, working his way through the Dragon Horns. If you've got a lot of deadly encounters, you can spend a lot of your MP just trying to get through there. And talking it over with him, I think using the ring there is actually a lot safer than just trusting your run luck. When you fail to run away from monsters in this game, every single monster will take an action, and the monsters are extremely strong in this game. So failing to run even twice, even once in some encounters, can be very, very deadly. And your run rate is only 50% for your first 2 attempts, 75% for your 3rd attempt, and even then, well, beyond that, it's what, 7/8, but it's never guaranteed. But I don't know that we ever really get that far in Dragon Quest II unless the monsters are harmless.
I was gonna say, if you even make it to the 3rd run, you're pretty lucky to not already just be back in town with 2 dead people.
Is Mr. Shaman only attacking you instead of casting Firebane? Well, maybe, but what are you doing running from him anyway?
Yeah, you can run into cases sometimes where, like, you get that 3rd try run or something, and you have 1 character left alive, and, like, maybe it's enough to make it to the next town and revive somebody.
You're
Here's
really...
a metal slime trap encounter.
Yeah, the metal slimes will show up here with other monsters, but as I said, these other monsters are really strong. If you ignore them and go after that metal slime, then you're in for a big risk when those man-eating plants spew poison, or the sweet breath, the sleep breath. Pop made sure to deal with them first, as you saw, because of how powerful the sweet breath is. It's an area of effect attack that's basically like the sleep spell on your party, and it's not uncommon to be hit by sweet breath and have your whole party fall asleep and be in for a lot of trouble. But fortunately, those things are slow. Pop knows that, and he's going after them early in those fights to make sure that they don't become a problem.
Another metal slime just taunting him.
Oh, we didn't see a single medal in DQ1, did we? That's disappointing.
Pop saw one, but it got away.
Did he?
Yeah.
I think on his 2nd trip.
He's done one to that metal slime, so it sticks around.
He's gone, unfortunately. So Pop, you'll see he's using some of the medical herbs here. Of course, he wants to be conscious about his resources, his MP management through this section. Mamu taking some serious damage here from these big rats. A lot of failed flee attempts, but careful use of the medical herb. He's almost through.
The one thing that's interesting about the metal slimes is that in DQ1 the manipulation is pretty straightforward because you only have 1 character, but in DQ2 you have a couple different types of attacks, and it sort of changes the manipulation, and you have to pay attention to, like, turn order and who's actually attacking on a given turn, and it's a little bit more complicated. So... Right.
So how the manipulation works has to do with how many frames, even or odd, the animation of the attack actually is. So some of the weapons animate differently than others, so knowing which weapons require a continuous versus alternating manipulation technique, we call it. Also, in most cases, for the 3rd character, you actually have to invert it in this game, too.
And to go back to DQ1, because he mentioned where some of them are different. Well, technically in DQ1 it is too. Roto's sword is continuous in both games, but why are you fighting metals with Roto's sword?
Yes.
In DQ1?
It uses the same animation as the Thunder Sword in this version, which is a thing we have to pay attention to if we're looking for Hagure and Rundarkia. You have to adjust your technique accordingly if you have Roto or the Thunder Sword equipped. Roto Sword in Dragon Quest II, unfortunately, is no more powerful than it was in Dragon Quest I, which is to say, not very good in Dragon Quest II. In fact, it is totally not worth getting, and we won't get it.
Yeah, they're so kind as to put the continent from DQ1 into this game. We are so kind as to never, ever be on its surface.
Yeah, technically speaking, we go to the shrine very briefly to get the helmet, but we don't actually go to the Alifgard continent, even though it is the Dragon Quest I continent is in the Dragon Quest II game world. We actually have no reason to go there at all, so we don't. Pop working his way up the Dragonhorn towers here, being careful with his MP. Looks like he's near the top and still has pretty good MP, so he should be okay.
Safely navigating the Medusa balls.
Yeah, there's a 4x Medusa ball encounter. He's using Stop Spell this time for the 4 Medusa balls. He wants to watch out for Sleep Spell. They have sleep, and that's very powerful right now at this point in the game. So that's defense, which also is not really great, but isn't as bad at this part of the game. Our armor isn't fantastic, so Since defense lowers a percentage of your defense power, it'll be a big deal when our defense power gets very high, especially on lore in the front. Oh, antidote airdrop. Not especially helpful. So
You just use it to make it come out of his inventory?
I think so.
That's awesome.
So he's jumped off the top of the tower here. When we have the wind mantle equipped that we got from the wind tower, it takes us safely across to the other side. He's come back here in the north tower to get another special item here, the Dew's Yarn. This is going to get used to make the water flying clothes, a very special suit of armor. It's one of the best, most valuable pieces of armor that we have in the game. Unfortunately, we can't use the trick to get 2 suits of water flying clothes in this version. We're limited to 1. The princess will wear it for most of the run, but there's a couple of times we'll move it over to Prince Sama when he becomes really important. But for now, looks like he's going to fight his way through there. He's got enough MP for 1 more Boggy or Infernos or 2 more sleep spells on the princess, so that should be enough to get him safely to the next town, but it is getting a little bit closer. He's got plenty of MP on the Prince Sama to keep healing, so looks like he'll be
okay. Keeping in mind here is his gold value. Because when you get to this town, it's the first opportunity you have to buy the Clothes of Hiding, which give you they add to your evasion rate or your dodge rate, and it's a very useful piece of equipment. It's generally recommended to get it in this town before moving forward, and so you hope you have enough gold. Otherwise, you might have to come back out and fight a couple extra encounters to afford it. You can move on without it, but it's quite risky and not usually done.
Even without the evasion effect, just the defense value is substantially better than the regular clothes, and it's going to play a big role in helping the princess survive the devil priest fight. Actually, Pop has exactly enough gold to purchase the Clothes Hiding, which is good because he has a few extra things that he can sell. The old clothes sell for about 20 gold, and the princess's stick can be sold for another 15 or something. Saving the game here. This is just a precautionary measure. This gremlin fight that he's got to take here in town can be a little bit trolly. I've been killed maybe 2 or 3 times in a row by it before. You're really not supposed to lose very often, but that happens from time to time.
Picks Clothes of Hiding for Princess Nana and sells the chain sickle on Sama, or is that something else? I didn't see what he sold on Sama. It was a chain something.
It must have been the chain sickle. Looks like he re-equipped the copper sword. I have actually never seen this before. I need to look at that again more carefully.
If you equip the copper sword, it's probably because of exactly where his money is. He's at the point where selling the sickle isn't off.
He had enough. He was exactly at enough.
And his weapon for Prince Sama really won't matter in the ocean. He's still going to be able to contribute enough to finish slugs off.
Shout out to this little girl who drags us all the way over here when we need to go back for a string seed, by the way.
She didn't
really
know.
Appreciate that.
It's hidden really well. See, there's no actual. There we go. String seed. It's gonna hold on to the string seed. We're not going to be as picky about the rolls that we get in Dragon Quest 2 as we are in Dragon Quest 1, but we are going to want to scum them a little bit to make sure we don't get a pair of 1s.
And in particular, the agility seeds later are also
we're actually
factor.
We're actually going to pay a lot more attention to those. So, Popsan, Team Gomechan's got the boat in Dragon Quest 2. Now with the boat, a lot of the game opens up, and we're pretty much free to go wherever we want. So what we're going to do is we're going to travel around and get a lot of really cool pieces of armor, as well as all of the keys that we're going to need. There are 4 different quest item keys that we need to open various locked doors. So we're going to get all those so that we have access to all the different rooms in the game that we need to. And like I said, we're going to get some very special pieces of armor for Prince Loreja here in the front. And we talked about a party order mattering for who gets targeted, since Prince Lore is going to get targeted a little bit more. Equipping this heavy-duty armor is going to really increase our party survivability moving into some of the more dangerous sections of the game.
So it's sort of an interesting part of the game too, because speaking for myself, when I played this game casually for the first time, this part was where I started really not enjoying DQ2. You get the boat and there's no indication of like what to do or where to go, and it's very easy to run into enemies that you should not be fighting.
They really cut you loose in a wide open world filled with really dangerous monsters if you go the wrong way and don't know that, oh gee, maybe I should come back here later. It's really terrifying. I think that there is a certain expectation when you play the game casually that you'll do a certain degree of exploring and build up your levels naturally. Oh, we don't have time to do that in a speedrun. We got to go directly into the lion's den, so to speak, and just fight these dangerous enemies like at very low levels. But like I said, we're armed with a ton of game knowledge. That's our most valuable resource, knowing the ins and outs of what the monsters are weak against, and how dangerous they are, to build our game plans for each of these different random encounters, each of which is very dangerous.
So Pop picking up the gold key hidden on the ground here. It's interesting in that there are three, well, actually 4 keys, but there are 3 main keys used in DQ2. There's the silver key, the gold key, and the jailer's key. And then there's the Watergate key, which is more of a story item.
That's a one-time kind of thing.
Yeah. It's interesting in that you actually end up getting the silver key, which is expected to be the first one, last. So the gold key is the first one that's picked up here, and you really do need each key because, unlike later DQ games, the final key does not unlock all doors underneath it. The silver key unlocks the silver door. The gold key unlocks the gold door. Jailer key unlocks the jail door. So.
And I found it the hard way when you forget to get the silver key. What happens?
Haven't made that mistake yet. Keyword yet.
You find out pretty quickly when you try and go do the Devil Priest because you can't open that door.
At least it's not that far away.
No, it's not that bad.
Just a trudge.
You just get guaranteed runs from everything, sure. It's not that bad. Star up here in the top right. Actually, pretty close behind here. He's already defeated the gremlins. He'll be getting his boat. Pop stopped here back at Laurasia Castle in the treasury. He picked up some gold, some more stat seeds, and Roto's token, which we saw in Dragon Quest 1. We won't use it to make the rainbow drop. We're just going to show it to some guy, and he's going to let us have a cool helmet. So that's what we're going to go do next. You'll see him sail through the ocean here. As you see, as he gets away from any of the actual physical landmarks, the entire screen is just totally blue. So he's actually counting where he is. Usually the guide we use is the animation of the ship bobbing up and down. This lets him know where he is in the ocean, helps him avoid different parts of the ocean that actually have different encounters. As you can see, he stopped to get a battle here instead of moving directly to the shrine. That's because the area directly near the shrine has more dangerous ocean enemies like gargoyles and vampirus, whereas over here it has the regular things like Medusa balls, sea slugs, and jellyfish, which are really helpful to fight here. We need 2,000 gold to get the jailer's key, so we do need to fight some ocean enemies here to get enough cash for that. He should have no problems now. We get about a half of the gold we need in the treasury, but the other half we got to come up with on our own.
And you do a lot of sailing in this game. It's really common. So the ocean enemies are probably like the single most common enemy that you fight throughout the run. Not necessarily like the most important in terms of like survivability, because you fight them till pretty late in the game. But clearing them quickly and efficiently it's really important because you fight so many of them. You do so much sailing around.
That's definitely true. And the number of encounters that they're in, it's the same few monsters, but the possible different combinations of formations really are all different and need to be handled a little bit differently for maximum efficiency. So even though we spend a lot of time out here fighting these guys, it's always a little bit different. You always got to stay on your toes. Each of these different groups requires different approaches. Pop stopping here at the World Tree. This is a very important landmark. So we can search on that tile, that forest tile, and get a world tree leaf. We can always come back here and search for a world tree leaf as long as we don't have one. If we have one in our inventory, we are not allowed to carry more than one. But if we don't have one, we can always get another one. And the world tree leaf can be used one time to revive one person one time. It's very, very valuable because the monsters in this game are extremely dangerous, but accidents can happen all the time. But generally speaking, this is to be used as a sort of a get out of danger one time kind of thing.
Right, and in particular, you're not really going to have any other way of reviving characters except at a priest until the very end of the game.
Very late in the game. And as I said before, having our full party is going to be really important to going through certain encounters. So if we do get halfway through a dungeon and lose someone, then we're going to need to use this leaf to revive them. That's what it's for if, things go wrong. But it's also going to mean investing the time to go and get another one, which is not trivial.
Yeah, so Xcodes is asking about the Goopies or the Mad Hands that Pop ran into, and they're not that late game in this. The encounters in the World Tree area in general are quite strong at this level. There are Blood Hands that you can run into.
Yeah, there's a stronger version, the red sprited Mud Hands, the Blood Hands. Cave. Yeah, they'll show up in the Tepa region as well. Ton. So Pop's grabbed his Jailer's Key. The secret item in the item store is the Jailer's Key. Oh, the little girl. He's got to go around here. He's used the Jailer's Key also to talk to the guy, Raj Fastfingers, trying to tunnel his way out of prison or something. He coughs up the Watergate key that we need to use in Tepa. That'll help us unlock another dungeon. So we also earlier we showed the token to that guy to get Roto's helmet and equip that on the Prince of Florasia. It's his best helmet that we're going to get in the entire game, so he's going to put it on and never take it off. We also grabbed the first of 5 seals that we need. There are 5 different crests that are hidden in the world. We need to collect all 5 of these in order to get a special item, Rubus's Charm, which is necessary to unlock the final dungeon.
Dark. A 3 and then a 1 on his Shrink Seed.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's sort of interesting in DQ2. So, we were talking earlier about how when you have game knowledge and in a speedrun standpoint, you kind of just jump into the lion's den, as it were, and you kind of go through these areas that you're quite under-leveled for, but to sort of counterbalance that a little bit, your gear at most places is actually pretty good. You know what the good pieces of equipment are, you know how to get some of the Roto's equipment, like the helmet, really early on, and
this right here as well, we're acquiring Roto's shield, which is Lord's best shield in the game, right off the bat too, and that's exactly why we're going through the trouble of doing this. Going to some of the places and fighting some of the things that we fight just isn't going to be possible unless we have good equipment. So getting our hands on this stuff really early on is like the only way to progress safely.
Hex code. So in DQ3, the Goopies will summon Grand Titans, at least in SFC. I don't know I think it's the same in NES. But in SFC, we're not going to be doing any grinding once we get to that point. We're not going to be going for... The runners aren't going to be going for Metal Babbles or anything like that. They'll fight them if they happen to show up, but it's not.
Yeah, in fact,
to seek out.
In fact, trying to formulate our strategy so that we limit the opportunities the Mud Hands have to summon those Granite Titans as Goopies is actually really critical to getting through the Dark World efficiently. Those Mud Hand formations are really... Some of them can be really annoying. Oh no, I just remembered that awful one with the salamanders and the Goopies. Oh god. Star sailing around here. He's lost Princess to some monster here in the ocean, but no, not to worry. He's made his way over here to the World Tree. He'll just force feed her a leaf. She'll come back to life, and he'll grab another.
Yeah, exactly. X-Codes. The grind will stop after by kill, but there's still a lot of random encounters that are fought for like incidental XP as DQ3 continues.
The gusts being... Oh no, he's going to wind out here.
Ew.
So
That's
as we were saying
really-
earlier, the encounters in the World Tree area
That's really
are very
unfortunate.
dangerous.
I wonder if he resets here. He did just save it before when he
Yeah.
came to...
I think he's just gonna try and go get his boot and push.
He might
Still has a leaf.
he might readjust his route a little bit. He might adjust the sequencing here. It looks like he's going to stop at he's going to stop here and get Roto's shield at least. He might be looking to get the silver key. He might also stop at Osterfair and get Gaia's armor as well. We'll be interested to see how it sort of shakes out.
One of the really fun things about DQ2 is, depending upon when things happen, you can just adjust.
Yeah, it's especially important to be flexible when things go wrong, especially because of how many things can possibly go wrong. Dragon Quest III is also especially like that. That game is even more out of control with some of the things that can fly your way, and having a plan for all of these different things is. Oh! I know what he's doing here. He's saving in. This is really smart. He's saving in Cannock, and his boat is going to come back to.
Because now he'll use a... No?
He needs to use a wing to get the boat back, but it'll be on the north side again. And he'll be able to get back up here. He should probably use the leaf that he's got as well, though.
Hang. I think he's just going to go to the priest. Revive Nana at the priest, and then leave Conan. Save you some money.
Yeah. So Clark, we'll explain the DQ3 characters a little bit later. We don't use the pre-made characters, but there really is one optimal party composition. There's a couple of optional compositions that people have done runs of. A cleric route, and
the cleric route is fairly comparable, but is generally more difficult than the thief route.
Kill cut route.
That's actually just not marathon safe.
Oh no!
But yeah, all these runners will be using one standard party composition, and we'll go into that detail.
The Vampirus pops up. Okay, he got away from that dangerous battle. Yeah, we'll be starting with Mage, Thief, and Warrior, and switching to the Thief to a Sage and Mage to another Warrior. But we'll get to Dragon Quest III when it's time for Dragon Quest III in about 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 45 minutes, for lucky. All right, so Popster covered all the different keys. He went through that Silver Key Cave. Really kind of boring. We didn't talk about it much. The monsters are all guaranteed run because our level's very high. So you see Pop walking through this, the barrier tiles here. We're going to recover 2 treasure chests. There's another prayer ring as well as the magic loom. The second item we need to get the water flying clothes. So that's very important. We won't be able to get that just yet, but we are going to get it pretty soon. So we want, again, we're looking to get, our levels are low, but we want to get good gear. So getting the water flying clothes early is important. So Pop takes exactly 7 points of damage each half tile he takes here on these barriers, and he's got the whole thing routed and practiced out so that he takes the exact same number of steps and stops and heals the exact people at exactly the same time.
He is fearless on these things, man. It is so crazy.
I'm always so... I feel like he knows, like I said, he's actually, and Star sent me his guide for it, but it's exactly the number of steps to take, exactly use the spell on this person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always consistent if you do it that way.
And he doesn't do the half step.
There's some half steps that he does skip. Yeah, there are a few that you can take. The half stepping technique actually dodges that barrier damage for the half tile, for the character taking that particular half tile, I should say. So when it's time for that character to move on the corner that you half tiled on, they won't take damage. All right, so Pop's made his way back here. He's healed up and he's saving the game. We're going to go fight the Devil Priest that's in the basement of Middenhall Castle. If anybody remembers Dragon Warrior 2, you defeat this guy and he gets you a Staff of Thunder, which can be quite handy to use, but also sells for lots of gold. We won't be able to acquire multiple Staffs of Thunder, but one Staff of Thunder is still very good, very valuable. The only catch here in this version, though, is that he's not a Mad Clown that casts Firebane. He's actually the much more powerful Mace Master, the Devil Priest, casts Explode It, among other things. This is an extremely dangerous battle, which is why we saved it ahead of time. This is a very sketchy battle that's going to require us having to hit Stop Spell and Surround before we can even survive, really. Explode It does up to 65 points of damage. It looks like he started off with Stop Spell, but it looks like his defense power got lowered, which can make this a little bit sketchier.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got Stop Spell and Surround in place with Stop Spell. The Devil Priest is only going to attack, and it's gonna half of his attacks are going to miss because of Surround. Oh, nice critical hit, very big. He's attacking with magic from time to time as well, but the magic doesn't always hit. So that critical hit is a big damage boost.
Yeah,
getting some good dodges. Things are looking pretty good here.
One thing that's really important to know about, and maybe we should have said this sooner, but about following DQ2 is, if you're not used to like the language or anything, is that if you see a spell animation, it means that it's hit. So if you see like the purple bubbles above an enemy, it means sleep hit. If you see the little cloud, it means that surround hit.
That's a really good way of following what's going on. The pink bubbles for sleep, knowing which enemies are asleep, is a really important way of keeping track of it. So you see the sleep spell get cast and you start seeing lots of things fall asleep. That's really good. And then when you see like spell sleep 1 out of 4 dragons, then you know, uh-oh, get ready for the fire breath.
Right.
So Pop doing the Devil Priest there. First try, no problem. He's gonna move on to the next part of the game. He's collected the Thunder Staff as well as a hidden agility seed in that room. And he's making his way down to this shrine that's going to take him to Osterfair.
We're not going to have the Thunder Staff for too long, but it will be nice to have during the period that they do have it. It will be used as an item in combat for some extra AoE damage on certain encounters.
Yeah, I imagine... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I imagine since Pop still has his World Tree Leaf, he's going to journey from... Osterfair, Durkendal, it's the Japanese name for it, directly from here to Tepa. So he'll use the Thunder Staff in that part. If he wanted to recover a leaf and do his shopping early, he'd actually sell it pretty soon.
Right.
At the very least, we'll use it for the Killer Tiger and some ocean battles, which it's really good for getting rid of those jellyfish.
Yep.
So here we're going to do the Osterfair challenge, the little duel here with the Killer Tiger. This is something we're just going to hit with Surround, and its accuracy is going to fall, and it's going to be pretty easy to defeat. I'm going to preemptively heal the princess, though, just in case she gets hit like that.
And the point of doing this is to get the Moon Fragment, correct?
The Moon Crest.
Moon Crest.
Yeah, the Moon Fragment's actually a different item that we get in the other tower. But yeah, this is the Moon Crest. One of those 5 crests I talked about earlier. So this is the second one we're getting. We got the Sun Crest and the Lum Shrine, and this is the Moon Crest. Pop's also going to save the game here. This is where he's going to look to use some of those agility seeds on the princess. As I talked about before, she's the fastest character we have, and it's really important that she goes early in battle. So we're going to give her these agility seeds and make sure she gets good values on them. 3 and 3 is the best, so he's definitely happy about that, and he'll move on from there. Quick rest up at the inn before he moves on. We'll look around at the rest of the runners really quickly. Star looks like he's managed to get himself back on the rails after his little unfortunate incident with the gusts there. That was really sad, because usually losing one person there next to the World Tree is like, oh, well, whatever, I don't care. But
going for a silver key now.
Losing 2 people and falling asleep is not a good thing. So yeah, he's made it over here in the Silver Key Cave. The monsters are low level, so he'll just run away from everything, and will be no problem. Then Mamu up in the top left, working through the wind tower, be grabbing the prayer ring at the top very soon and moving on to the next section. Probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes out from getting the ship.
Yeah, Mamu's been doing really well. We haven't sort of glossing over his run a little bit because there's so much new stuff going on Pop and Star, but Mamu's had a very solid start. He had a really good Princess Nana time, and he's definitely not losing time in the segment. So
no, everything's moving smoothly there. Something you may notice, it's somewhat difficult to tell sometimes exactly how ahead or behind a particular runner can be as far as the pacing for this particular run is concerned. If you're ever concerned, just look at the level of like lore, the character in the front. Whoever's level is the highest is generally the closest to the ultimate goal at the end. So even if certain sections take longer because you get lots of battles and you have to fight lots of stuff, you're accumulating lots of gold and lots of experience that is all helping you in the long run anyway. So
yeah, it's tough to sort of evaluate that as you play through this because obviously the later game monsters are like more efficient to fight and to grind on. They're worth more XP for the effort it takes to kill them and the time it takes to kill them, but at the same time, as Steiner said, ultimately any XP adds up towards that final goal.
Yep.
And so Pop is now sailing up the river towards Tepa. And
this
you want
journey
to talk a little bit about the
This is, in my opinion, one of the first major ramp ups in difficulty where you really need to have your encounter knowledge optimized here because every single battle is extremely dangerous. And here's a very powerful shaman that can cast that Firebane spell. Look at that. Does tons of damage to everybody all at once. Princess barely surviving that. It actually does up to 45 damage to her, meaning even though she's at 40 health, which is her max, she might die to that in just one hit. We're going through, let me point that out, we're going through a region where there's a monster that can cast a spell that can kill one of our party members in one hit. Yeah. This is not an area we're supposed to really realistically be at this level, but with careful use of the status effects we have and, good decision making about making the most of what we have and taking calculated risks, we give ourselves a great chance of getting through here in one piece. We've also been really sure to make sure we come with a World Tree Leaf before we come here because lots of things can go wrong. Those shamans can cast Firebane, the headhunters can gang up on Nana and she'll die very easily. So we want to keep that leaf to keep everybody alive, keep moving forward towards the next town. Recovering a World Tree Leaf is actually going to be rather easy in this section, so using one is not a big deal.
And there's also this one little section up here on the top left of this region that's actually in a lower level encounter area. It's in the desert kind of area region when they were walking to the dragon horns.
Yeah, the same region that Mamu is actually in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And we see that last little area where Pop started to do a little shimmy. That is the line where that area disappears. And you go back to... Oh, speaking of Blood Hands.
This big, ugly fight here. Looks like he's opted for sleep on the Blood Hands because it's the biggest group, but he only got one.
He only gets one anyway.
He's in a lot of trouble here. He's decided to try and run for it. Okay, he's out of there. Running is never the option you want to pick, but sometimes it's your best bet. The risking your life on a coin flip in this game, yes, sometimes is the right call.
And if it gets to that call, you're probably like crying because everything is terrible.
You've gone through every possible other option you can think of, and you've decided, no, everything is terrible, and my best bet's to try and bail on this. It's never a good feeling, but looks like it worked out okay there. Pop made it through. Everybody's alive, and we've made it here to Tepa. This guy, Uncle Water Flying Clothes, he's going to make his namesake for us, the Water Flying Clothes. We drop off the loom and the yarn.
And the tin charms? Get those here?
He hasn't shopped yet, so he may wait. He's going to want to buy a more powerful weapon later. Well, 2 more powerful weapons later, and he may want more gold to try and keep that. We'll see what he decides to do.
He's getting one.
He might just get one for the princess. That's really no, he's getting one for lore. Selling leather armor. Oh, he decided to keep that and sell it instead of tossing it when he got Gaia, like I like to do. Looks like he's going to go ahead and buy 3 Tin Charms. I wonder if he's just committing already to Big Hammer.
He has to be at this point.
So, I'll go ahead. We're going to be purchasing some new weapons with the gold we get from selling the Thunder Staff. It gives us 19,500. We're going to spend 16,000 on a light sword, which Prince Cannot can equip in this version. It's really strong, and way better than his previous best weapon in the original version, which is Iron Spear, which is not very good. Anyway, Sword of Light's really good. It's actually going to make Prince Sama a comparable damage dealer to Prince Lore for a few levels here. Once Lore gets going again on his levels, he's going to start getting much higher strength value again, and then when we get the Thunder Sword, he's going to be doing tons and tons of damage. But
oh, goodbye, Conan.
Oh, a pop in the Osterfair region. That's unfortunate. Oof. Really getting roughed up. Looks like he's going to go ahead and leave, and he's making his way to the World Tree in this part of the game anyway. So
the chance of you even getting a fight on this island is so low.
It is quite low, but they're the same monsters as in the Tepa region. They're very strong. Looks like, oh, he's trying to turn around, but he got another fight.
Oh my! Oh god!
This is so bad.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh, he's gonna wipe out. But
okay, goodbye.
He doesn't have much gold, and he's just gonna get sent right back here to Durkendal, right? So it's not that bad.
He doesn't have the money to revive, though.
Oh, that's true.
And those 10 charms stopped him from falling asleep.
Okay, hold on. Oh wow.
Does he sell the staff now? Like,
I'm interested to see. I think he has enough to revive the princess. No, he's checking his gold now, so he's trying.
Yeah.
He must be.
He can revive one of them.
He must be trying to figure it out.
Sell the moon knife?
Possible.
You can sell the moon knife.
Maybe he'll decide to go without Prince Sama for a bit. No, he's revived Prince Sama. He must be trying to sell something here. Yeah, he's gonna wait for this guy to move out of the way, but this guy's really rude.
The true final boss.
NPC,
I've seen you sit there for like 40-50 seconds to that guy before.
Oh, he's gone ahead and sold his weapon now. He sold his steel sword. Okay.
That's interesting.
We're buying a new weapon soon. Okay, so I didn't quite cover this, but so we're gonna buy the light sword that costs 16,000 gold. We're also gonna buy a new weapon for Prince Lore. We're either gonna spend 4,000 on a giant hammer or 8,000 on a dragon killer sword. Now, buying the dragon killer sword is stronger and it's better overall. I really like the dragon killer route, but Big Hammer is also a pretty strong weapon, and basically all of the same strategies will work. But your kill rate on certain enemies, especially things like Vampirus and the Full Moon Tower, is going to go down quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's why we were talking. I brought up when he was in Tepa the Tin Charms. The Tin Charms, an accessory that you can buy, and you don't even need to equip it. You just have to hold it in your inventory. But it reduces the chance of you being hit with sleep and stop spell, I think.
Yes.
And so it's a very important accessory to get on your characters. Certain enemies can drop them. I think there's an enemy around the dragon horns, maybe one of the
wizard
kind of guys.
Yeah.
That can drop the Tin Charm. Pop didn't get any of those drops. I didn't see if anybody else did, but if you don't, then you just buy them. And so Pop chose to buy 3 of them in Tepa, which is what we were talking about when we said back then that he was committing to the Big Hammer route, most likely. So
yeah. So he spent his money early instead of trying to get enough money to see if he was going to have enough money for the Dragon Killer. He decided, you know what, I'm not going to have enough money. I'll just get these Tin Charms, which I'm going to want anyway. I'll just get them now. And I would like to point out that it reduces the effectiveness of the sleep and stop spell effects like dramatically. It's to the point where it's like 5% success rate when you're holding these things. It's practically like completely makes them pointless. In fact, kind of those effects you kind of want to see enemies use the sleep spell, because then it's probably not going to do anything. The caveat, though, is that the sweet breath effect that monsters like the slugs have do not count for this and will still affect you very readily. And
Manowar Sleep Touch, too.
yeah, I think Silver Devil's probably the worst offender of that at this point that we're going to run into, like where it's actually a big deal. Like if we fall asleep to slugs at this point, it's more of a nuisance than really any real danger. But Silver Devils later are really strong. And they have sweet breath. So yeah, Pop's got 20,000 gold, which is going to get 4,000 for Big Hammer and 16,000 for Sword of Light Hikari no Tsurugi.
Wow. So Star got a first turn Ionazun, float it from the Devil Priest and with Stop Spell, but he landed Stop Spell and Surround on the second turn.
Yeah, so if he gets hit by Explode It in the first turn and doesn't hit Stop Spell, he really is all in on both Stop Spell and Surround. Surround's actually guaranteed, but you don't want to use it if he's not Stop Spell, because Explode It will guaranteed kill the princess if she's not defending.
At the time, it'll still kill Conan anyway.
Yeah, well, the exact odds are like 25% or so. It depends exactly on what your HP seed rolls are, but it's 45 to 65 is the damage range for Ionazun. Explode It. And we don't have any way of reducing that damage right now. Looks like Star clearing the Devil Priest. 118, not too bad. 25%.
25%.
Something along those lines. It's probably maybe a little less than that, but it's not good.
Big Hammer out is fun. It's gonna make it forces your hand into a certain little strategy. We'll see an Undersea Cave, and I'll talk more when he actually gets there.
Yeah,
that I think is amusing. It's not really that much weaker than Dragon Giller. But it's enough that it can matter in a few situations.
When I go through, when I personally go through Undersea Cave, I actually move the Light Sword to lore no matter what anyway, even if I have a Dragon.
You really should. I don't have. I do about half the time.
And I think there are a few corner cases, especially with Gold Orc's healing, that it's actually really, really helpful to have that extra strength power, that extra boost. But we'll get there when we get there. We're not quite at the Undersea Cave yet. Let's see. Pop's finishing up his section here, his Tepa section, which is going to end up here in Baran, where he's going to save. This is going to be sort of our quest hub, so to speak, for a while.
Mamu's trying so hard to find an encounter before he goes into the danger zone.
Yeah. So after getting an encounter, your depletion sets to a different value. So hopefully what he's doing here before moving to the town of Zahan here, which has very, very, very powerful ocean enemies near it, he's forced a battle on the edge of the encounter line where there are easier monsters, so that his chance of getting a battle up here is really low. Unfortunately, it took him a little bit longer to get a fight, but in the end, it's important to do this to make it safe if you haven't gotten an encounter in a while. And like I said in this section earlier, we need gold to afford the jailer's key, and those jellyfish and slugs are worth lots of cash. Medusa balls not so much, but...
So Pop's doing a reset here, so that's needed for triggering the water flying close. And it also gives a good opportunity to use this prayer ring that we were talking about earlier, because since you save and reset to trigger the water flying close side quest, if you break your prayer ring, you can simply just reload and try it again. In particular, the players really want to avoid using the inn in Baran. There's a side quest that happens there. If all three characters are alive and you use that inn, then Sama becomes ill and you need to go fetch a Leaf of the World Tree to bring him back. So they really want to avoid using that inn in most cases, and when they do use it, they'll usually intentionally kill off Princess Nana or a character to do the inn without triggering that side quest, and then you can revive the final character for getting their resources back. But using the prayer ring kind of avoids that in this case.
Yeah, so reviving using the priest will recover MP. So as a way of avoiding that little trigger, have the princess or somebody die, stay at the inn to recover 2 people, and then revive the 3rd person. So Pop saved the game and reset. That triggers the water flying close to finish. Uncle Water flying close won't be done until the next day, which doesn't happen until you reset the game. So that's why he saved and reset in Baran. This is going to be a good place to go to. The other places we need to go. But now he's got to work his way back to Tepa. Since we used the Watergate key, we've actually opened up another passage, a sailing route up the river to get back to Tepa, which is actually faster and safer, partly because the encounter rate is lower in the river, but the journey itself is actually shorter. And get back to Tepa. This Watergate key thing is also necessary to open that water passage to get our boat up there to a tower that's over there, the Full Moon Tower, which has another important quest item as well as another valuable prayer ring inside. So we definitely want to hit up the Full Moon Tower. That's what we're going to do now. We're going to go to Tepa, get the water flying close, and then work our way up into the Full Moon Tower.
Yep. And meanwhile, on Star Screen, he's defeated the Killer Tiger and getting his
no problems
agility
there.
seeds now. He also got hit on Princess Nana turn 1, just like Pop did. And
Yeah,
Mamu
and
is getting the Roto's helmet.
I really like strategies like that, and you'll see a lot of, well, maybe not a lot, but several instances of this in Dragon Quest II where we go to heal a character that's at full health because they might get hurt. Archdemons in particular, it's a very good strategy to open with heal more on the princess while you try and put the thing to sleep to give yourself an additional turn because of how powerful the Explode It spell still is.
Another thing you'll see them doing is if someone doesn't need to attack or whatever to end a fight, say, the lure swinging will kill something. You'll have Conan and Nana, even though they're faster and they can kill something faster, defend. That's in part because then, hey, you don't have to worry about everyone getting outsped and one of them getting chomped on. But also, if you get back attacked, they'll still be defending the next fight.
Mm-hmm. That's a very strange and useful mechanic that we take advantage of. If the next fight starts as an ambush, any character that was defending in the previous battle, their defend state is still preserved. While this doesn't show up in a lot of cases, it's actually really helpful for the final grind section. Another thing to note is that Prince Sama especially attacking things takes the same basically 3 seconds of enemy flashing animation as Lore does. So if his attack really isn't necessary to defeat something, parry is just the faster option, just straight up. There are a lot of instances where attacking or using certain abilities just isn't actually necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So, mind if I get in here for a few minutes for some plugs? Looks like we're at a...
Oh, please cut in.
Yeah, it looks like Pop's starting Moon Tower, but if memory serves, this is a rather long thing with not terribly much going on, but yeah.
It'll be quick. He'll just pick up 2 quest items, a couple of the defense seed, and... Oh, actually, there's 2 of them, but that's pretty much it.
Sounds good. Right, so yeah, so just so everybody knows what all this is for, this is the RPGs We Love Marathon, RPGs We Love 2 specifically, since this is the second annual speedrunning event hosted by the RPG Valkyrie. The purpose of this event is to raise funds for the Valkyries to head over to RPG Limit Break in order to, help out with that event. We've got a couple of Valkyries also participating in the event itself. Silverfire and Sparkover are going to be running Dragon Warrior Randomizer at RPG Limit Break, so, make sure to stay tuned for that one. That's going to be an exciting race. And yeah, this is basically going to cover hotel, airfare, incidentals, all that stuff for the Valkyries. Those are donations through Streamlabs, I should say. Any subs or bit donations that come through on the Twitch side are going to go towards the charity that the RPG Valkyries are themselves partnered with, called Take This. It's a charity focused on alleviating stigma and raising awareness of mental illness in the gaming community. It's a really great cause, and any support that we can throw either the Valkyries or that charity's way are very worthwhile in my opinion. So yeah. If you are looking forward to some of the upcoming runs, you might want to donate towards some of the incentives that are going on there. After this relay is going to be a Link to the Past randomizer race between Keishira and Tara and RPG Chick. They need some file names, first of all, for their characters. Keishira is able to take a Japanese name, and currently the leading Japanese name is Girubato, which is currently sitting at $7.77. Rin is another Japanese name at $5. We have no English names yet, so get a couple of those in. You can get those in cheap. Far more heated bid war in Link to the Past randomizer is for the sprites that are going to be used. Once again, it looks like the top 3 are going to be taken. Currently, there are 3 sprites with bids on them. Top one is Ultros at $132.98. You can tell Natara's been here. Popoi, or the Secret of Mana sprite, as you might more commonly know it if you don't know the canon name. That is currently sitting at $71.69. And there is also Sailor Moon, aka Usagi, at $25. There are so many sprites available in the Link to the Past randomizer in a wide range of awesome to goofy to strange to and then after that is going to be Final Fantasy Legend run by Omega Number. I'm going to just plug this real quick because this incentive is something that I am horribly curious about. It is called Everything is Melting %. It's at $20 of 75. Help us get that done. I want to know what is going on with that. It sounds terrible and amazing, so please get that filled out. All right, I'll hand it back to the commentators for this great race that's going on right now.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Just in time for Pop to get into like the worst encounter in the floor.
Vampirus.
I would say the tower, but he's got another floor of even worse.
I was gonna say there's a formation that's 2 Vampirus in separate formations combined with Gold Orc. I think that one's way worse.
Is there? There's gold. I've never ran into a gold orc in this tower.
Yeah.
I hope that it stays that way now.
There's plenty of Gold Orcs in here. Or I'm sorry, not Gold Orc, or King. No, it's Gold Orc. Or King is the blue one in Rundark. Yeah, I'm getting them mixed up now.
Why is everything?
Okay.
I can't see what's going on anymore.
Let's see. Pop's got his way down here. This is the Moon Fragment. That's the quest item we need to unlock the Undersea Cave Dungeon, which has a quest item that we need to unlock Rundarkia Cave Dungeon. So, big old fetch quest continues here. But he's also going to go for the prayer ring that's at the top. He really needs this too. So, there are some very scary monsters in the top floor, so he does not really want to run into them. Looks like he's okay. Pop's finished up.
Tell me, what happens if you die half a step in front of that chest?
I died actually... Was it the half tile actually on it where I got a battle? Like looking at it? Like I just have to press X? No, I died in the top floor of that tower, like literally looking at that treasure chest, and I revived my party members, and I walked all the way back up to the top of the tower to get that prayer ring. They're that valuable.
Mm-hmm.
It's... Like, the good news is, like I said, earning experience points from defeating the monsters in the Full Moon Tower. I really don't want to fight them, but I'm still getting XP, and that prayer ring is just too precious. We can't pass it up.
Unless you're Lavitz, in which case, your prayer ring's only going to get one use anyway.
Exactly. As soon as Nana touches them, they break. So there's no point. Christina just looks at things that can drop them, and they throw them at him and run away.
Yeah, well, so what you do is, on the way back to the Full Moon Tower, kill all the orcs you see along the way, and you collect all of their prayer rings.
Mind you, Star's been running this game for how long before me and you started playing it? And then you got one, and you're like, where did this come from? And he's like, I have zero clue. And then Pop's like, oh yeah, orc drops those. Star's like, what?
At 1 out of 128 chance, so less than 1% chance of fighting a monster that I probably shouldn't necessarily be fighting the Horks, but he showed up by himself outside of Durkendal, that spot that you don't really see in any battles. It's one Hork, and I was like, well, I'll fight this guy. He goes to sleep 85% of the time. He dies pretty easily. And suddenly I have an extra prayer ring, and I don't know where it came from.
We like to joke about Diener and DQ in general, just getting certain aspects of luck that just kind of go in his favor. You'll hear me talking about it, I'm sure, in DQ3 when he's playing.
Lately, everybody likes to remark about the poison needles being very successful, but in the reverse, lately, my prayer rings in Dragon Quest III, as soon as I hit the altar, they're gone. They don't stick around. As soon as I hit that bottom floor, right as I'm preparing for King Hydra, one after the other, they just disappear.
Yeah, your PB was pretty spicy.
4 in a row. I got a few uses out of them down to the basement, but as soon as I hit the basement, poof, 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 all gone. I was like, oh boy, guess we're doing Zoma with no MP. I had a little bit, but he just kept waving me every time as soon as I used buy kill. So mad. That run was still really fantastic, and I'm really proud of it, but Zoma's rough. We'll get to see plenty of Zoma tonight, though. End of the...
Oh yeah.
Probably
Great way to end a relay.
For now, though, we've got plenty of game to go. Dragon Quest 2's got to get finished up before we even get to Dragon Quest 3. Next up on Pop, who's Pop Stream in the bottom. Looks like he's okay as long as Nana gets to go here. Starfighting 4 headhunters. They have a 100% chance to go to sleep, but their initiative rate is quite high. As long as Princess goes, they all go to sleep, and he'll clear this fight quite easily. But
and that's why we want those agility seeds as high as possible.
If they end up going and all deciding to gang up on her and kill her before she gets to use sleep, though, you're in a lot of trouble. That can happen. Star, though, doing a good job there, clearing that headhunter battle. It's worth 300 experience, so that's a really good fight for this point in the game. All right, Pop here is leading, though. He's over here in the Lighthouse. Lighthouse is actually a little bit more of a downhill, kind of a coast part of the run. This is not as extremely dangerous as some of the other parts of the run. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still a few enemies here that can be very dangerous. The orange ghosts, the shinigamis, and the dragonfly groups, and the saber lions. The saber lions and shinigamis can actually score critical hits that can deal a lot of damage, and just like our critical hits, they ignore defense power, so even Lore, who has very good armor, can take lots of unexpected damage from those enemies, which is why you'll probably see the runners go after those particular enemies aggressively. The dragonflies have fire breath that one use isn't necessarily that strong, but they can come in groups of up to 4, and if we get lots of fire breath attacks on us at once, it can add up to a lot of damage.
Yeah,
but it is one of those. Dar's forced to run here.
It's all right. Looks like Star will drop the leaf just to give him a little bit extra breathing room in case he does get a battle, but he should be able to revive Conan here in Tepa. Good. He doesn't worry about using the leaf there. He'll pick up another one on the way back to Parapui, where we bought the Jailer's Key, where he's going to get the Sword of Light. So using a leaf there is totally acceptable. It's actually going to save him time because he doesn't have to listen to a revive jingle in the church. It's really going to be no extra time to get a leaf. Unless he gets a bunch of gusts that kill him on the island again. Well, hope that doesn't happen. So he'll drop off his stuff for water flying clothes, work his way back to Baron, and reset. Save the game and reset. Mamu up in the top left is actually making really good pace here. Looks to be, if this Devil Priest is first try, might be right around an hour 10 minutes, which is really good pace for race. That's as good as I could ever do.
Yeah, very solid so far.
Nice clean run so far from him, which is good. Getting Team Bears nice and caught up here.
And in the meantime, Pop's making his way through the lighthouse. As we were saying earlier, the lighthouse is kind of one of the few places in the run where you're kind of like at the level that you're expected to be.
Yeah, for the most part. Like the tools that we have and the danger level of the enemies that we're facing, it's not so bad. In fact, this is one of the more maybe more boring parts of the run to play, as it were.
Yeah.
That, like I said, not to say that some of these encounters still can't kill you, that some of these encounters aren't still about efficient handling, as far as time is concerned. You also don't want to run out of your MP completely. So you have to be a little bit conscious about how you spend your resources. But generally speaking, there isn't a whole lot that happens in this lighthouse. I should explain why we're here, actually. There's a life force nut that we're going to get and give to the princess. But our third crest is hidden in here. It's the star crest it's not quite at the top of the tower necessarily, but it's hidden in this tower. So we're gonna have to get that. Looking at this devil priest fight, looking okay so far.
Yeah, I think Mamu's got this.
Looking good so far. Playing very safely with lore here. Defending and healing with the princess. And princess took 39, unfortunately.
Oh, exact death.
Yeah. With the Cloak of Evasion, she has a decent chance of surviving a physical hit from Devil Priest, but it's not a guarantee. With the regular clothes, she dies to, I think, everything, no matter what the damage roll is. Oh, okay, good. The fight's clear. That's the best. That's what you really need to see. So that's the important part. 109 total time for Devil Priest is definitely good. So definitely keep an eye on Mamu as the rest of the race continues. See the gap closing a little bit if play continues to be that solid.
All right, let's see what it looks like. Pop had a 106 Devil Priest. I don't know what Star had because he doesn't have splits.
Devil Priest.
Does Mamu still have his leaf?
About 106. He may have used it in that fight. If he didn't, he may be opting to keep it and just revive in Durkandal and stay at an inn to do the Killer Tiger. And this way he can go directly to Tepa instead with his leaf. If he already used it, then obviously he already used it, and he's planning on going to the World Tree, I would assume, after Durkandal.
Yeah, that's really that's the key major point. There's really two main routes that you do, and it's more or less, do I need to go and get a leaf now, or do I get to continue?
Or do I already have one, and can I just go straight to Tepa? Yeah, there is that particular section that Mamu is starting here actually does have quite a bit of sort of divergence here, depending on it's not really about personal preference necessarily. It's about, well, what happened in that Devil Priest fight, kind of. You really probably don't want to do the Devil Priest fight without your leaf.
I think he doesn't have a leaf.
He's probably out it, which is fine. All right, Star's working his way back to Tepa. He'll get his water flying clothes and climb up the Full Moon Tower pretty soon.
Pop's lead's increasing a little bit, but not really too much. Star's still doing really well.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping pace here, doing a great job. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the run, but I can't stress it enough. This is an extremely difficult game that requires not only an immense amount of game knowledge and gutsy, calculated decision making that you're expected to do very quickly, but it can be a tough game to stay focused on and keep playing for 4 hours straight too, especially with so many things that can go wrong. I really appreciate that Star, even though he did wipe out next to the World Tree, which is a potentially really serious issue, he actually kept it together, decided okay, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to fix it, and came up with a plan to get everything back on the rails without losing too much time. That's a really big part of playing this run.
I would like to
it's
see
very easy and
Pop busting up the gremlins at the top of the lighthouse there. You have to defeat that gremlin battle, 4 gremlin battle to get the star crest. So he's got 3 out of the 5 crests. And we'll go up here and pick up the water crest really shortly too. The gremlin fight, the gremlins, they are always 4 of them, but they come in different formations sometimes. Sometimes it's all 4 of them together in one. Sometimes it's 2 and 2. I think you saw there it was 2, 1, and 1. There are actually a couple of formations that are actually glitched that can cause your game to soft lock if you don't select the correct group, or if one of your characters decides to attack one of the empty formations. But hopefully we're not going to see that. It is quite rare. I've actually only seen it once, and I soft locked my game and ripped my run, of course. But
yeah. So what I was starting to say is that it's really easy in DQRTA in general, and especially in DQ2, to run into a situation that you're forced to either like stop and think and lose time, or like make a decision that very well might be the wrong one, or just get into panic mode and end up bleeding time because you've made a wrong decision, or you could have done something else, and you kind of get in your own head a little bit. You start second guessing, should I have done this, should I have done that, and that's a really good games where you need to like think ahead.
And that's a really good point. That's the other aspect of it, not just the technical, like the actual playing of the game, but keeping your head straight, keeping your cool, even though things are potentially going on horribly around you. It's really not easy. So, especially in this game, Dragon Quest II, where small mistakes can punish you very severely sometimes because of how deadly the monsters are. Being able to, be like, okay, what did Pop say one time? Mistake or unlucky, as a player, being able to grow and understand, okay, this situation happened because I made a mistake, or this situation happened because I was unlucky, and just, call it that.
Mm-hmm.
So Pop fights those 2 Oswargs there, Bevels. They're quite easy to defeat, guaranteed sleep, unless you get back attacked in that fight. Generally a pretty easy fight to win there. You beat them up and you take the water crest, and that's 4 out of the 5 seals. Now the last one is in Rondarkia Cave, which we'll go to in just a few more minutes. But for now, Pop's done the lighthouse, he's retrieved the water crest, and now he's headed over to the undersea cave. This is
terrifying.
This is I'd say like maybe the 4th most dangerous part of the run, I would say, out of.
And what the other?
In my opinion, I would say Journey to Tepa is number 3. Number 2 is probably just like white ground endgame stuff, and then number 1, I think, actually Rondarkia Cave. The first time you go there, the first time you hit the 6th floor, if you've never killed Hagare yet, it's actually the most difficult thing. Trying to get to the shrine is so scary, so hard. It's such a struggle. I really think that's actually.
Yeah, especially if you're on the first try through and you don't like leave after getting the Thunder Sword and come back.
If your resources you think are manageable, try that. It's really tough. You have just barely enough to fight some of those encounters, and some of them you're at the mercy of Sleep Spell. I mean,
Killer Machine times Dragon.
Killer Machine 2 times Dragon shows up there, which is a reasonable fight if you're doing the Hargon grind. But at that level, Nana's initiative against dragons is not as high as you'd like it to be, right? So
it's initiative against Killer Machine.
It's really scary. I think that part's actually the hardest. Anyway, we're not quite there yet. We're here in the undersea cave. Starting off here on the first floor, Pop's going to work his way down. He's fighting these devil eyes, which are icky and can suck out your MP. He's opted to stop and put half of them to sleep here. Fight the rest of them, which is not bad. Looks like he's going to get a level up. Must be Conan 13. Yep.
This isn't randomizer. This is just SFC versions.
Yeah,
there are SFC versions of this in 1 though, or randomizer if 1 and 2 SFC.
Oh, Sleep Spell actually put someone to sleep.
please watch out for the randomized version of this game. I tried 1 seed, and I will never play it again. And my dad gave me a chest that was a poison trap, and I decided it's not worth it.
That's really
Here, son, take this. This is gonna help you start your journey. Dad, why am I bleeding out of every orifice?
One of the things that you're expected to do in this game casually is you're expected to get the Echo Flute, which is on a water tile. You have to trigger its appearance, and you have to pick it up. And you go into these areas, and you use the flute to determine if there's like a crest there or a key item. And in the randomizer, it's have no idea where things are, and a lot of hunting around.
Yeah, it's actually a much more useful tool sometimes to help narrow things down. Pop's moving down here to the 3rd floor of the undersea cave, and you see he's moved Prince Sama's weapon, the light sword, over to Lore, and this is going to really increase Lore's attack power to the max. This is in case he runs into more killer tigers, the thing we fought in Durkendal. Well, they show up in groups and with friends down here, so they're really strong. Surround is guaranteed 100%, but that reduces their accuracy by 50, so you still take hits sometimes. But equipping the light sword on Prince Lore here is going to guarantee that he defeats them in 2 hits. The big hammer is not always going to guarantee that, and we really don't want these things sticking around longer than necessary, so moving this sword over is really helpful. Instead, Prince Cannock, who unfortunately is going to take way too much damage from killer tigers anyway, we really can't have him attacking. We've got to have him defend. So, having him without a weapon isn't as big of a deal. He's going to hide behind his leather shield. That's still what he has equipped for this part of the game. Sorry. But, yeah, that's what he's going to be doing pretty much for the rest of the cave until we get to the bottom floor. Pop's recovered a prayer ring. There's another strength seed in this box right here. And then we've got to fight a mini-boss. Well, wait. We've got to recover a suit of magic armor, too. Here's 2 killer tigers on Pop's screen. Not too bad. So you see they get surrounded, and hopefully he won't take too much more damage as he works his way through here. Oh, scary fight on Mamu's screen. 2 shaman is really scary.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the left, okay, he's safe. The one on the left died. The one on the right is asleep, so he's going to get out of this fight okay. Scary, though. Firebane just barely not killing the princess is good there. Meanwhile, Star looks like he's going to make his way down here. Pop did this earlier. I didn't really mention it too much. He's going to stop in the town, stay in an inn. He's also going to buy a mage staff and give that to the princess. It's going to be her weapon of choice for most of the run. She's probably not going to swing it too much, but it can be used as an item in battle for basically free fireball spell. I think the damage range is slightly different, but it's basically a free fireball spell.
It's also worth noting with both that mage staff and the thunder staff that they got earlier. There's sort of a technique that you can use with your equipment to unequip everything except that weapon and then re-equip your armor, which sort of resorts your inventory, so that way those usable items are more accessible in combat for faster menuing.
Right,
just a small little optimization, but
we're also going to do the same thing with Shield of Strength.
Mm-hmm.
Prince Sama's Shield of Strength. That's also really important. We're going to use that lots and lots and lots and lots and lots at the end of the game. So having it be the first item that we select from in his bag is just going to make menuing that super easy, especially efficient, considering we have turbo controllers allowed. So there, Pop's grabbed a suit of magic armor. This is going to be helpful. Whoever has it equipped has a, I think it's 25% magic damage reduction. It has offers the same defense power as the Cloak of Evasion, and there's going to be a few times we're going to see us moving this armor back and forth, equipping it back and forth on Prince Sama. Looks like Pop's starting to redistribute some of his equipment now as he's getting ready for this mini-boss battle coming up ahead. He's got to fight 2 mad clowns, 2 hell emissaries. They have a high rate of sleep, but he's also... Oh, random battle. These metal hunters.
Ugh.
Oh, he's opting for Rukanan here. Okay. Looks like he knows something I don't about how easy it is to defeat them with Rukanan. Surround is quite helpful against these things, but lowering their defense power makes it so that he can defeat them in 2 hits like that. So, all right, good.
Did he not give Lore the light sword?
He moved them back already as soon as he hit this floor.
Really? I normally.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I think so that he could use.
I normally just leave the light sword on.
I do too
Lore
until
for
I'm
this
ready.
fight.
Until I'm ready, yeah. So he's got to fight these 2 guys here. It looks like they didn't use Firebane, so this will be an easy fight. Yep, 85% for sleep spell. So the one on the right's asleep, the one on the left died. Now the one on the right's dead too.
I'll take a few more scary steps.
Mm-hmm. So we've got to recover this quest item here. You can still get battles down here. A lot of them are pretty strong.
I've died half a step before getting the
I've
idol
died after.
because I had you entered the fight before that with nothing but Lore and Conan with not a
I was really happy because
and then you get back attacked and die.
I was really happy because I was doing it and the princess had died, and it's like, well, we need her dead to stay at the inn, so I'm fine or whatever, right? And then everybody proceeds to die. Oh, great.
Speaking of, Pop is killed off Princess Nana there so we can stay at the inn.
Yeah, this is what we talked about earlier. Staying at the inn is going to trigger this cutscene, which we don't want to have happen, but it's avoidable if anyone is dead. It looks like he's going to store a few items here. The moon fragment that we used to get into that dungeon, we don't need it anymore. He stored some of his gold as well. A couple points in the run, we can store some of our extra gold. This is going to make it so that when we wipe out, the gold that's in the vault actually stays put. We need one more really important item to purchase in the run. We need 21,500 gold total. Excuse me, to afford a shield of strength for Prince Sama. It's going to be his best shield, and it actually can be used as an item in battle to cast Heal More on yourself for free. Super, super helpful and great tool for improving our efficiency in this part of the game.
Yeah, and there's a reasonable chance of being able to get a second one also for Nana or Lore, usually Lore. I think we
for most of the grind, it's helpful to have the princess holding on to it, but for the end game boss rush, having a second shield for Prince Lore is extremely helpful, especially if your MP is tight because your rings decided they wanted to break on you.
Yeah. But it's really going to depend on both, luck of gold and drops, as well
drop
as
rate is
determining whether you need to if you need to go back and get a leaf, it's less time consuming to get the shield. If you don't need to go back for whatever reason, then you don't go out of your way for it.
Yeah, he'll want some kind of reason to go back into town to get the shield, not just because he has gold for another shield, for instance. But yeah, you're really not going to be able to afford a second shield unless you get some kind of valuable item drops, which there are a lot of valuable item drops in the end game. Swords of Destruction drop from both the dragons as well as the Gigantus at a reasonable rate. Magic armor, devil tails, those things can really add up as well. So Pop's used the Eye of Malroth here, the idol, to get into Rondarkia Cave. This is the passage up through to the final save point, so this is sort of the penultimate dungeon, if it were. Casually, this is one of the most infamously awful, unfair dungeons imaginable. It's full of deadly monsters from top to bottom, pitfall traps, infinite hallways, dead ends everywhere, and did I mention all the monsters are really, really, really deadly?
And it's really long. Even if you know the correct way through it to avoid all the traps and know how to half step and all of that stuff, it's still a grueling dungeon.
And then on top of that, you have to go down every single path in order to get one item. But if you don't get those items, you have zero chance of beating the game.
There are lots of very, very cool, very valuable treasures hidden here, and right off the bat, we're going to work our way over here on the 3rd floor towards this left side path to get a Hat of Happiness. In the original version, this is only a drop item, but we get one of them in a treasure chest for free. This thing is super cool. It's actually the only item in the helmet slot that can be equipped on either Prince Sama or the princess. We're going to give it to the princess here and equip it. It reduces the MP cost of all of your spells. Oh no, there's a fight here. He's running. I guess that makes some sense. Ooh. Uh-oh. Looks like he's dying on purpose.
Aww.
Well, that's too bad. But at least he recovered the hat. Getting battles on that floor is rare, and we're not equipped to fight them yet. So the Killer Machine is way too strong to fight without the Thunder Sword and those HP lines. It's just not going to be very reliable. He went to try and run away, but it doesn't look like that worked out. Anyway, the Hat of Happiness, it decreases the MP costs of any spell that the wearer casts in battle. I believe it's cut in half and then rounded up.
I would assume it'd round down.
Heal more costs 3 though.
Does it? Ew.
The sleep costs 1.
Yeah.
No, heal more becomes the same cost as heal. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, it does round
and
up.
I swear revive goes from 15 to 8. I'm pretty sure it's half rounded up.
No, that's right. Yeah, because revive definitely goes to 8.
Someone could correct me if they actually did know. But either way, that's huge. Just think about that. So our heal more spell becomes as efficient as heal, so we can heal very efficiently in battle. Sleep spell is only 1 MP, which is ridiculous. This is one of the most powerful spells in the game, and it costs 1 MP. Oh, that's fantastic.
And Gira or not Gira, but Boggy is
Boggy
too.
Is too.
It
Yeah,
costs the same as Gira, and it deals like twice as much damage, and it hits group.
And it's still practically useful, like realistically useful for fighting dragon groups all the way up until we learn Defeat.
And to think we got that skill at level 4.
At level 4, it's so great.
No more at level 1.
So anyway, yeah. So this Hat of Happiness is really good, and that's why we went to get it first. It was going to improve our efficiency for this whole journey. Now we had to kind of go back and start over. But this is kind of normal. Like you sometimes die a lot in this cave. It's just sort of a thing that happens. You're lucky if you can collect all your treasure and get out in one piece and then come back and go through in one piece on a second trip. Like that's considered a good Rundarkia cave. I didn't know.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I didn't mention that Pop actually picked up the last of the 5 crests we needed, the life crest that was on the bottom pit there. That was the first thing we got before we got the hat, I guess. But that's not as exciting as the hat.
Yep. So I was going to say that worth noting is it's also where Hagure start to show up with where you might actually have a more reasonable chance of fighting them. They can show up in like different groups or by themselves or whatever, but
they're reasonably somewhat common on this 3rd floor. They show up by themselves, so it makes it really easy to hunt them if you know the manipulation technique and they want to stick around. On the 5th and 6th floor encounters, they show up with 4 heal slimes, and it requires a slight adjustment to our technique, but it is still possible to manipulate it so that if he stays for 2 turns, the heal slimes won't heal him on turn 1, and we can finish him off on turn 2. But it is a little bit more advanced technique to do. Pop will probably have no problems executing, but
yeah, it's basically similar to what I was saying back in DQ1 when we were fighting the Star Chimeras, where the AI is programmed to cast heal when under half health. So if you don't knock the Metal Babble under half health on turn 1, they won't be healed. So you intentionally whiff one of your hits, the Metal Babble.
Yeah, so if you just tag him twice instead of 3 times on that first turn, and then hit him 3 times on the second turn, you'll get 5 total, and that'll be enough.
Which is amusing when people are watching this game for the first time and they're like, "Oh, there's no way! I don't even know why you're bothering trying to kill that." It's like, all I gotta do is have it stay for a turn. It's fine.
Pretty much. All right, so Pop stepped on some of these trapdoor tiles on purpose. This is a secret passage down to this Thunder Sword. This is essentially the strongest weapon in the game for Lords. The Sword of Destruction technically is stronger, but is cursed and will cause us to not attack a bunch of times. It's pretty bad.
And we can't do the one of the nice little secret things and hold it above our heads.
Yeah, we can't do Falcon Sword of Destruction in this version either. So the Sword of Destruction is really only useful to sell. It's worth a lot of money, about half of a Shield of Strength, 10,000 or so gold. It's really cool to sell, but it's not useful to use. Now, this is the strongest weapon we'll have for Prince Lore, who's our fighter. So this is a really valuable to us and our cause here. We're going to start carving up these monsters a lot easier, and we'll see a little bit more opportunities for Prince Sama to defend as well, which is good. That'll help him take less damage, which is good. because he dies from taking not very much damage. So the more opportunities we have where Sama can protect himself instead of having to attack or heal somebody or something like that, it's generally easier to keep him safe. And I think if you keep him safe, you'll have a good time. Star here at the top of the lighthouse. He's got 4 gremlins in his battle. Looks like that's no problem. That's the best. That way we can get Boggy to hit all 4 of them at once and then just carve them up on turn 2. Pop's got one more important treasure that he wants to get before he does anything else in here. He's going to get Roto's armor. It's the best armor in the game for lore. It's lost its healing power of recovering health for half tiles, unfortunately. But it still provides the same damage reduction from fire magic and breath attacks. The breath attack one is the most important one, especially for the final boss, who has an incredibly powerful fire breath attack. Unfortunately, however, the Explode It spell does not count as a fire attack in this version and is not mitigated by Roto's armor, which is too bad.
On Mamu's stream, he's picked up the water flying clothes, so making some solid time.
Yeah, he's definitely moving along smoothly here for Team Bears. Moving up through, it'll be the Full Moon Tower here, and then he'll do the Lighthouse. Star's finished up the Lighthouse. He'll be making... Ooh, Hagure.
Hagu.
Oh.
It's staying. It's dying. Maybe.
Hey.
All right, good. So Pop's
Easy.
on. Killing Liquid Metal Slime here in the bottom. As you can see, 10,150 experience points. This is really huge. These extra levels give increased max HP and strength to Lore, as well as agility points to Nana, which is really, really helpful. Also, part of this section is about getting to the other side of the shrine, but before we can start our endgame grind, it's going to basically be very important that Prince Cannock learns the Firebane spell at level 18. Unlike in the original Dragon Warrior 2 version, Firebane is a very, very good spell in the version, and will help us fight dragons later. This is Dragon Quest, right? We're here to fight dragons.
Oh boy, Nana can cure poison now.
So maybe he still has antidote herbs like me.
I love it when the antidote herb is with me for the entire adventure.
I was just joking about how I'm always stuck with this antidote herb, and then I actually get poisoned by the Devil Lord in the castle, and I use the antidote herb to save 3 MP, and then promptly get wiped out by the next battle.
It was your good luck charm, and you just ate it.
Basically.
Dragon Quest loves to do that. They'll give you an enemy early on that can poison you before you have a way of curing it reasonably, and it's kind of irritating. And then you won't see poison for like 3/4 of the game. And then you'll run to like the final dungeon or next to last dungeon.
Conan actually
gets
cured
Castle
really
or whatever in DQ4 and whatever.
The Dragon Quest 3 route is like that. Yeah, we run into enemies like for about 45 minutes of the run, and then literally nothing else in the rest of the run has poison. So we buy like 5 antidote herbs just in case the poison worm decides to poison my whole team. But then after that, no, they just sit in the bag. Whatever, it's fine.
It's your big fancy bag that carries everything.
Ooh,
DQ2 would really like to have that bag.
Mamu's stopping for the MP seed. I didn't see if Pop or Star did that either. There's a MP seed in the lighthouse that's mostly optional, but a little extra MP for Princess might be nice. So looks like Pop's acquired all the items he wants, and Liquid Metal Slime is really going to help his cause for progressing forward. I'm interested to see if he tries to go all the way through, or I know he probably needs more gold still if he's going to divert and go try to get Death Shield. I imagine he's going to try and just go.
He's gonna go to Shrine.
I would guess. I mean, he got the Hagure after he came this trip, so he is still missing the additional MP he would have from that. But I don't see any reason why he wouldn't just try and go. He doesn't need experience. He's not going to need to grind much after reaching the shrine because of the Hagure.
That's kind of my thought.
I
If I have
think
decent MP and I can make it, I'm gonna make it.
He's going this way, so he's going for it. So moving up
here with the hat this time, so
yeah, so that's part of it too. So his efficiency has been improved. So past the trapdoor tiles here, he's walking around them very carefully.
Or on top of them. It's okay if only one foot's on top of them.
So on this 6th floor here, there are these passages, these dark passages. If you take the wrong path, you'll end up back at the start of the floor. So this is one of those things I meant about the dungeon being kind of a tease. It's trying deliberately to trick you into walking around in circles on this floor. And the worst part is this floor is covered with like some of the worst, most dangerous monsters that you can imagine. So have fun trying to get through here, stumbling around in the dark constantly while you're trying basically just to guess on how to get further. Now, fortunately, the runners here obviously know the correct path through the dungeon and won't have any issues with that. But still, the monsters are the real danger here.
Especially these killer machines. They're terrifying.
Pop going with surround strategy combined with Mage Vampirist, which can also lower your defense power. That's a very vicious combination. Looks like he's gotten through okay. He used surround on the killing machine and it missed. So that's good. So the killer machines can attack once or twice per turn, and when they attack twice in this game, they always attack the same person 2 times, which is really bad. At this point, any character who is not defending will take over half of his or her health from killer machine, likely. Lore can basically sometimes survive 4 hits, but not often. Your play is generally safer to defend and heal him rather than risk getting beat up more. Mage Vampirists by themselves aren't so bad. Looks like Nana went early too and put 2 of them to sleep. That's good. They should be defeated quite easily. Not worth as much XP, but not a dangerous battle by any means. The
Diener?
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, you trailed off. I wasn't sure if you were done talking.
No. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
You can't get sleepy yet, bud.
Yeah, it was suddenly very quiet in here, and I was wondering if my connection.
That's kind of what worried me too. Okay.
If you'll allow this moment of silence to continue just a little bit longer, I would like to introduce Mile Mike, who is going to be replacing me as host for the rest of this relay.
Hello.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Just as 3 Dragon Quest games are too long for one human to complete back to back, but not Pop because he is truly the Roto god. This entire relay is too long for one host to handle, so
perfectly understandable.
Yeah,
have fun, guys. I will be watching for Dragon Quest 3.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Pop's trying to make his way through. Unfortunately, looks like I know he used his leaf in that killer machine to berserker fight. It looks like he's lost Nana again, so he's gonna try and hobble his way here to the shrine, but he's not gonna really be able to realistically fight any of the enemies out here. He's also basically out of MP.
Yeah, this is like the scariest part of this whole walk. Is this little last segment here to the shrine?
Oh, go. Yeah. Wow, that was a really good walk there. He made it really far. I'm sure he was saying, walk.
The getting to the shrine is really valuable because there's this person here who will give you, like a complete heal and revival. There's a portal back to Baran, for free. You can save here, which means that you can, if you leave, you can wing back here. It's just like an extremely valuable hub. I don't really
every time in this section that you finally do make it through and you save it, even when it's not a struggle, it's still, okay, good. That's a big weight off my shoulders. That's always a tough part of the game for everybody. Pop got the benefit of the liquid metal slime, which improved his ability to fight, but even still, he barely made it through. So that's a good break for him. He's got that save point locked up. Like I said, he's not going to want to do the final endgame grind until he gets to level 18 on the middle character, Prince Cannock. Oh, this is an awful fight.
You. And the funny thing is, Diener's calling it the final grind, but really it's like 3 different grinds. Because as you reach different sections, it just changes.
Kind of, yeah.
Not at all, but drastically. Because Conan just slowly becomes better and better. And
he's so good at the end of the game. That's why he's my favorite. Okay,
he doesn't break my rings when he touches them. That's why he's my favorite. Looking at you, princess. Looking at you.
They're equal offenders in my runs. All right, so let's see. Oh, Dragon Killer drop. That's actually a pretty valuable sword there. That's 6,000 gold in his pocket. That's
used that like an hour ago.
Looks like he's heading back now. He must be pretty close to what he needs. So looks like Pop is going into he's gonna head back into Baron. Looks like he definitely has enough money for that Dragon Killer, with the Dragon Killer, he definitely has enough money for the Shield of Strength. So he definitely wants to get that. Looks like he's probably going to use this opportunity. Laura's definitely level 19, right? Which is important. Most of the ocean encounters can be repelled successfully at level 19 lore. Once the first character is level 19, then you can start repelling those ocean battles. Most of them, not everywhere, but most of them are going to be safe to repel from. This is going to make recovering World Tree leaves easier, but we also got to sail out in the middle of the somewhere and go by the shrine to get Rubus's crest. Rubus's charm is going to be necessary to gain access into the final dungeon, Hargon's Castle. So he's going to go grab that. Okay, so looks like he's got the Shield of Strength. He did that equipment trick to put that on. Oh, he's doing it now. To get the Shield of Strength on top of Prince Sama's inventory. He's going to want to use that a lot. Going to efficiently heal him in battle. And here he's going to use Repel and... he's going to want to recover another World Tree Leaf as well. I'm sure he used... it already in the Rondarkia cave trip. I saw him use it, so he's going to go get another one.
Yep. In the meantime, Star is making it pretty far through the undersea cave. He's a little bit low on MP, but...
That's pretty normal. As long as he has enough... Okay, he's gone ahead and used more. It looks like he's committing to using a ring on... say.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do... In my opinion, you don't want to do the Hellemis fight without any MP. And he's going to need either MP to use outside or Death Warp, so... Those are like his options, right? He's either going to use the ring or even that. His fight with the Hell Emissaries would be not safe.
Yeah,
I imagine he's going to get to the next floor. Probably heal with Moon's MP, and then use the ring.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yep, he doesn't have any herbs.
Oh, he's using Nana's ring, the ring on Nana. Okay.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, I would have wanted MP for outside. As well as for, like I said, for the Hell Emissary fight itself. There are plenty of opportunities when using heal is quite helpful. But we'll see how it plays out. Hopefully, most of the time the Hell Emissary is not really a problem, but for some corner cases like a failed sleep and double Firebane, it's pretty helpful to have heal. He's getting his gear set up here, putting the magic armor on Lore as well as the weapon back on his big hammer. He's got his light sword and the waterflying clothes for Prince Sama. They're going to be fighting this fight. If Nana dies, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, there's just certain points in this game that I find really amusing.
Okay, he got 2 attacks and a sleep, so he'll be fine.
But in Dragon Warrior, the princess is so Prince is so useless, and he's just kind of there. And in this game, there's just certain times where like, Nana, go die. We don't need you.
Oh, he got a drop from that fight. It looks like a mage rod.
Huh.
Okay, that's not bad. It's 2,000 gold to sell. That's pretty decent.
I didn't know they dropped those.
Yeah, it looks like he's preparing a death warp strategy.
Just go walk through the lava.
He's looking for fights, I think, to actually like fight so that he maybe gets some XP, I think. Now it looks like he's just gonna go ahead and die.
Yeah, but I would have just walked behind the podium.
Yeah, there's a closer.
I didn't see why you walked all the
lava.
way over here.
Yeah, well, maybe he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do yet. Okay, he's opted for the death warp strategy. That's fine too. He'll just want to deposit his items and some of his extra gold and revive his party members and go, or maybe
Mamu got all 4 in one group too with the gremlin fight.
No, that's good. No problems with the gremlins here.
Say Pop was the only one who actually had to actively do anything. And that was just, he couldn't just boggy all 4 of them.
Boggy all of them at once.
As Star is dealing with the greatest enemy that exists in Dragon Quest speedrunning, NPCs.
Baron Town in particular, the town he's in, is so poorly designed with regards to the NPCs. I've lost serious time after defeating the final boss simply because that.
Oh, you're just sitting there waiting for the little girl to move. You're just watching time shed.
That guy right there, that priest dude near the entrance, that guy has also blocked me pretty good before. The 2 bridges coming in, he's in the half tile between them, so you can't go above him and you can't go below him.
Didn't he sit there and walk back and forth in front of you once?
It's like, I'm just trying to. I already beat the game. I already saved the world. Timer's not over yet, dude. Like, I'm still trying to win.
And it's not like you can just return somewhere to get faster. If you return, you just go here.
It takes you even further back.
Or you go to the shrine.
You go back to the shrine, yeah.
If you wanted an advantage for the Game Boy Color version, there's no half tiles, which has plenty of downsides throughout the run. And plenty of other issues with that version, but at least you don't have to deal with quite as many of the half tile NPCs.
I love
having my infrared counter account up in towns, so that as soon as I step outside of like Dirkendal, I'm guaranteed an encounter. It's great.
Oh yeah,
love it.
Yeah, it's something I did notice though about that GBC version. It seemed to me that water flying clothes and Roto's armor were actually mitigating damage from Exploded, which they do not do in this version.
Nope.
And I was like, oh, that's fantastic. Actually, Nana taking like only 2/3 of the damage she does from Exploded from the Arc Demons is actually a really huge deal. The Sama taking a lot less damage from like Belial Exploded is also quite handy. Oh, Pop is trying to get another liquid metal slime here.
Just shaving the time off here. Now he should miss on purpose with the 3rd strike. Yep, he's good.
All the heal slimes will miss now, or well, they won't heal now. They'll attack.
Stays.
Hagu-chan.
All right. Oh, he may have made a mistake here.
Okay, he got it.
Okay, he still killed it. Oh, that's another Hagure for Pop, continuing to save tons of time, even though he's already ahead.
I think he's ready to go to the castle now.
That's Pop for you.
A little bit.
Okay, so
slimes know to pay their respects to the Yakuza.
It's true. So with lore level 20, that's definitely Sama level 18, and he'll have even a little bit of a head start here as well. So he's learning Firebane at level 18. This is going to be really helpful. So Pop's reached level 18, and he's at the final shrine with Rubus's crest. He's ready to begin the final end game grind, and this is where all of the different aspects of the run, encounter management, game knowledge, efficient use of your resources, all of these things that have been useful in the run are like 3 times more useful here. This is the highlight really of how difficult this run actually is. We're gonna go level grinding, and this isn't like the level grind we saw in Melkido and Dragon Quest 1, where we're just kind of mindlessly bash things. We're gonna go to the final dungeon, in particular the 2nd floor, and fight very dangerous enemies. As it turns out, the enemies in Hargon's castle are actually a little less dangerous than the ones outside here near the shrine. So this is why we're going to head over to the shrine, or to the castle, instead of hanging out over here at the shrine. the monsters out here in the snowy field here, the white ground as we call it, it's they're not nice. They're all very strong, and a lot of encounters here will kill you. Really, a second thought. So to facilitate our grinding, we really want to get into the castle, and we want to stay in the castle and fight as many monsters as we can without leaving the castle, which means defeating enemies without dying, because we really can't revive except for our one world tree leaf, and being conservative with spending our MP. The more MP we spend, the faster it runs out. Now we have those prayer rings, and that's what we've saved these things up for. We're going to take these prayer rings over to the castle, and when we run out of MP, rather than leaving, we're going to use prayer rings to recover MP instead. So the issue here, though, as I discussed, each time we use these prayer rings, they have a chance of breaking, and we really, really kind of need to save a couple of these things for the final boss rush. So that leaves us two really to work with as we see fit in this endgame grind. We really don't want to use these rings more than we have to. So being efficient with our MP, being efficient in fights about how we spend our resources, all going to add up to using the rings less often, which is going to mean having these rings around for longer, which is going to mean staying in the castle longer, fighting more monsters, leveling up faster. All of it adds up in lots of different ways. So the big part here is managing all these encounters with these deadly enemies, but then being efficient with it all and quick about it too. This is why Pop is basically one of the top 2 players in the world at this game. He is a master at this part of the game, especially. And it is not easy.
It's a case where you're very much making, especially in a race scenario, making decisions about speed versus like safety and reliability when you're choosing to use your rings or whatever else.
Right. So every battle has the chance of being something really dangerous, but part of this is about speed. So as soon as the monsters appear, Pop has a plan for what he wants to do, and he's starting to do it. As soon as things start happening in the battle, he's adjusting his next turn strategy to figure out what the best play is going to be, how to stay alive, how to beat these enemies efficiently, and how to get to the next encounter in good condition, so that he can keep earning experience as fast as he can.
Yeah, this is also very much a segment where this white ground loop is, even if you die and you get sent back to the shrine, like, it goes back to what Diener was saying earlier, you're constantly kind of making progress and getting experience on the way. And if you wipe on the first encounter out of the shrine, you'll just reset and not have to, like, watch the text box and revive people and whatever else. It's just, but typically you're killing some things and you make it through a segment of ground, and even if you don't make it all the way to the castle, you are still slowly making some progress and advancing yourself.
So the goal of the grind in the end is enough experience to make sure that Prince Sama learns the revive spell before we reach Belial, essentially. Before we get to some of the final bosses. We're going to get about halfway through the bosses, and then that's when we're going to plan to get level 25. That's when we learn revive. So every point of experience that we earn for Prince Cannock, our hero in green in the middle here, is progress towards our goal. So Pop's made his way in here, uses Rubus's crest to break the illusion here at Hargon's castle, made his way up here to the second floor, and he's going to start fighting lots of monsters. So his goal is, ultimately, his ideal plan would be to stay here inside this castle, grind his way all the way up, basically to level 25, move his way up to the top floors, fight all the bosses, defeat Hargon and Shido, and win the game without ever leaving. Now, that's a very tall task, and most runs are not that lucky. Each of these battles has the possibility, like I said, of getting really out of control. And if anybody dies, well, you have one leaf to revive one person. But after that, if you're down someone, you've got to leave. You can't win these battles without everybody. Some of these fights, yeah, sure, you probably could win without Cannock, but that's the point. He's the one who needs the experience. So
yeah, and even something like an unlucky back attack can just take somebody out
immediately.
You don't have any opportunity to counterplay it.
Killer Machine, in addition to attacking a person 2 times, has a separate action that's a critical attack. Now, if he does double attack, it's separate from the critical attack. The critical attack is always a single action. But it's about, like somewhere between 1 and 2% chance of this critical attack from Killer Machine. It does about 100 damage. And you can feel fairly safe with Lore at 85, and then he just mysteriously dies because it's time for him to die. Sorry. So that's what that's what you're trying to save your leaf for. Something like completely insane like that happened. It's like, okay, well, at least I can revive and stay in here.
Point out that Mamu is already through the undersea cave.
Yeah, he's really rolling through the game here. His encounter rate might have been a little bit lower for some of these sections, so we'll see what his experience looks like. I'm curious if I imagine Conan is level 13 in his party. If I had to guess, looks like he's level 13. So he's probably a little under leveled, a little bit low on XP, compared to how much you would have typically here. Not that Canuck 13 is unusual, but I think it's still going to be a ways till he gets to 14. Usually it's like the first battle or two inside the next dungeon, and he's level 14. But
yeah, I still feel like he's made up quite a bit of time on at least Star.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the sooner he gets to Rondarkia, if it's time for Hagure and he slays Liquid Metal Slime, then that's basically all the experience deficit he would have. So, and then some. So Pop's going to be fighting here in the castle. There are, trying to count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different possible monsters that will show up in these formations, I think. Killer machines, which we saw earlier, the robot guys, they attack for lots of physical damage, are not vulnerable at all to sleep, but can usually be defeated in 2 hits of Lore's Thunder Sword at this point. Dragons, which are 60% vulnerable to the sleep spell, attack for a fair bit of damage. We also can breathe 2 kinds of fire breath. One of them doesn't do much damage, but the other does a lot of damage to everybody at once. So Prince Lore has Roto's armor, so his damage from fire breath is reduced, as well as Nana is wearing the water flying clothes to reduce. But Prince Sama in the middle has no mitigation from the fire breath attacks at all, so he's taken the full amount of damage, which I believe maxes out at like 46 or something like that. It's a lot of damage. Then we have these golden devil lords here. They have a lot of HP, can attack once or twice per turn, and same thing as before, that double attack is on the same person. So double physicals can deal a lot of damage, up to 80 damage on Sama, really. They also have the Firebane spell, which does reasonable damage to everybody in the party. It's close in strength to that strong fire breath from the dragon, since we see some strong fire breath coming in here. Ooh, we didn't even kill that one.
The other thing that's worth noting here is that, Diener talked about it earlier, but keep in mind that the Hat of Happiness reduces MP usage in combat only, and so the way the fight plays out, and in particular the way the fight ends, is also going to have a big influence on the speed through the segment. The more healing you have to do outside of combat, the slower it's going to be, just because healing outside of combat is slower, but also the more resources you're going to use while doing that.
Exactly. It's actually more expensive time-wise to heal from the menu than it is to heal in battle. So as much as possible, we want to try and end fights in good condition. That way we can just keep walking and get directly into the next fight without having to stop and heal. Now, if we need to stop and heal, obviously we will. And we've got these flame guys here. The flames are 85% vulnerable to sleep spell, but they have the same strong fire breath that the dragons have, so they can be pretty strong, especially in groups. They can also call for friends, so they'll summon more flames. Typically, that's not usually a big deal, but these Devil Lords here, they have, like I said, Firebane, which is pretty strong, and can double physical, which is really strong. 60% chance to hit sleep, and 85% chance to land stop spell. Once they're stop spelled, half of their actions are spells, so they'll half the time just sit there and do nothing. So Pop getting a lot of damage on Prince Sama there, but nice critical hit. The stop spell and sleep combination here, disabling enough of them to allow him to recover and defeat them without getting defeated. 3 Devil Lords is a pretty dangerous fight, so he's cleared that successfully. And then the last guy here that we might see, he shows up by himself, the Archdemon, big pink guy. It's a very powerful enemy, actually spawns with fixed 230 health, unlike most monsters that have a variable range. He always comes with his max HP. And casts a very powerful Explode It spell, but falls asleep 60% of the time. We're going to fight him using a strategy where we try and protect the princess while she tries to put him to sleep. Gives us 2 or 3 turns to see if he falls asleep, and if he does, we can usually defeat him easily, and if he doesn't, well, he's pretty bad. He'll probably
You can also
die.
hit the Archdemon with Stop Spell to try to
Yes.
mitigate the Ionozune, but that his physical attacks also kind of hurt. So sleep is the preferred status effect to land of them.
Because the princess can die to 2 hits, will often die to 2 hits from Explode It. And because of her initiative rate is generally not very reliable, especially at lower levels, it's generally a good idea to use Heal More with the prince, sort of preemptively on her, assuming that she's going to take a lot of damage and then get healed back up to full, so you can at least try sleep again. Stop spells I really like as an option after the thing falls asleep on turn 1 if I haven't taken any damage. Or as I've leveled up more, then sleep can be stop spell can be very helpful, as Nana's initiative rate is considerably better, and her health is higher, so that she's a lot less likely to be in really bad shape if she gets hit by Explode It or Fire Breath. So this is the tough fight here. This is the toughest fight.
About like initiative rates on Nana, and we saved some of those agility seeds earlier on in the run. Do you kind of pay attention to what those rolls were, like the specific values of those rolls? Are those still playing a factor at this point, or is it mostly just whether you hit your threshold?
Mostly just about whether I had hit thresholds. I'm not going to change much of my decision making. Let's say if I got a total of 9 versus a total of 7, for instance. Mostly because those percentages aren't quite that much of a difference at this point. Nana's initiative rates on most of these monsters are fairly reliable, with the exception of the Archdemon. It's more like 50-50. But generally speaking, we're counting on her to go in front of these enemies. It doesn't always happen. But I don't think I necessarily would change much depending on what they were. 2 failed sleeps here. That's really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
It's 85% chance to hit, so missing both is not great. Oh, there's that critical hit. He's got 1 HP left. What does he do here? Is he going to go sleep? No, he's going to heal. Thank you. Whoa, okay, so that's what we're talking about. That was extremely close. That very likely could have killed him there, but barely escapes that situation.
Yeah, you could see him kind of second guessing himself on terms of like what his actions were. He backed out a couple of them, and it's pretty rare to see Pop like have any kind of hesitation.
That was something that was always really exciting when we watched some very high level Dragon Quest II players, and when they get in these situations where they have to stop and think about what to do, is you generally see Pop is flying through these menus. He knows exactly what he wants to do for 99.5% of these scenarios, but every now and then something happens where you have to stop and be like, okay, if I just make a quick decision, I'm walking into a grave. I'm sending myself back to the shrine and forcing myself to walk through that horrible white ground again. So taking the time to make the right call there makes all the difference between staying alive, staying here in the castle, and earning experience, and, like I said, being sent back to the shrine and back out into the blizzard, as it were.
Yeah, and that's one thing that like I find really interesting about this game. I'm not gonna, don't want to poke the recent Twitter drama, but there's been a lot of debate lately in some communities about like turbo controllers or whatever, and it's a constant source of discussion in RPGs. But for these games being Japanese-only releases, being extremely popular in Japan, we play by the Japanese rules. So we use JRTA timing, we allow the turbo controllers, we ban the same glitches and stuff like that, so we can all play together and compete together. And it's one of those cases where like the execution of you have the capability of going through the menus so quickly that there's a lot of time to be gained and lost just in terms of like reacting and thinking and like pressing buttons correctly that it is exciting. I find it like extremely fun to play through this game when you're going through the menus so quickly.
We'll see a lot of that, especially in our next game, Dragon Quest III, which is all about featuring like fast-paced menus and quick-fire decision-making, battles that fly through really, really like before you have even a chance to blink. Yeah, I think for the most part in this game, it's a game about decision-making and about execution, not really about necessarily mechanics. Let's see. So Pop's fighting some flames here. They're probably going to go to sleep. 3 flames here. He'll tell both his boys to attack and clear this fight in 2 turns. Oh, looks like he's opting for the heal option since he took damage. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, he's using the ring as well, too. Okay.
So similar to healing, it's faster to use things like that in combat than it is to do it from the menu.
He really doesn't want to use these prayer rings if he doesn't have to, so he's waiting as long as he can for an opportunity to use it. If he needs to use one before the fight starts, then he will. But generally, he's trying to keep an eye on his MP so that he can get some before he needs it. He doesn't want to get into a fight and run out when he needs it. So.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I think he still has all of his rings, and he's really prioritizing just staying around here as long as possible and getting as much XP, so he's more than willing to use them if they're needed.
Yes. That's what the prayer rings are for, after this part of the game, to stay on this floor grinding enemies as long as we can without leaving. So they're a bit of a mulligan on this turn against the Archdemon. Sleep not working, but he's using physical attacks, which isn't as bad. Potten smartly knows that Exploded actually won't kill Sama with the magic armor, but now he's in a really rough spot. He's gone with... Oh. Okay. He's got the stop spell going. That's good. He's protecting the princess. She could die... Well, actually, she's guaranteed at 42 hit points to die to explode it, so that's what he was worried about. If he just goes to use Sleep there, and the Archdemon goes in front and uses Explode it, then basically everybody's dead. Instead, he went with, I'm going to try Stop Spell at least and defend with the princess, which is really smart. He hit the Stop Spell and knew he'd be a lot safer, allowed him to recover and stabilize the fight. The other notable thing about the Archdemon, he gives pretty good experience for just being one monster. He has a small 1 in 32 chance of item drop, and his item drop is an additional prayer ring. Although it's not super common, it's a little bit more common to see an Archdemon drop a prayer ring in a run.
Than a Hork, at least.
And then a Hork or a Puppet Man, at least. And
not that I've ever seen any of them drop one.
And it can actually be a really, big boon, especially if you've, let's say, broken some rings already, to get another one in your pocket.
Even if you haven't, that's now you're just +1. So you just sit there and you just rub that little SOB.
Yeah. Or
now I don't care about this ring. I still got 4 more if it breaks.
Or as we get a little bit later on and we get a defeat spell and we can use that, and we can be far more, let's say, lenient about which encounters we feel like using defeat on.
Mamu got the metal slime pack.
Yeah, he's got the 8 times metal slime fight. Looks like he got 1 killed at least.
As the characters split up all their attacks between.
Yep.
Yeah, they, unlike in TQ3, they're not quite so cooperative. Pop getting a nice 4 set of dragons here. This is probably the best encounter that you want to see. It's worth the most experience overall, and it's generally pretty easily defeated now that Pop's leveled up some with Thunder Sword, Firebane spell, and Inferno spell all together is basically like just over. It's not a guarantee to kill a dragon, but it's like 99%. It's more than that, probably.
Seems like he really hasn't seen that many dragons though. Like comparatively,
they just started showing up. He just started. Like the first time I saw him use Firebane was like 4 encounters ago.
Which is kind of unfortunate in its own way, because dragons are so much better experience than flames.
4 times dragon is like 3 times dragon. Those are the fights you want to see.
They can be a little bit scary if they do get to take some actions. They use their strong breath on you.
Yeah, I suppose that comes with the caveat of being back attacked by 4 dragons. It's not good. Very bad. Yeah, we're slaying plenty of dragons, hopefully. Gonna keep fighting our way up. Ooh, speaking of back attacks.
Oof.
Yeah.
Lore took a fair bit of damage, but this is gonna be okay. He'll hopefully hit sleep. Yeah. The killer can't kill. Oh, he used heal more with Sama there. That's pretty cool.
Gotta love DQ too. Every time you watch it, you see something else where it's like, oh yeah, you can do that. I can see why you would do that.
Pop is hands down one of the best Dragon Quest II players there is. So anytime you want to learn more about this game, just sit down and watch him play any run, and you'll kinds of different ideas. I like to play that sort of game where it would be like, okay, well, what would I do in this situation? And then sort of pause the video and think about what I would do, and then see what Pop decides to do, and say, oh, well, he decided to do something else. Why is that? Obviously, because I chose the wrong thing, but why?
Mm-hmm.
And that really helps you learn a lot about what's going on in this game. And generally speaking, it's easy in this case to be like, well, Pop's just a lot better than I am, and so he's always right. In some cases, you actually have to value. I think in Dragon Quest III, especially, there's sleep, please. There's a lot more room for, let's say, personal preference, where you can say, okay, one runner's decided to do it this way, and I've decided to do a different way. That's fine. But Dragon Quest II, we have very concrete lines, very specific HP values, very specific stats. We can make very, very calculated decisions.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that's worth bringing up here is that all these runners, Pop, as great as he is, part of his greatness is like he loves to help people learn Dragon Quest. He loves Dragon Quest. So if anybody's interested in learning any of these games or anything like that, we've got an awesome Discord channel. Like, feel free to come in and ask questions, and pick up one of these runs yourself if you want to, because people are just so willing to help teach all those little nuances and really dig into the nitty-gritty details. If you like detail-oriented speedruns where like these little margins matter, this is an awesome series for that stuff.
Yeah. Speaking about Dragon Quest II, personally, my introduction to it, me getting really my hands dirty with it, actually comes from Star of Violence, who used to run, or well, he does run this. He's running it right now. He used to run it a lot more. But he basically put together a guide on how to play this game, how to speedrun this game. And even in Japan, as popular as it is, there's basically no charts or guides on how to properly do this. And while it isn't necessarily perfect and could use some like updates on some stuff that we do a little bit differently now, it's absolutely a fantastic resource. And I would not have been able to get started half as well as I did without it. So huge shout outs to him, and thanks to him for that. And Pop as well, like I said, always the sensei here. So those two players in particular, any kind of success or knowledge I have in this game, all credit to them. Looks like Star's trying to work his way here to the shrine. He's almost there, dealing with the Killer Machine and the Silver Devils. Silver Devils readily go to sleep, but they will cast Firebane, and that's generally not too bad. It's the Sweet Breath we're really concerned about, where our party members start falling asleep. We really can't have that. So, sleepy Silver Devils.
He's in a tough spot. He got an encounter pretty late in the walk, but he still chose to grind out another one because he'd walked through those mountain tiles.
He's probably looked at his MP and said, you know what, I can take one more, and it's going to improve my chances of getting the shrine. My chances of winning an easy white ground fight is a lot better than struggling against a hard one. So,
yep.
So he's made it through. That's really good. He's going to have to continue level grind. As we said before, he's not going to want to proceed to the end game grind in the castle where Pop's hanging out until he gets that Firebane spell. That's really going to be the only tool we have at dealing with the 3x and 4x dragons readily, reliably. Otherwise, we would be stuck, just relying on sleep, which is 60%, but for 4 dragons, if you only hit one of them, that's 3 dragons. 3 dragons can do a lot of damage to you really fast. But if we have Firebane, then we can generally dispose of them without too much trouble. So that's really one of the big reasons why we want to make sure we get Firebane. I mean, the additional strength and HP alone is going to be borderline necessary for our survival as it is, but oh no, that's okay. He woke up and he got out of there. Mamu hitting in a blizzard here. He used a defeat spell, so Sama died, and the other 2 party members fell asleep to that sweet breath. That was really scary. Speaking of scary, it looks like he's fine. Okay.
All right.
Wow, Mamu's making a really good run here. Really close final approach there, but it's always scary that last little bit.
Yeah, I think he took 2 tries through Rondarkia Cave, but he didn't die the first time. I think he left and returned.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Keeping that gold instead of dying and losing half of it, especially if you've picked up that treasure chest. It's really helpful. Oh. Okay. Good.
Yonazoon hurts so much at these levels.
And the interesting part, Nana's max HP here is only 62. She can actually get killed in one hit. The max for Exploded is 65.
Yeah.
So even at this level, fighting this thing is actually crazy hard. But since he's just saved it, it's worth a lot of XP, and as that tasty prayer ring drop, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely worth taking a fight like that since you had just saved the game. You're right there. Some more blizzards here. Oh, and there's Zaraki right on cue. Nana drops dead. It's too bad. It's like Star's taking care of all of his overworld stuff. Excuse me. He's rappelling his way up there to Rubus's shrine. He'll get the crest so that he can get into the final dungeon.
Man, Mommy's making up time just hand and fist.
I know.
Yeah.
He's having a very
insane.
Very clean run. If he can grind his way up to Sama level 18 reasonably efficiently, yeah.
He's a little bit low on XP, but
yeah, that's part of what's going to happen here. He's going to have to spend more time grinding, but we saw Pop got liquid metal slime, so he really didn't have to spend much time coming back to this cave and fight more. But this grind can be just as challenging as the end game grind. Coming back in here and having to fight killer machines and dragons without Firebane. It's not necessarily easy.
It was weird seeing somebody actually fight a sea encounter this late in the game.
Yeah, it looked like
3 lizard fly and a vampires.
Yeah. I saw him fight the gargoyle earlier, and I saw him kill Smokes and the gargoyle last. He's looking for item drop in that fight.
Yeah. So that's iron helmet?
Yes, the gargoyles drop iron helmets, which is quite valuable. Close to 3,000
one of them. I've actually fought them and gotten them to drop me an iron helmet outside of crap.
Like Zahan or some area
Zahan,
like that. Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh boy, I can put it on. And then I went into the shrine and immediately took it off.
Yep, you replaced it in about 5 minutes. Not even. But if you get the metal slimes drop is iron helmet too. That's really fantastic. It's actually a thing that can happen in those battles that have other monsters with the metal slime. if you kill other monsters
Yeah,
and
metal slime will just drop it.
then the metal slime is the last thing on the screen still, but runs away, it'll still use the metal slime's drop item. He'll just leave behind an iron helmet.
Mm-hmm.
You can put it on and wear it. I like to sell it at what's that town where we get the boat, and just make sure I can buy the clothes hiding and stock up on tin charms if I can. Get them really early, then I don't have to worry about the Medusa balls.
Pop's got to be getting really close to Sama 23 now.
Yeah,
He can't be far off.
He's smoothly grinding up in here. He hasn't had to, so he's been efficiently earning experience up here in the castle. Once Sama reaches level 23, that's noteworthy. He's going to learn another new spell, Zaraki, defeat spell. Crinkle Crinkle time begins at level 23.
Remember, these are games for children. And by the way, the definition of what happens when you use Zaraki is all of the blood inside of something's body freezes and explodes. Nice children's game we're playing here. Blood doesn't explode, but it turns into like spikes.
So
Ice spikes.
Defeat is instant death spell. It's very powerful, especially against those dragons we've been fighting. It's 85% effective. And one of the awesome, amazing things about Defeat is that it does no animation. It plays this nice crinkle sound effect, and then the monster just poof disappears. There's no flashing. It's just gone, and you get experience. It's that easy. Flames
Unless
are
you're
also
playing on the translation patch.
Yeah, apparently doesn't quite work right.
Never play the translation patch for this game, by the way.
I tried the other one out, and it's has most of the other problems fixed. It's still about the same speed, and it still is broken with Defeat.
Have you played DQ1 on it?
No,
I've heard DQ1 is very broken on that.
The golem doesn't go to sleep, right? I hear.
Oh no!
Or he just wakes up whenever he feels like it.
Ew, NES golem.
Basically,
Ew.
It's like one turn sleep, kind of. Yeah.
Who wants NES golem? I didn't sign up for this.
with an initiative rate that's basically 99% against you. Yeah.
It's also worth noting that there's a glitch in this game regarding the defeat spell, where if you hit an enemy with a round, the defeat spell is guaranteed to hit.
Yes.
And that glitch is banned for this speed.
Right.
It is not.
It's for this particular category. You're not allowed to utilize.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. It can be used sort of to reasonably efficiently kill Gigantus, which isn't that great, but it's a super powerful tool against Shido, Malroth. It doesn't instantly kill him, but it does 254 damage every time you hit him.
I know about that. I didn't know you could do it to other things.
Yeah, no, it works on everybody, though. Like, anything that you can hit with Surround is 100% vulnerable to defeat.
That's kind of funny.
But we're not allowed to use it, and that's why it kind of trivializes many of the encounters. Which this game is, that's the whole point of like this speed run, is all about random encounter handling and managing all these different aspects of the game normally. Still, we can't abuse defeat to make it always hit certain things, but like I said, at 85% success rate against dragons, 60% success rate against flames. It's just like a literal machine gun against these dragons that just drop dead, and they give close to 500 experience apiece. So that 4 times dragon encounter used to be really good because we can kill it with Boggy and Firebane and the Thunder Sword. Now we just use defeat and they just disappear and get tons of XP really fast. So the grind really picks up pace, and we actually have a lot more options in some of these encounters that have dragons, especially to try and speed them along. Combined with the fact that our HP totals have improved, Sama's not quite as vulnerable to dying to a stiff breeze here. We can actually make use of him in some of these battles a little bit more freely.
Mame seems to be struggling a bit just getting to the cave.
And that can be a thing, unfortunately, which is why I've learned
Pop doesn't want to leave the castle.
Why I've learned how helpful actually just using your leaf can be here. Since you're planning on hitting the overworld for Rubus's charm anyway, using your leaf in that grind is actually totally fine. He's going to want to actually get to the cave first, but he probably doesn't even have a leaf. That could be the other issue. It's not like using a leaf to get through the cave would be surprising.
Looks like Star's going back for another leaf also, and he just picked up his Shield of Strength for Sama.
Okay, good. Yeah, if he didn't have one before, then... Oh, that's true. He still needs plenty of experience to start the final grind. He must be close to 17. This is one of those instances where Star and Mamu are in similar places physically in terms of the run, in terms of doing. Star is a slight edge, though, if you look as his experience is a little bit higher, so...
He also already got the charm. Mamu hasn't bothered to do that little...
Well, he's sailing back up here.
Yeah.
I think he must have...
Did he have to reset?
I think he... Oh. Maybe. I wasn't watching carefully if he came up here and he had forgotten one of the charms again. Or maybe he did reset. That would actually make sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I would have saw him going for a charm, I would have noticed that.
Oh,
I remember seeing the flames come.
The sun crest. Okay, then he must have grabbed it and then reset without saving. So, quick visit back there. That's no big deal. Like I said, he still has more XP than at this point than Mamu does. Although it's pretty close at this point.
At least he didn't forget the water seal.
Exactly.
Never forget. Never forget.
What he did forget is the dangerous bikini. Oh wait, wrong version.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's always next year.
Someday.
Oh,
Someday one of us will hate ourselves enough to run the MSX version. Probably not, but you know.
I'm too busy. I got that Dragon Warrior 4 itch, and I haven't been able to play. I haven't had time.
I know that feel.
Yep.
We're gonna see about this weekend, but
I need a Japanese PS2 or something before I can really pick up DQ4. But
yeah, you
I would like to play DQ2 again. I got to sit there and tell more stories.
Hagu? Hagu? Ooh. All right, so he's correctly manipulated 2 hits. The heal slimes will not heal. So it's all just on Hagu staying and the correct application of the oh. Darn.
Wah wah wah.
Too bad.
With how slow his menu was going, is Mommy not using turbo?
No, he definitely is.
No, yeah,
when you do the manip, you don't turbo through the manip.
I do.
He may be okay, so nice fight for Pop here. 3 dragons. They're going in front of him, unfortunately, so he's taking damage. He'll have to stop and heal, which is not efficient, but how fast the dragons die, it's still definitely good. 4 dragons up on Star's screen, but of course,
I think that's why they're a little scary.
He doesn't have defeat. He got 4 sleeps though, so that should actually be a really easy to clear fight, and it's a lot of XP. It's the same, 1920 XP. So that's a big boost to him. That's about a fifth of a Hagure, right? So it's a nice tasty battle that'll earn him lots of XP. Probably get him close to level 19 if he hasn't reached level 19 already.
Pop's level 24 on Sama, so he's just waiting for his XP threshold to move on.
Yeah, the exact total he's looking for is 128,150. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is.
It depends when he wants it.
You're gonna want to make sure that after you defeat Atlas and Buzuzu, that you have enough experience to learn Revive. I mean, no, I wouldn't go.
I actually have experience values for after Belial. After Bazuzu's 128, 150.
Okay, yeah, that's the line I use. Pop's having really good luck with his rings. He must still have all of them. I see him still using Zaraki on 2 dragons, which isn't necessarily the most efficient in terms of MP, but very fast clear speed.
That's what I thought too. I almost never do it for 2 of them. I'll just put them to sleep and swing.
Yeah, that's generally a good idea if you have 2 or even 3 prayer rings left. But if you still have all 4, yeah, no, I go crazy. Just keep zapping them until I break one.
It's one that's really hard to pay attention with a race like this. Is little details like that, like
if someone uses
broken rings, or
if someone uses a prayer ring in battle, it's literally like it. I've got like a quarter of a second to see the flash of that message say that his ring broke, and that's another thing too. Like,
and it's amazing how different it is when you're playing.
The runners,
if you're playing, you'll notice it.
Oh, well, you're expecting it.
Yeah, you're watching it so much more intently. But if you're trying to watch this, I can never keep up with the text messages.
You put the cursor on the ring, and then you hold your breath. Oh, please don't break. Please don't break. Okay. So Nana's level 20. That's usually a good indicator he's almost ready. He's checking his XP now. He's going to want lore 26, probably. No, looks like he's got enough. Lore must have missed some XP in some battle, so... Lore 26 usually happens before. Or maybe he's leaving a little bit earlier. Either way, he'll be fine. Lore's extra level won't matter too much. Here he's moved up to the 3rd floor, and this is one of the worst, trolliest places in the whole run. Third floor of Hargon's castle has horribly strong enemies, tons of liquid metal slimes that you can't fight, and a lot of these encounters are too dangerous to fight. They will just kill you. So we have to run and hope. Oh, Star getting an unfortunate back attack there, but looks like he got out of that fight. So he'll just heal and look for another. That's good. He'll fight, actually, this battle. This battle can be battled. I use Iona Zune here. Explode it. We'll kill the 2 berserkers on the right. Stop spell failed, unfortunately, but he didn't get hit by Exploded himself. He should be able to defeat the Devil Priest without too much trouble. Did he just revive that thing? He has revive?
No. What?
No, I didn't even know that guy had revive. I didn't even know had an animation in the game. Wow. I just learned something.
Don't get used to seeing that, people, because that's the first time I've seen it. I've watched a lot of DQ too.
I just recently learned that Exploded is a good tool to use in that battle. Whoa, that's crazy. Because my first instinct would be, oh, Berserker is guaranteed sleep. Let me just put these things to sleep, right? But the Exploded actually kills them guaranteed, so that's better too, right? But you won't get additional XP, but I don't know that you get extra XP for killing Revive.
You shouldn't.
So here we have Atlas. This is the first of the bosses in our rush. Ooh, Star is trying to get this Hagure.
Hagu, come home.
So there are 3 mini bosses that we have to face before reaching Hargon and Malroth, the 2 at the end.
Nope. No Hagu.
Atlas is a pretty straightforward battle. As long as Samak has to increase before he gets splattered, then he'll be fine. And we really just want to protect Prince Sama to make sure he gets this XP, gets Revive Spell. Once he gets Revive Spell, everybody else can die over and over, and it doesn't matter. As long as our hero in green stays standing, then he can just revive everybody. So this is why we've stacked all of the really good equipment on him. Bazuzu's the second boss. He's quite vulnerable to Sleep Spell, and Defeat also has a reasonable chance of working on him. But it doesn't look like he's opting for it.
Straight to swinging after
one fail, yeah.
I normally will give it at least 2 shots, sometimes 3.
Oh, there's a crit, so looks like he made the pretty reasonable choice there. And he is going for 25 from Belial, so he won't have Revive for this next fight, which is fine. I usually don't lose lore as long as you're careful. Nana will die a lot in this fight, but like I said, this actually is not a big deal.
So his target was 123.8.
Okay.
Or 123.4. One of those.
Nana going in front of Belial on turn 1 is not great, but Fire Breath is fine. She went in front again?
No, calm down. I know you got 6
the third time. Okay,
calm down.
Okay, she's gonna die now. He's gotta be a little careful. Well, okay, she helped Laura. That's good.
And at least it's not healing itself.
Okay, so Pop is gonna attack this guy and keep. It's 6 hits that it's gonna take. So this boss Belial has he can use Heal All, which resets the fight, but it doesn't look like
I'm saying I haven't
Just
seen him
needs
do
one
it.
more hit. Okay, I think he's got it.
Wow.
Nice.
That was a pretty free bell.
Mine just spams heal all forever.
It takes me like 5 minutes to clear that fight every time. Okay, so he got the revive spell, and that's what he needs. Now he can revive the princess. No problem. He's going to need to recover all of his MP. If he has his prayer rings, he's probably just going to start using them and then just go for it.
I swear, like 60% of the times I do that fight, I just give up and start licking shields until he runs out of MP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or he decides to. Okay, so Pop broke one. He just broke one there, and it looked like Nana only had one in her bag, so I think he's down to 2. Looks like he's content to go for it from here, though. He's going to go ahead and fight Hargon next. Hargon plays out fairly similarly to Belial, actually, except he doesn't have heal all.
Wait, who?
I don't know. This guy, whoever he is.
Never heard of him.
The same basic deal. He's going to increase his defense power with the increased spell and make sure his HP lines are good so that he doesn't die to explode it. And then Lore's going to keep hitting him until he dies. Looks like he's going for stop spell here. This occasionally works and will seal both explode it as well as heal more. But heal more is generally not a big deal. Just going to slow the fight down. So stop spell is a way of speeding the fight up, but doesn't really add too much safety. Nice Kaishin. It will help, keep Nana alive. She's going to die to this explode it, but not a big deal. Hargon was defeated. And that's it, right? We won the game? Save the world? No. Hargon's dying breath, he summons Shido, or Malroth in the Dragon Warrior 2 version. And this is the final battle here. This is a sort of a seesaw battle back and forth. Pop made very excellent time in that endgame grind, though. Wow. So we're going to start by trying to land Surround to lower his accuracy, and Broken Prayering. He's got to be careful. That's the last one, I think. Yeah, that is his last one, and he needs more MP on the princess. Oh, there it goes. Ooh.
All right.
He's going to have to do his best and hope he wins here. He's going to be in a really tough spot if he can't win the final battle here. So he's going to want to hit Surround to lower accuracy, but the Fire Breath that Shido has is incredibly strong. We've loaded Prince Sama up with tons of damage reduction effects, and we're going to improve his defense power, but until we get Surround landed, this is going to get pretty scary.
Scary.
We also need to lower his defense power before we can deal a lot of damage to him as well. So this is about setup here. As long as Cannock in the middle stays alive, though, and has MP, then he's in good shape. The longer it's taking him to hit this Surround, though, the more of Nana's MP he's losing. This is pretty scary.
You cannot start this fight without Surround.
He's even trying to use the Sword of Light, which can be used to cast Surround in battle for free, to try and get it.
Man.
I have more success at
Surround.
Sword of Light than Surround spell.
Oh, Surround missed.
0.5%.
Oh, there we go. He's got a Manusa. Good. So he hits Surround. So now he can proceed. He's got his defense improved, but it's in a bit of a tough spot here. He's taking a couple of fire breaths. He's got to revive.
Quickly and sleep.
Sleep can work on this guy. It's not very likely, but okay. Okay, hang in there. He's using a lot of MP. This is getting really scary already.
One of the interesting things, you actually keep your defense up if you're dead. I've actually had a situation where since Nana was dead, she had more defense than everyone else on my team.
Yeah. The reverse is true, though. If increase goes off while someone is dead, they won't get it. So I've had instances where I have to cast it even though it doesn't do anything for 2 people because I need it on Lore. He's using the Mage Rod here. This is fairly smart. He can't use his MP for anything else. He's got to save it for defense.
Yeah, if you have good MP, you can use some Explode It near the second half of this fight, or potentially even earlier to add some
nice
damage.
Dodge there. Shido can double attack the same person, same as guys like Atlas or those Devil Lords. So that's why Surround was really helpful. When he does do double and miss like that, then we get a free turn. The Fire Breath always, though, forces us back on the defensive.
Speaking towards Ionazun, it's amazing how much of a great source of conserving MP spell like Ionizune actually is, with the fact that it's like the most costing thing Nana will ever use.
Yeah.
Just because of the sheer amount of time that it can cut off this fight. When you're first learning, you want to be so conservative, but really, if you have the resources, just throw them, because you're saving yourself in the long run.
It basically does as much as Lore does after 2 times sap. So if he buffs his defense back up, you're doing more damage with Explode It than you are with anything else. He's doing really well here, though.
And there's the Ionizune.
Yeah, Pop's got this in the bag, I think.
He's probably counting damage. He knows how close he is to winning the fight. Keeping his defense increased, though. He's going to play defensively here, protecting Nana. Unfortunately, everyone's dead here, so he's got to be careful. This is something that'll happen when
there we go.
There we go. Nice.
Oh my God.
GG. That was really close. Pop decided to attack with Lore that turn, and he died. Oftentimes, you'll want to defend to be safer there. But knowing that the fight is almost finished, Pop with the chance that, oh, maybe Shido doesn't want to breathe fire on me. Maybe he'll survive it and I'll win. No. Shido's like, I'm going to be rude and breathe my strongest fire breath I've got on you. But it wasn't enough to defeat our hero, Prince Sama. Prince Sama stays alive, revives the rest of the gang. Looks like he made it. Pop-san with a very impressive Hagure 2 time.
Is Pop's audio up on stream? Because he's probably going to be singing during the credits.
The emblem.
Oh, okay, great.
I think.
He should be.
Wonderful. So anybody who doesn't know, the ending credit song, Kono Michi Wagatabi, it's sort of a Japanese RTA tradition to sing along with the ending credits song, so we'll probably have his stream audio up. He'll be serenading you all shortly.
I'm sure he'll be in a good mood too, because it was a really good run.
It was an insanely good run.
That's quite a good run, yes.
Yeah.
It'll be about...
Pop just can't do poorly in a race. If he knows that there's other people playing too, he's got to be like, I'm going to put you in your place. You're going to understand. Like, my PB is 3 minutes faster than the time that he got in this. He got a time like 40 seconds faster than me in my PB, because it was a race. I was like, I'm just not allowed to be happy. Got it. Good.
I remember we played one of the closest DQ3 races. Like, we both had really, really excellent times. Like, I had a 2:56 or something like that, and I still couldn't beat him in that race. It's like, oh man, what do you got to do to beat Pop in a race sometimes? It's really hard. Pop is the man.
Correct answer is you just have to have Dragon Lord kill him like 3 times.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what 80% of my race went, because he died to Zoma.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the only way I've beaten any of you guys in DQ3 is getting you guys dying to Zoma or Bomus or something like that.
Oh, Zoma. I'm looking forward to that.
Always. King Sword Cut?
Yeah, no.
Patarka's not in this. Somebody's got to do it.
I have my notes, but yeah, no.
Remember what King Sword Cut is? That's where you decide that you're going to try and beat Zoma with a paper fan instead of a strong sword.
For me, I'm an old man who has to hobble around slowly to the end game with his sage's staff. That's what it is. It's not even the King Sword.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, me too.
しきりにこの胸うずかせる履きつぶしてきた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち時には見失って探してやがて追いつきこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな想いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影帽子が道連れ雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出す
Excellent singing from Pop, as always. And Pop will now be switching over to his DQ3 cartridge, and we'll get rolling right into the next game. So, we got some grinding going on in DQ2 still, but I'm going to take a minute to introduce some DQ3. So DQ3 is the prequel. It takes place before Dragon Quest 1 and 2. You start off by creating your hero, selecting a file, and you go through this this personality test at the start of the game where you're asked a series of questions, and based on your answers to those questions, you are given a personality. And personalities are sort of a critical aspect to the routing of this game. I'm going to talk about them a little bit because once you get into character creation, they're also going to come into play, which is only a couple minutes into the run. And basically the idea behind the personalities is that when you level up, you gain a set of stats, sort of arranged based on your class and your level and stuff like that. And your stat growths are modified by a percentage based on your personality. So Pop here is choosing the lazy hero, which might not sound ideal for a speedrun, but in fact has one of the highest stamina gross and also pretty good strength, which are two stats that are kind of critical to the routing of the run. There's also an option for a brave hero who has more strength but way less survivability. I'm a bit quiet, I'm being told. Is this any better? I turned up the gain on my mic a little bit. I had adjusted it because I was getting the crackling earlier.
Which I haven't heard any issues with.
That's good.
Okay. See how we're starting up here. Dragon Quest III, the third game of our relay. Whereas Dragon Quest II featured a lot of very difficult random encounter handling. Dragon Quest III is a big part of it's all about speedy menus. There's going to be tons of things flying around in our bag. The thing about this game as a whole, as a speedrun, there are a lot of things that we don't have a lot of control over. Where we get random battles, what enemies are in the random battles, how those battles shake out, what our stat gains are when we level up, whether or not we learn certain spells at certain levels. All of these things are out of our control for the most part. Nevertheless, the chart that we have to play this run is extremely optimized. Every single detail of it is extremely important and extremely well thought out to give us the best chance that we've got for all of these difficult things. So a big part of this game is putting together all those pieces as fast as you can, and when the game decides to push you off the wagon, so to speak, getting yourself back on as fast as you can and back towards the next goal. That's really what this game is all about. So it's really fast-paced. There are going to be lots of things going on here. So right off the bat, we're creating a party. We're going to get our intrepid adventurers to come with us. So made a dealer. That's going to be for later. A mage first. He's got Iron Man. That's a good personality. We're putting all of these seeds in stamina, so we're going to get lots of HP in the beginning. That's going to be really important for how we approach the start of the game here. So he's flying through the party creation. He's going to want a tough...
Go ahead.
He's going to want the tough guy warrior here, so he's going to keep looking until he gets one.
Yeah, so the points into stamina have kind of two effects. One is it influences which personality you're given. Looks like he got Iron Man again, so he's going to reroll again. Your stats influence your stats from this creation influence what personality you're given. So for the warrior, he needs at least 19 stamina, and then it's a 50-50 shot of getting tough guy. But then your stamina also directly correlates to your HP gains. So the stamina, raw stamina value is important at level 2. The personality is important for the entire run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so the stat gains that we get, there are some base expected values that are going to get sort of multiplied by these different weights that are based on our personality. So really we focused on personalities that have very high stamina gains. So they're weighted to be more likely to give us high stamina gains each time we level up. And the hero's lazy type also has fairly high strength and stamina and lower agility, which is actually going to play an important role towards the end of the run. But for now, we've got our party assembled, hero, warrior, thief, mage, in that order. We're going to be rearranging the party order a lot. So right off the bat here, we're going to fight some monsters. Whatever shows up, we need to get to level 2 as fast as possible. So once we get to level 2, all that stamina that we got earlier is going to basically turn into HP. It's going to be 15 experience points for the mage to reach level 15. That'll give warrior, thief, mage to level 2, and each of them is gaining probably 25 to 35 hit points, depending on what the stamina seats rolled. Basically immediately right off the bat.
And in addition, those 4 bunnies are kind of like the perfect encounter to get on the way to Reeve, because they also give you the kind of exact amount of gold that you want to get 3 stacks of 27
Pop actually
herbs.
cut the luck seed. He does buying a little differently here, so he's going to get 2 stacks. Well, 2.5. He's going to only buy 3 wings.
Yeah. I
believe he adds, I believe he adds additional medical herbs in Romilly if he needs them. If he decides he needs them, he'll buy more there. But generally speaking, he leaves that luck seed in the dresser instead of selling it, so that if he wipes out, he can use that to recover.
The Brave Hero makes me sad.
Oh well. Brave Hero, maybe not necessarily race friendly.
He's done it before.
It's fantastic when you start at level 1 and he's doing like 20 damage a hit. It's great. Don't get me wrong, he one-shots everything. But he has like 17 hit points, and you're like, oh, huh.
Yeah.
Thought he was fragile in the pyramid before. Gee.
He's a loose cannon, dude. He's a bright, shining star, just ready to explode. When it explodes, it hurts him more.
If you're ready to do pyramid resets, then by all means, it's not a problem.
I'm learning Brave Hero.
Go ahead. I learned terrible strats when I learned this game.
I'm not gonna start with Kingsword Cut. It could be worse.
I suppose. No, I did like no Romilly safety gear, like no contingencies, bare minimum gold, reset if I wipe out. That's how I started learning. Yeah.
You went to Well, no wonder you had no problems learning DQ2 from Star, and Pop's like, what are you doing? It's so terribly risky. Why would you ever do that? And I'm like, wait, what?
It's still better than the resource we had before Star's chart. It says to go to Moonpeta with a club instead of a copper sword.
Oh no. Why would you ever do that?
It also says to cast Surround with Nana on the Devil Priest on turn 1. And that's like the worst advice I can possibly give you.
I mean, if you want her to die, sure.
Like literally 40% of the time she dies. And then you can't win.
So pop off to a really, really brisk start to DQ3 here. Got the Thief's Key in, what was it, like 8:15 or 8:20 or something like that. It was really quick. Really nice character creation.
Yeah, he's just cruising through the beginning part of the... Looks like he's going to stay at the inn here. Okay.
Yeah.
Got just enough cash for that. He bought some extra medical herbs there.
Yeah, I don't think he got 2 on the hero. Did he?
I didn't quite see, but he'll have plenty of opportunities to fight stuff along the way to...
Yeah, of course.
To the cave here, if the encounters are decent. And I've seen him fight some pretty bulky battles. So as long as his mage still has MP, which he probably does if he didn't fight too much, then he should be fine. As long as the mage reached level 2, you could probably even go at 2-2-2-1. Yeah, he's level 1 still. Yeah. He's gone ahead and used the wisdom seed on the mage. Interesting.
Yeah, going ahead at 2-2-2-1 is like, it's fine for a PB attempt. I don't love it for like a race strategy, but
I like 3-3-2-2. Yeah. The extra HPs that you're going to gain, he's going to fight this encounter. It's going to be rough with the moths here. If they cast Surround, then fighting the battle will be really difficult. But
yeah, so as a little bit of an explanation, kind of the general premise behind the Dragon Quest III speedrun is, as quickly as possible, the runners are going to be going to the magic pyramid where you get the magic key, and it's going to just unlock a ton of resources. It typically takes about 20 minutes to get that key, and it's just going to unlock so much gold and gear and everything else that they need to really blitz through the beginning of the game. So everything up to that point is just like praying and preparation and weighing your odds versus the speeds of making it through the pyramid.
Yeah, I think the first time I watched the speedrun of this is the part that I just really did not expect, to go as early as we do to go get the magic key, and just how much power you gain by getting it. It's fantastic and absolutely makes the run what it is. We're going to basically get the magic key, get our way to Portoga, get really powerful weapons. And even though our levels are going to be really low, we're still going to be able to cruise through most of the first half of the game. And then as a result of our levels being, we get rapidly caught up on levels. Everything is pretty strong compared to our expected level. So we just are able to really clear things even though our levels are low. Weapons are good, so we clear all this stuff and level up really fast. So we just are able to are able to get through all these different parts really, really quite smoothly.
Mm-hmm. And like the other, like DQ 1 and 2 in this relay beforehand, Dragon Quest 3 is sort of a full rebalance compared to the NES version. So if you're familiar with the NES version, there's going to be quite a few differences for this one. The personality system, the stat seeds on character creation, the equipment that's available. There's the addition of whips and a lot of late game items that are like usable in combat. There's just quite a few really substantial differences. The addition of the thief class and the
I was
Tiptoe
just gonna
spell
say we've got a brand new character in our party.
Yeah. So it's if you know anything about the NES version, like you can almost treat this as a separate game. Like the plot triggers are all the same, mostly the same.
Mostly.
You don't have to fight Kandar 1 in NES where you do in this version.
Yes.
But otherwise than that, like from a balance standpoint and a routing standpoint, there's some similarities, like going to the pyramid first and rushing for buy kill, but realistically the game plays out very, very differently.
Mm-hmm.
So Pop is making his way through this magic ball cave.
Mm-hmm. Temptation cave.
Mamu's having some problems.
Yeah, I've watched him go down again, unfortunately. Tough fights here in the castle. Pop, as always, the master, makes it look very easy, but the other runners definitely having a much harder time. Pop did what I said, like you hope to do, where you just get in the castle once and stay in there and never leave, which is really good news for him because he broke all his rings. But played it out carefully enough, did what he had to do, got in, got out, completed the game. And this is kind of highlights why you don't really want to have to go back and forth a lot. Because it's not a lot of fun.
Star's starting to build that gap back up. There was a point where they were pretty much the same levels. Now Star is sitting 2 above. Yeah. And Star is still in there, and Mamu's back in the white ground.
And unfortunately,
and then dying.
Starting over.
So for an example of what Dina was talking about with those prayer rings, the relay race we did a couple months ago on RTA in Japan, Star of Violence broke his rings right before the final boss and then wiped, and then proceeded to have kind of like a drawn out wipe loop until he got another prayer ring drop, because that it's just so punishing on your MP for those final couple bosses.
Mm-hmm. It's really...
He was going to be the first one out of DQ2. I was ready to go with DQ1, and then it stalled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's a really tough call to be in there, because you don't want to leave and come back. It's so much work. But it's the right call sometimes. So Pop's beginning his pyramid walk. The first step is to get to the next town, Ashalam, and starting from crossing the bridge, the encounters are extremely powerful. He's going to want to run away from everything, but first chance of running is only 25%, 50% second time, 75 on the third, and guaranteed on the fourth. Each failed flee, one monster is guaranteed to take an action, and as many as all of them might. So that turn, everybody attacked, unfortunately. He lost somebody in battle. The conclusion of each battle, if he's still alive, he's going to heal up whoever's left alive and keep soldiering forward. If he makes it to Ashalam, he'll be able to revive everybody, 10 gold apiece. Reviving, fortunately, in this game, in Dragon Quest 3, is very cheap to start. Until you reach level 5, I think everybody costs only 10 gold.
Yeah, and then it goes to level squared, rounded up, I think.
Yeah, that's this formula I know they use in Dragon Warrior 4. I use it a few times to figure out how much I'm going to need.
Yep.
Need to save to revive Christo, for instance.
And typically getting to Ashalam it's pretty safe. Like you
Usually
might lose a couple
it's not
characters,
so bad.
but
you can wipe out along the way there. Pop's made it here. He's sold a few items here. He's going to have enough money for this.
Interesting.
Oh, that was the bronze shield there that he bought.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did he also buy a fur hood?
I didn't see that. He wouldn't have had enough money.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. So different options here, and there are a lot of choices that you can have for this pyramid game. He's getting some different armor options. Honestly, armor kind of sort of helps sometimes, but if you get a lot of encounters and they decide to kill you, it's not really any amount of HP or armor really is going to help you.
Yeah, common way of like learning this game to start with is to get some safety gear in Romilly, and then also get an extra item there in Osalam, and you end up with a bunch of extra defensive gear. But realistically, it takes like over a minute worth of time. It takes almost a minute in Romilly, and then another like 20-30 seconds in Osalam, and it doesn't really increase your odds of making it through the pyramid that much. So it's pretty common to skip some of it.
You'll probably see me I get to DQ3 to play probably at the very least the Fur Hood, especially if I lose anybody on the way side.
Yeah.
I actually, while I don't necessarily think that the equipment will help a ton in the pyramid section, it is actually quite helpful for some of these other sections as well. You don't exactly sell it right away. You keep it for several sections. Pop's made his way here to the pyramid. He's got 3 people left alive, which is pretty decent. So he's going to work his way up, hopefully to the 3rd floor without any encounters. Here on the 3rd floor, however, we need to do this switch puzzle. And we can't encounter reset by taking the stairs, as it will also reset the puzzle. So what this means is, even though he's tiling very carefully to take the minimum number of steps on this floor, there's no way to avoid at least one fight in the pyramid with these very strong enemies. He's got a very good walk going so far.
You're guaranteed 1. Ooh, didn't even see him.
Very lucky.
You're guaranteed 1, 2 is probably most common, and
he's
3
probably
or even 4 is possible. There's a second one.
That's an early fight, but these King Toads have Sleep Spell, which is pretty scary. That missed.
Whew. Almost jinxed it.
Okay. He's going to heal his party up since he took damage, but nobody died in that fight. That's good. He's going to reset now, and he's going to just head a little bit further and grab the key. He would love to make it back to Isis Town without anybody, well, with at least somebody still alive. That's the ultimate goal, because this is really going to help our route. The first thing we want to do is acquire all the treasure in Isis Castle. And to do that, we need the magic key, and it's got to be nighttime. So we need both of those conditions satisfied. If he can get through to the top of the pyramid, get out of here, and back to town, then it will definitely be nighttime. It's planned out in our route that way. Ooh, second run fail, and everybody's hurt. This is really... third run fail. All right.
They targeted the...
he's still alive.
Yeah, so the different monsters have kind of different AI, and a lot of the monsters in the pyramid use their target at the start of the round, and so even if that target dies, they still try to attack it, and that's what happened there. Is both the toad and the mummy attacked the dead character and not
That's a really unlucky fight. Really unlucky first 3 times run fail, but it's actually kind of lucky that somebody's actually still alive, though.
But we're not to Isis yet. There's a 50-50 shot or so of getting an encounter here on this walk, and
just one character by himself is likely. Oh.
Okay.
He's not there yet.
He's good.
Okay, there we go. He's made it. So here he's made it to Isis Castle at nighttime with the magic key. That is perfect. That is 100% exactly what he wanted. 20 minutes to boot, exactly, getting into the castle. So that's a great start.
Really solid start. And so the reason that you want to be nighttime here is kind of twofold. There's guards blocking these chests during the day. And also at night, the queen is sort of in her bedroom, and she gives you, tells you that she'll help you out if you search behind her bed, and you can find a prayer ring there. And unlike DQ2, the prayer rings are extremely valuable in DQ3, but they're a little bit more plentiful. There's an opportunity to buy a couple, and they're not as required for grinding. So this first prayer ring that the runners will pick up, they'll actually be using to sell to accelerate some of their equipment purchases, which has more immediate value than what the prayer ring might provide.
We can also add in some additional options if we like when we go to shop for prayer rings to make sure that we have more gold to purchase additional ones if we want extra safety. By and large, though, the prayer rings in DQ3 are, like you said, a little bit more optional. That's not to say you can't finish this game without any. I'd say that's probably not very likely to happen. But there are 2 that we'll pick up in treasure chests, one in Baramos's castle, another in Zoma's castle. And if those 2 rings held up, you could probably theoretically get by on just those 2 rings. I wouldn't recommend it, as though I would want at least one for the hero and for the sage for Baramos. But I'm just speaking theoretically. The prayer rings aren't like we're going to go really, really out of our way to go get these. They're very helpful, but as you said, this first one here is actually going to be more valuable to us in the form of currency. It's basically going to be the difference between purchasing an extra suit of iron armor, for instance. So.
Right, and so Pop sold the prayer ring. He sold the I don't remember, is it silk robe or
the golden tiara is sold here, and the flashy clothes at the
flashy
top.
Clothes, that's it. And yeah, and he buys a couple sets of armor, a shield for the hero, and a couple helmets.
Yeah.
Had to think about it for a second. I know where they are in the menu. I'm like, which item is which?
Yeah. Yeah, you get 2 helmets, 2 suits of armor, and a shield, iron equipment. So the warrior and hero are now decked out in very powerful armor, considering what level they are, considering how little time we've spent playing the game. But we really can't fight anything until we get weapons. But we can get a steel sword here, but the steel whips that they sell in Portoga are extremely powerful, and both the hero and thief in our party can use them, and it's going to be crucial that we get these steel whips. They're going to basically wipe out everything in the next 2 chapters, really, of the speedrun, the Kandar 1 and Kandar 2 sections.
So Pop's going down here into this well in Isis. There's a book in this treasure chest, and basically he was going to pay attention to his thief's personality when he was creating his character, and you're a little bit more lenient on the thief's personality because that book gives a really good personality for the thief. So if it's not ideal, then you pick up that book and you use it to increase your stamina gain. And if you happen to get like a tough guy or something on the thief, then you can simply skip the book. So Pop must have had...
He got Iron Man Thief. He opted to get the book, yeah. He would have probably gone instead to get the Meteorite armband instead if he decided to skip the well.
Yeah.
I practiced this game to prepare for this event just recently, and I accidentally used my book on the warrior and wiped out his tough guy personality, and I was very upset. That run did actually defeat Zoma, but yeah, Mr. Warrior got to Zoma with like 260 hit points.
Ugh.
I life nutted him up to about 285 or something like that, and then that's as good as it got.
I accidentally used it on the...
Is that the
Fearless. That's the Fearless one.
Book.
Yeah.
So the agility value is a decent factor on that too. So like that's a doubly bad reason why giving it to the warrior is not a good idea.
You mean you don't want to outspeed Zoma with your Healy staff?
Zoma generally is a problem. Definitely don't. Bomus, thanks.
Yeah, I accidentally used the book on the hero once, and honestly, that run ended up playing out like exactly as if I'd used it on the thief. Like all my hit point values were normal. It was really strange.
It was strange because the warrior was getting great HP gains at the start. He looked totally fine, and then after Baramos, basically just stopped gaining anything, and I was like, oh boy.
So Pop just picked up the Meteorite armband here. It's a very valuable accessory. They'll be using it the entire game. It doubles your character's innate agility, and worth noting is that in this game, your agility also contributes directly to your defense. So
yeah, at a rate of 1/2. So half of your agility goes to contribute to defense power directly. So so this is a really helpful accessory. It's going to be used to, at first in this section, to force the hero's agility to be decent, because it's kind of poor, but doubling it'll go to a decent value, and he's going to have a steel whip, and the thief, who also has decent agility, is going to have the other steel whip, and the two of them are basically just going to destroy everything in their path. You hope to see them go early in battles, and they're just going to destroy entire groups of enemies by themselves because of how the whips work.
Bumps? No lumps?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
It's not lumps.
This
is actually not so bad. Unfortunately, Pop's got a battle here on the way to Portoga. This is
no boy.
not good.
Sit here and watch every
That's
single
fine.
one of them wave their arm.
Hey, that's way better than watching every single lump wave his staff. So
Yeah.
So there's about a 20% chance on that walk if you get an encounter for it to be 4 lumps who can all
Druids.
cast Boggy. And if you
It's
fail to run even once, they could potentially wipe out your team.
it's a very fast way of getting yourself killed, and that's why you notice Pop take a fight on the edge, hoping to decrease his chance of getting a battle in that region. He still got one, but it was actually just Rogue Knight, so that's actually probably the safest thing he could have seen there.
Yeah, it also affects your item routing a little bit, so it's a little bit faster in Isis to sell the ruby bracelet that you pick up in one of the treasure chests, and it's a little bit faster to sell it there and buy the steel sword for the warrior there.
Mhm.
But then you're carrying around a lot of extra gold, and if you die on that walk to Portoga, you're done. So
Yeah.
I like doing it a lot during PB attempts, but doing it in a race is not a good idea.
The time I did accidentally sell some things, I made sure to safety save before going to Portoga. It's very real, the chance of dying there. But doesn't look like it's going to be an issue for Pop yet. He's made it here to Portoga. He's got the King's Letter. We're going to need that to get to the passage to Baharata later. There's also more treasure in here. The Mist Staff that casts the stop spell effect when used as an item in battle. And the cool thing is that anybody in your party can use it. So this is going to give our warriors an option of using stop spell, which is pretty neat. He's healing himself up, and then it's time to do Kandar 1. So we mentioned earlier in the beginning of this run, unlike the NES version, the Kandar 1 fight script actually is required to do Kandar 2. So even though we have the King's Letter and we can get to Baharata, we can't actually do the Pepper quest until we do Kandar 1. Which is honestly probably better anyway. Felines would stand to benefit by getting these levels before going to Baharata, as that journey can be a little bit scary. Already getting poisoned, nice. But so yeah, this is just all the more reason to go up here to do the Kandar 1 section.
And you can see here against these toads, like the whips just doing work, so the whips will attack an entire group of enemies. And if your encounters are split into multiple groups, then you sometimes lose a little bit of effectiveness out of them. But against like those poison toads, you clear them right away. Pop choosing to run from this fight, these caterpillars really aren't worth a ton of XP, and they troll you by increasing their defense, and he just doesn't want to bother with it. Not valuable in a fight.
He'll be doing a lot of weighing of encounters here, of deciding to fight or flee based on, well, I want to earn experience by fighting things, but I want to fight encounters that are going to resolve quickly. I don't want to run away from things that are going to potentially be dangerous, and I don't want to run away from battles that are going to be slow if I fail to run from them. So fights that are fast to clear, anything with one formation is generally something he's going to stop and fight. Earning experience is really quite helpful in this section. The mage is going to start learning new magic spells, potentially starting at level 4, and whether she learns the upper or ice bolt spells along the way here can alter our game plan for the Kandar 1 fight. Ice bolt is 50-50 at level 5, I believe, and to the best of my knowledge, guaranteed at level 6. DQ3 spell learning continues to mystify me, because I would have sworn that heal more is a guarantee at level 14 on your sage, but apparently 1 in 200 attempts, apparently she just doesn't have it.
That's exactly what the game wanted you to think for that one attempt.
It's like
where it wanted you.
When Lavkian learned DQ3, I saw him 2, if not 3 runs end up.
Because you remarked that it happened twice, but I thought it was some quirk of the emulator or something, but it happened to Pop in an actual race. I saw him like, what is he doing grinding more experience? And then I saw him learn heal more at level 15, and I lost my mind.
Yeah, I saw that too. It's extremely rare, but DQ3 has some guaranteed spells that you learn at certain levels, some there's chances, and the chance of learning things seems to vary at certain levels, or stop spell is another one on the hero. Like, you got a chance of learning at 18, and I think it's guaranteed at 19.
That's one of those things, like, I've never seen him not have it.
Some things you're never guaranteed to learn.
And unfortunately, the by kill spell is one of those very important. We have to learn, and it has no guarantee level that we will learn it. We utilize the save and reset strategy. Well, we can utilize the save and reset strategy to make sure that we learn it without losing our minds and going to level 70. But
Yeah.
But
I didn't see. Did Pop learn upper at 4?
I also missed it.
It's kind of late at night, so paying attention to details like that is...
Upper isn't the most necessarily the most relevant one. It can be helpful. It doesn't really speed the fight along too much. I'm much more a fan of Ice Bolt.
Yeah,
so whether or not I Ice Bolt at 5, if I have Ice Bolt, then I'll definitely use that.
Upper can speed things up a little just because you don't have to heal as much, but...
You have a lot more options. If you upper the mage on turn 1, you can attack with her freely on turn 2 without really fearing her being killed, especially if you get some of the extra equips. I saw Pop at least got the one for hood that's in Kazaf, yeah.
And so one thing you may notice is that he's actually having his mage physically attack in these fights, and that's because he picked up the rune staff. Okay, he got both upper and Ice Bolt at 5.
Ice Bolt there, yep.
Nice.
Good.
He picked up the rune staff in the Eliahan treasury, and that's a very powerful staff at this point in the game. So the mage actually does almost as much damage as the other characters against a single target with a physical hit.
And when we adjust the accessories for the boss battle, her attack power is basically the same as the thief's. So hero plus warrior plus either of the other two is usually enough to kill a goon, 60 hit point henchman.
Yep.
So we can utilize that on turn 1 to, like if you don't have Ice Bolt, for instance, to attack with 3 characters, and then on turn 2 you'll probably need to heal someone with a thief, so you can have the mage step in and sort of fill in that role, fill in that gap. Yeah, make sure you kill a goon a turn.
Interesting to note. So here you see Pop swapping accessories. He's swapping the hero's bracelet with the meteorite armband to give the thief more agility. So the goal being that the thief can use an herb in combat before the enemies get to go to heal, and the hero will have more attack power because he'll be attacking.
Oh, he chose upper anyway.
Huh. Also worth noting. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I really prefer Ice Bolt to start for the faster clear, but that's fine. I'm just gonna remark that we don't have a healing character with healing spell. Well, the hero and his heal, I guess, but he only has enough MP to cast it once right now. Anyway, we are relying on medical to heal for basically the first half of the entire route, so another hour probably. We're gonna heal only with medical. So yeah, this is the combination of Thief's naturally high agility being doubled by the meteorite, giving her a very high chance, not a guarantee, very high chance of going in front of enemies. So when I do need to heal, she's going to be the one to do it. The mage is also probably filled up with medical orbs as well to heal in case something happens to the thief. Kandar can critical hit and basically kill anybody in one hit. So that'll sort of be a backup option. If you can sort of preemptively heal with the mage as well, it's also helpful. But it looks like he's just going to go into Ice Bolt mode here and end the fight rather quickly.
So one thing that's really awesome about this game, in my opinion, you might have seen on that last turn, Kandar raised his axe overhead and did like this really heavy-looking swing. That's his critical hit animation. So in Kandar's case, it means he's got if he does that animation, which is a 1 in 8 chance, he then has a 1 in 8 chance, a further 1 in 8 chance for that attack to be a critical hit. But in general, throughout the game, a bunch of enemies have different animations that indicates what attack they're doing. So the little green bubble slimes, if they splash at you, it might poison you. Or the poison toads, if they kind of like breathe the purple bubbles at you, got a chance of poisoning you. And stuff like that is just, like, in my opinion, really cool. The sprite work and the animations of this game are really fantastic.
Yeah, excellent. And it really is kind of interesting that you can sort of distinguish between those two kind of attacks. And while when I'm playing, I generally don't like seeing Kandar raise his axe above his head. It does give it that extra kind of like a little bit of attention. Oh, gee, is this it? Is this where I get mushed or no? Okay, everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it also sort of like gives that weight to the animation, gives more weight to that attack. You know, you really feel the force of his blow, so to speak.
Yep. So Pop is now working his way through the cave to Baharata, using the letter on I don't remember this little dwarf's name.
Noru,
Nerad.
the dwarf.
Yeah.
Ahem. Forgetting his dare you.
Yeah. Forgetting his name. Implying I know anything about the story of this game. Kidding a little bit, but
So yeah.
Gotta remember him just because he's the guy who goes ahem all the time. He's evil Ash's
When I
favorite
was
character.
learning this run, I couldn't do that menu correctly. I'd always mess it up. Like, cause he asks you have to show him the letter, and then he asks you if you want to open it, the door or whatever. So I was really conditioned to holding Turbo B for all of the menus, so I kept telling him no. Talk to him the second time, you have to say yes twice. He has 2 dialogues, so I'd said yes, and then went back to holding B, told him no again, and I had to get the letter out again and show it to him again.
Classic.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling with the simplest menu, but
you know what one gets me in any DQ game is just when you go to save and they're like, do you want to continue your journey?
Nope.
And like I'm always holding B and I hit no. And
buy, kill, save, and reset every time.
And sometimes it'll be like, no, I don't, like you'll die like in DQ1 and be like, do you want to save? And you'll be like, no. And it's like, do you want to continue anyway? And then you accidentally hit no again and they're like, what do you really want to do? And I'm always like, which one is it?
I'm really confused because I can't actually read this text.
Yep.
I don't know what I want to do. I don't speak this language. Why am I doing this to myself?
Now, if you keep holding B, then eventually it just loops. So, because he's like, do you want to save? You say no. Do you want to keep playing? And he's like, no. Are you sure that you want to stop playing? You're going to lose your progress. And then you say no. And you keep at it saying no. You get stuck in a loop.
Yeah, so Pop made his way to Baharata with no problems. The encounters on that walk there some of them are a little bit scary. They're worth pretty decent XP. I noticed that he did learn Gira or Fireball on his mage, so he'll have that available to him through the random encounters and for the goons on the Kandar 2 segments. But there's a couple of scary monsters you can run into. The hunter flies like to cast Gira and just do a ton of damage to your whole party. The gizmos can breathe fire on you. You ran into the 4 anteaters they hit like a truck with their physical attacks. I was surprised to see him actually cast Gira on the mage instead of defend on turn 1.
Yeah, I've seen cast Gira as a pretty good option there if you have the. But generally speaking, the enemies on the way to Baharata are such that as long as we fight straight up, because we have the fast whip users, as long as we remember to switch accessories, I'm sure Pop had no problems remembering that. We should have the faster hero and thief to just blow enemies away before they get to kill us. The hunter flies especially will cast Gira on us, and that does a lot of damage. So, but we can readily defeat them with the whips before they get a chance to use it. So, back attacks are extremely problematic in that section, but generally speaking, if we fight things straight up, we get a chance to defeat them. Or the Death Jackals are 75% vulnerable to expel. Then generally we can deal with them before they get a chance to do anything too dangerous.
Yeah. So a little bit of a lore update, just in case people don't know what's going on in DQ3, is we fought Kandar near Kazav, west of Kazav, and he was just this goon that's causing trouble. And the king in Portoga, where they got the letter, the king is really addicted to pepper. So he really wants you to find some pepper, which can only be found in Baharata. So you go to Bharata and you find this guy Gupta, whose girlfriend has been kidnapped, and you find out that it was Kandar who relocated over here and kidnapped Gupta's girlfriend. And so you come into this cave to rescue Gupta and his girlfriend because he's the pepper merchant. So he's the one that you need to get the pepper from to give to the king of Portoga. And that's how we'll end up getting the boat, which sort of unlocks the rest of the world and gives you plenty of options for exploring new places, finding equipment, finding story progression, etc. So that's sort of where we're at where Pop is at in the speedrun. Is in the cave, about to fight the Kandar 2 goons, picking up some extra stat seeds to give him a little bit more power going forward, trading his accessories background. He'll do a quick party reorder and get into a fight with 4 henchmen. The henchmen here are different than the ones in the Kandar 1 fight. Interestingly enough, in the Game Boy Color version, it's the Kandar 1 henchmen again.
Yeah, I know.
This version, they're new. They've got more hit points. I think 100
they've got, I think it's 120. It could be 100.
Yeah, it's 100 or 120. They cast defense on you. They can heal more themselves. You can opt to use the Mist Staff to try to stop spell them.
It's not very effective, unfortunately, only 25%. Pop's elected with a strategy I've seen him do before, where he's defended on his front 2 characters, his thief. He doesn't want to deal too much damage. Their AI won't use heal more until they've taken some damage, so he wants to try and deal a little bit of damage, but not too much, and then go in a little bit heavier on turn 2 to try and kill them before they decide to try and heal each other. So got 2 of them there. That's really good.
And as powerful as the whips are, the whips do diminishing damage the more targets it hits. So you can see that he took out the first 2, but the 3rd and 4th one they took less damage from the whips, and the 4th one got off a heal more onto C. Which it kind of happens sometimes. But overall, the fight went fine. It's not really that big of a deal. He took quite a bit of damage, so he'll have to use some herbs to heal back up, but that's expected.
Yeah. I've taken to using Monton here, the tactics heal, just burning all of the heroes' MP. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, it looks like he used a couple herbs first, and then...
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that he was actually going to reach full health off of it, as well as maybe he was also concerned about saving some MP for the fight. It can be helpful in a really sticky situation to pull out Hoimi here in this fight, heal off of the hero. It's generally not something you want to do, but
in the meantime, so kind of interesting right now, Pop's going on to Kandar 2, but Star of Violence is also on the mini-boss rush, so he just beat Atlas, and he's on to Pazuzu.
Looks like I'm also learning Defeat with Sama, so his grind will be accelerating. He's almost finished. Probably about 10 more minutes, and he'll be ready to move up.
Star had to leave a few times after actually getting to 23. He looped a little bit, but I think that was more by choice than anything else. I'm assuming that he's relatively low one.
I assume he picked up another string seed and wanted to probably safety save his rings after the last
yeah,
experience.
After last time.
Yeah, it's often a decent tactic up here after you defeat Belial to decide what to do, whether to continue with Argon or just jump off of the bridge there and save your game.
If I have less than 3 rings, I tend to jump. If I've got 3, I'll go for it.
If I
don't like going at 2.
If I have 3 or even 2, generally what I'll do is I'll start juicing up, and then when one of them cracks, be like, all right. But if I can fill up and feel like I'm not going to spend too much MP for Argon, not need to use too many more rings to get prepared for Shido, so that I can feel like I'm going to have one in Sama's bag for the fight, then yeah, I've been known to use on 2 and then break 1 and then go down to 1 and fine. I'm not doing it.
So Kandar 2 is going pretty smoothly. Pop cleared out the henchmen nice and quickly and cast upper on his characters, and now it's just kind of a standard Hank and do what damage you can. He's able to cast some spells on his mage, but he really needs to make sure that his mage saves at least 8 MP to cast the outside spell after the fight is done with. Not critical, but you lose like a minute if you have to just run out of there. It's really silly.
I get lost trying to walk out every single time.
No.
All the rooms look the same. Generally speaking, Kandar 2, once the setup's done like that, it just goes like that. It's a nice, smooth, easy fight. It takes a while, but unless he scores critical hits, then there's no real way to lose.
Yeah, and a 46-30 Kandar 2 is like a really solid kill time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's moving along smoothly here in the beginning.
It's kind of been the story of his game the entire time.
That's the story of Pop playing Dragon Quest.
Just about, yeah.
He usually goes pretty smoothly, yeah.
And Star of Violence here, getting past the mini bosses and moving on to
Conan has one ring.
Argon's Floor.
How many does Nana have?
Also has one.
Yakuza plus Pop equals
Nice.
Papuza.
Should be fine then. See if that holds out.
So he's doing what I was talking about, where he's trying to juice up and see if his rings are going to hold out. Making a final commitment, I think. Looks like they're doing pretty well, so he's going to go. He'll have to give Nana a little bit more, but I think he knows that if he breaks that one, he'll still have one for Sama to do the Hargon battle itself with.
Yep, so not much to look at on Pop's screen. You know, the focus right now should probably be on the Hargon fight. Pop's just going to be getting the boat and then going to be doing some sailing over to the town of Sioux, and then some more sailing.
Yeah, now that Pop has a boat in DQ3, the game has opened up a lot, and he's going to be hitting a lot of different places. Kind of some of them just return points that we can revisit later. Others to grab important quest items, sometimes to get things that are going to be for money.
And the stop spell, nice.
Now he's healed up. Yeah, this is good. He wants to try and revive Nana in the battle if he can, because that's it's cheaper. He's gonna be nice and efficient from here. Just keep healing where he needs to, and as long as
licking some shields.
As long as nobody falls asleep to Sweet Breath, then fight should be
Speaking
true.
of Sweet Breath. Oh, doesn't matter.
Say that.
Conan taking in a little bit of nap before he gets to his real fight.
He's just resting up. He's got an important job ahead of him.
He's just gonna wake up, yawn. Okay, it's time for me to keep everybody alive.
Hargon's really reminiscent of Dragonlord 1 from DQ1. He can put you to sleep. He can heal himself. He's scarier in his own ways, but like the general concepts are very reminiscent, and the game kind of like bait and switches you, making you think he's the final boss and acts just like the DQ1 final boss. And now it's really Shido behind it.
He broke one ring.
He's keeping the other. Like I said, that's
Nana
what I
has
said
119
earlier.
MP.
I felt like
more than that, he's probably screwed anyway.
Yeah, that's what I decided. Like that's what his game plan should have been. He can keep the one ring in case he's actually in a situation where using the ring might make or break the fight. And if he can't win, then he'll have the ring for next time.
Oof. Conan getting outsped. It's not a good look.
That's fairly normal to go with increase there as well.
Yeah.
You want Lore to go second, I guess, but he's healing there, which is interesting. Okay. He's the same as before. He's looking to hit surround as fast as possible. Okay, everybody died, but that's acceptable for now. He's got to be really careful until he hits surround, though. Sama's in danger.
So since Pop is back, Pop is playing on a team all by himself, so that's his cumulative time through DQ 1, 2, and 3. Whereas the other two players, it's just their time for their current game.
Okay.
You can look at the matrix on the bottom right and look at the the team times.
Alright, so Star's got his defense built up, but he's still looking for that surround. He's just going to sort of tread water with his shields, it looks like. Spending a fair bit of MP as well to keep Nana alive, which is a good idea. Reviving her is also still somewhat expensive. There's a surround, good.
Just in time for him to finally be like, well, fine, I'll use this sword too.
And then it also hits. Okay. It's
because
fine.
of course.
It's fine.
Nana disagrees because she's dead again, but it's fine.
Yeah, we're going to need her alive,
can
though,
fix that.
to get a lower defense power here. Taking a lot of fire breath hits, but not really much you can do about that. Okay, good miss. Again, choosing Bahoma when I probably just would have been like, sorry, princess, I'm going to use Rukanan and you're probably going to die, but he's trying to be a little bit more...
Zoma also playing defensively, or Shido.
Shido, yeah.
Wrong
He's
game.
going to have to cast Increase here, but his defense power is stripped. Star should look to save MP with... Oh, he's using Sleep. That's also fairly economical. That only costs 2.
So you realize
He
that
has 3
2 is almost
shields.
guaranteed to do literally nothing.
He has 3 shields, which is pretty cool. He can use one on Nana. It's attacking with Sama here is great, since defense power's been stripped. Going with Exploded here. Okay, he feels like the fight's going well. That shit mostly is. 56 MP left, yeah.
Took him a few turns to get set up, but at this point, pushing is probably the better plan when possible.
He keeps
he's got
attacking.
3 shields, so.
He keeps attacking Moonbrook with physical attacks. It's kind of funny. Shield. Heal. Good. Good. He's going in again. He'll be able to do attack defense here. Good.
Yeah, this fight's pretty much over with.
He's doing very well. That's a miss on Sama. That's good. He's using Exploded again. He missed again. Wow.
It's been a very kind Shido fight after the setup. It took a little bit. But
Once he hits surround, finally. Like, it was really pretty sketchy there when the other 2 dead. That's always a scenario where you could just get flattened. Oh, the Exploded kill.
Nice. I say Nana, like, there was just that one point where Nana just stopped dying every turn, and then it was fine.
We took a lot of fire breaths in the beginning, but GG.
GG indeed.
Well played, Star.
So in the meantime, while that's been going on, Pop's been doing his kind of travel around the world. So he ran to the town of Su, which is where he is right now, picked up the bolt staff off the ground, kind of a hidden item that allows his mage to cast Begirama or Firebane in combat as an item. He sailed over to the pirates' hideout, picked up the red orb, which is a required story item, picked up the heavy metal ring, grabbed, a string seed there, I think.
Yeah.
And then continued on to the town of Japang and the shrine at Dharma, pick up return points, and then came back to Su here, sold some items, and now he's setting up for the major grind segment of the run. So he's buying 2 poison needles, one for the mage and one for the thief. The mage will always use it. The thief will kind of swap weapons out as the situation dictates. And then picking up a bunch of moth powders. So the poison needles, to start with, are very useful in the grind because they only do 1 damage, but they are guaranteed to do 1 damage to a metal slime, which you can't do more than that anyway unless you crit. And they also have a 1 in 16 chance of just outright killing an enemy. So the mage will always use it on the metal slimes. The thief will use that on metal slimes or switch to a whip for fighting other trash enemies. And then the moth powders that Pop is buying are also used on metal slimes. So they have, I think it's like a 75 or 80%. I don't really know exact numbers.
I think it's 75 is the high success rate.
Yeah, for some reason I thought moth powders were higher than 75, but you might be right. Regardless, it's about that.
I'm pretty sure there are 4 classes of resistances for everybody.
There are.
So
yes,
it's 0, 25, 75, and 100, I think.
So there are 4 classes, but I always I don't know. I've heard so many different numbers that
I've heard them different too, so I'm not exactly sure that I have them correct myself.
Yeah, I should script that sometime. Anyway, it's about a 75% chance of effectiveness on a metal slime to use them off powder, and what that does is it confuses the enemy. You can also use it on the moths or the Garudas in Garuna Tower here, which is 100% effective. And when enemies are confused, they are guaranteed to not attack you, and they will attack another group. Well, I think they can attack you if they're the last enemy left. But otherwise...
Basically, if an enemy is confused and it's the only enemy left on the screen, its AI basically will be normal. But if there are any other enemies on the screen, they will always take aggressive actions towards other enemies, preferring enemies in different formations first. So in this case, we want to confuse metal slimes to keep them from running away. They keep attacking their friends instead of trying to run away, which is perfect. It gives us plenty of time to either hunt them or hunt their friends who aren't confused. Oh, okay.
今でも心に抱き続けてる今朝焼けの空を見上げてしきりにこの胸うずかせる履きつぶしてきた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち時には見失って探してやがて追いつきこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな思いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出す
Awesome job by Star of Violence. Congratulations on finishing up DQ2. Excellent job with the singing.
And the very interesting route with where he ended up wiping it. I'm trying to think, is Mamu the only one that didn't wipe it? Pop did at one point. I never saw Mamu wipe.
I'm not sure.
It's kind of terrifying that Pop actually wiped at one point. Still got a 321.
All right. Well, GG Star. Good luck to Lasan starting DQ3. Much as I would love to stick around and keep chatting with you guys about DQ3, I have my own one somewhat soon.
Yeah, Mamu is about to start Cedo now.
So I better get set up. So
yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, thanks.
Right,
see you on the other side.
Yeah, good luck. Thanks for hopping in and helping out with the DQ2 commentary.
Of course. Thanks to you guys for coming on and for doing this tactical especially.
Yeah, of course.
You'll be here the whole time. Yeah. So
especially when I leave when there's no more DQ2 because I have nothing else to say. Let it run 3.
You know about what goes on. Soma. You know, Baramos.
Like, Pop's about to get to my favorite part where we're going to see him switching between Steel Sword and Whip during this grind to change who he's going to hit. Since Whip can only ever hit the first metal slime if he needs to hit that one. That is a metal slime with 3 damage in it.
Oh, secret advanced Whip tactics.
That's my favorite strat in the entire game.
Whip tech is actually crazy.
There's probably better tech.
That's my favorite. There definitely is. All right, I'm going to go set up. Have a great time, guys.
Good luck.
All right, Diener, good luck.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't get the debate that I got during relay. I was doing commentary and then I'm like, oh, Star's done. He's definitely done. This fight's going well. Oh, all of his rings are gone.
Mamu's got his surround up, so he's doing work on Shido. He's in pretty good shape, I think. Eating fire breath, but
his MP is high.
Yeah, he's just getting a lot of fire breath, so he's having to spend a lot of time reviving, and it's fine. Kind of expected during this fight. More fire breath.
No, please, you're supposed to be fast. Okay. It's kind of funny that actually getting Death down at this point is actually not bad. It sucks with how much more damage you're going to take for that one turn, but that's a reprieve. Nana can heal somebody who needs healed. Conan just puts the defense back up, and it resets. Generally, resets in this game are to your advantage because you're not taking damage, and somebody is probably healing.
Ooh. Hero outspeeding Shido on that turn.
Yeah. He needs to stay alive, though.
Ooh, land asleep.
Oh, here we go. The full ham. No holding back now.
Pretty low.
There's only go.
Pretty low chance of landing sleep on it. I think it's like 15%. But
it's 12.5.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite strats because it's amazing, but I've never seen Cedo stay asleep for 3 turns before. It's almost always he wakes up like 1 turn later. But even that 1 turn, that's 1 turn you get to just go in, and it feels real good.
Still sleeping.
Oh my god. Cedo's so tired. Must be 4 in the morning for him too. That Cedo fight was silly.
That's awesome.
Absolutely silly.
Great job, Mamu.
Wow. Like 5 turns sleep. Just dumping Iona zones like it's nobody's business.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm not sure if Mamu plans on singing or not. But, in the meantime, Pop is working his way through the Garuna grind. So, sort of just using what we were talking about earlier. Using the moth powders. Use them both on the metal slimes and on the other enemies that are nearby, And what it does is, when you confuse a metal slime, it won't run away as long as there are other enemies on the field. It'll, as Diener was saying, take aggressive action. So if there's multiple groups, they'll always attack a different group. If it's only one group, they'll do something on another enemy in that group. And they can do a physical attack or cast a spell or whatever. So moth powder on metal slime keeps them from running away, and moth powder on a moth or Garuda means that they'll help kill the metal slimes more quickly for you. And the metal slimes are clearly the fastest way to level up here. They're worth 4,000 XP each, 4,100, 4,200, something like that. The way XP works in DQ3 is that the XP value of the monster is divided by the number of party members you have alive. So you may notice that Pop's warrior is actually dead, and that's intentional because it means that the XP from these metal slimes is going to be distributed 3 ways instead of 4. And actually at the end of the grind, the hero will also be dead to split it only 2 ways to grind more quickly and more efficiently. In the meantime, Lisan is in Reeve. I assume he had a slow character creation, and he's now getting some, now he's getting his herbs and his wings and stuff like that.
Poor Mage Chan.
Yeah, lost a character on the way. Pretty rare, but it does happen sometimes. The mage in particular can start with just really, really low HP, and sometimes there's nothing you can really do. What was singing right now?
I asked, didn't get a response.
I'm assuming no, but
Oh.
Seems so.
Man, switching to Katakana is hard.
Wait, why is it hard?
Just on... I'm not good with the IME keyboard.
You can do, if you're in the IME, you can do Alt caps lock to switch to Katakana, and Control caps lock to switch to Katakana, and Control caps lock to switch to Hiragana.
これ合ってますか? ああ。あ。ああ、なるほど。なるほど。
Okay, so...
じゃあちょっと最後のところからいきましょうかね。最後の。
No if. Alright. So, I guess we're not getting some singing this time, so
Feels
it's
bad.
all good.
I should have
We'll
sang.
continue on with the grind here. So there's a few segments to this Garuna Tower grind on these metal slimes. This first one is the goal is to get your thief up to level 20. So level 20 is the requirement to do a class change. So the goal is to get your thief up to level 20. Your thief will learn the tiptoe ability along the way, and then you'll pick up the Book of Satori and turn your thief.
雨も風も日照りも嵐も友 ったもみじ我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出す。ありがとうございました。皆さん応援ありがとうございました。これからもよろしくお願いします。Thank you for watching.
Arigato, Mamu. Excellent singing.
It's even better because it was 3 like entirely different vocal ranges.
Mm-hmm.
Feels good.
So, yeah, so Sandino should be starting his run.
Yep.
It looks like Lisan is heading towards the Cave of Temptation, and Pop is still looking to finish up his grind. So I'm starting to say that the kind of goal of this segment is Thief level 20 happens at 32,000 and change XP. It's kind of important that you don't go too far over that threshold, because when you do your class change, it resets your character to level 1. So Pop's just going to be keeping that in mind, that if he thinks he's going to hit his level, don't kill extra metal slimes, because you're going to be coming back here to grind, and that Thief will turn into a Sage, starting from level 1, and then level up throughout that grind. So the second half of the grind is going to be getting the Mage to 21 and getting the Sage to 14. So you're just kind of keeping XP ranges in mind during this segment, and going for metal slimes. It's really what it's all about. If you don't run into metal slimes, you still pretty much clear every encounter you fight. You need the XP, and running away is a little bit slow, and honestly even a little bit scary on occasion. These Garudas can cast Firebane and really do quite a bit of damage like that, especially if you end up with more than one of them. So
It's always amusing when they get confused and there's like two of them and they're just sitting there casting Firebane on metal slimes, and it's like, can you please do something useful?
yeah, so metal slimes are immune to magic attacks, but it's sort of interesting in DQ3 because normally when you attack a metal slime, they've got very high defense, and you can only do 0 or 1 damage to them. But when enemies are confused, it sort of uses a different sort of damage formula, and the Garudas can actually do up to like 6 damage to a metal slime, and the Moss can do 2 or 3, and they can take out a metal slime in just 1 hit, which party members could never do without a critical hit. So you really want to see those physical attacks, and these encounters like this one where you've got Moss, Metals, and Garudas are some of the most challenging encounters during this grind, because it's all like a risk-reward kind of standpoint, and there's a lot of room for some personal style in there also. But for example, the Moths will frequently die from 1 whip hit from the hero. However, if you instead take out the Garudas and confuse the Moss only have a physical attack, which is more effective against the metal slimes, and they're also guaranteed to be confused, and you save like, the Garuda's Firebane animation, healing from the Garuda. So it's kind of like a risk-reward, right? You have to commit 2 characters to taking out the Garudas, but the end result might be a little bit more preferable if the metal slimes stick around. Not going to get too into it because, like I said, there's definitely an element of style in there, and it typically you'll take out the moss first and deal with whatever the Garudas throw at you, but there's definitely some preference in there. It looks like Pop got his thief up to level 20. He picked up the book, so the thief is now going to be turned into a sage. In the meantime, Thumdiner is creating his party members. Looks like he's onto his warrior, so his last one. Lisan heading through the Cave of Temptation. And yeah, so the way the second half of the grind will work is typically you safety save before hitting 21, and then you just before you hit that threshold, and then you hit 21, and then you will just like reset if you don't learn by kill. However, there are some cases where you want to just YOLO. If you get a group of like 7 metal slimes and you're close, like typically just go for them. Do as many as you can, especially if you have some moth powders left, because getting to 22, honestly, if you push yourself well over the threshold, isn't that bad. If you like just squeak over, then you're kind of in rough shape. But if you kill like 2 or 3 extra metal slimes past that threshold, then going to 22 is fairly quick. And yeah, Diener finds the classic 1 slime encounter. Of course.
So I added my mic just so I could mention this, but actually Mamu-san is a VTuber, so I'm gonna post her YouTube link in chat. They do have a Twitch stream, but I'm gonna put the YouTube link in chat to their channel so that all of you can please follow Mamu-san on YouTube, because that's where they stream the most. So thank you again, Mamu, for running, and it was a really, really good time. I'm really impressed.
Awesome. Thanks, Keishara.
Quite a lot of YouTube channel links.
Yeah, so you see Pop's taking a little bit of a quick detour after the grind segment, winging to Japan, stopping by, I forget the name of the town off the top of my head because it's 4 a.m, taking an inn, and then going to use the Drought Vase or Thirsty Pitcher to get the final key, swapping around some equipment so that way the sage, the thief turned sage, now has the steel sword. Again, we'll be switching between the sword and the whip. The sage can't use the poison needle like the thief could, and swapping around some accessories. So the meteorite armband goes to the mage, the heavy metal ring goes to the sage, the hero bracer goes to the hero. Kind of just rearranging some gear and then heading right back into the Garuna Tower for grind part 2. So looks like Pop's already killed off his hero. Typically you want your hero to learn the stop spell, which you've got a chance of learning at 18, and it's typically guaranteed at 19. It'll be really useful for the boss troll fight. It's optional. You don't really need it because you do have the mist staff that your warrior can use. But it's typically you go for it. But it means that with the hero dead, each metal slime is worth 2,000 XP per character. Right off the bat, there's a 6 metal slime encounter here, so you're going for the mage hits 21 at 45,676 XP. So you're trying to hit shortly before that, and then do a safety save. Hopefully, you can get kind of close. Sometimes you end up like, exactly 2,000 XP away, and it's like you're too close for a metal slime, and you kind of just have to go leave and tune up your XP elsewhere. There's a couple of places where the runners can fight outside of Garuna Tower for reasonable XP to get themselves close to that level 21 threshold if they need to.
Oh, there we go. None of them were dying, and then suddenly they're all... Well, 3 of them are dead.
Pop got 3 medals off that, which is super nice.
And the all-metal encounters seem like they'd be nicer, but they have their own issues, because if there's only a confused metal slime left, it can run away again.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're all metals, they're all trying to run away until they're confused in the first place. Confusion's not guaranteed. But if you have another monster and you confuse one, then it's like, well, okay, now I don't have to worry. I just have to make sure I don't kill this thing.
Yeah, and if you have 2 metals, if you confuse 2 metals, like in that group, then the 2 that are confused are just going to keep attacking each other, and it's not... You'll be guaranteed to get one of them at least. Because that's the one thing is your characters have a little bit of AI in terms of their actions, so if you attack, well, the whip, as Lavitz mentioned earlier, against metal slimes will only hit the leftmost one. But if you attack with a steel sword or the poison needle or something like that, then your characters won't attack any of the monsters that are confused. They'll prioritize the non-confused ones, and in particular, they'll prioritize the non-confused ones that have already taken damage if you started to damage one. That doesn't apply to spells, so like if there's 2 Garudas and you confuse one, and then you cast Blazemore on them, you can still Blazemore the confused one. But for physical attacks, then your characters do have a little bit of intelligence behind their actions, which comes in handy. Speaking of Blazemore, it's also like a really useful utility. So here right now you'll see Pop using Blazemore on the Garuda, which will kill it in 1 hit. An argument could be made to Blazemore the Garuda on turn 1 and get rid of it, but this worked just as well. He got the metal slime, which is what he wanted out of it, so I'm not going to second guess any of Pop's decisions. Lisan seems to be picked up the magic key in the pyramid first try with all 4 characters still alive.
Every time I've looked at Ellis on stream, somebody's been dead, but now we're nice and deep into the pyramid and everyone's alive, and I'm very confused because everything is backwards and wrong.
Yep, took a couple deaths at various places, but got the magic key at least. This pyramid encounter is being a little bit rude, but warrior gets bopped. Meanwhile, Diener's on his way to the Cave of Temptation. Pop is a little bit cautious here because I think he can take 1 more metal kill, but not 2. I think that's exactly what he wanted to get. Yeah, there we go. Yep, that's exactly what he wanted. He did kill 2, but I meant he didn't want to kill both the 2 that were left. He's referring to here. So he's going to take his safety save. This dude here will tell him what he needs to level. So he needs 24 XP. So it's like very perfect. Magic key at 22, no reset. Yeah, that's fine. For like typically in like a PB kind of run, kind of hoping for at least anything under 20 minutes. In a race strategy where you might get a slow character creation or something like that, 22 minutes is perfectly acceptable. You might pick up some extra items or buy some safety gear. And yep, that's, as Lavitz says, we take those.
Sorry, you don't really have a choice. 22 is perfectly fine. It's on 25. It's on 23. Could be worse. Could always be worse. You didn't wipe, did you? No. Then you're doing fine. I mean, at least for me when I'm racing these games, my goal is don't wipe. Because wiping is infinitely slower than anything else that you can possibly do. That's not necessarily true. In a lot of situations, wiping is slower than a lot of other things you can do.
I was going to say, you say that, but like, I have run into cases where I have wiped and still picked up the magic key in less than 22 minutes. So it really just all kind of depends on how things shake out and what sort of strategies you take for picking up optional gear and stuff like that. The magic key time is like surprisingly variable. I've done it personally at as low as like 17 minutes and as high as like 21 or 22 minutes with no wipes. Like anything in that range, just like it happens sometimes. So
it's not even necessarily deaths, encounters. Did you get fast encounter? Did you get slow encounters? Did you have to take
Right.
something
How much do you have
extra
to
to get to
heal?
level 2? Did you run into single slime like 17 times?
It looks like Pop quickly got by kill. So Pop has moved on to the town of Lancel. There's a cave in here. The Gaia's Navel, I think, is the name of it.
Yeah.
It's the home of the blue orb, and there's also some Gaia armor in here, which Pop will pick up to be used very briefly on the warrior, and also just mostly to be sold for cash. But the blue orb is the orbs are required for story progression. There are 6 of them. There's red, blue, green, yellow, silver, and purple are the orbs that you pick up, and they're required to get Ramia later on in the run. So Diener's taking the inn at Romilly, skipping the safety gear, moving onwards. Lisa's picking up doing the shopping in Isis. Post Pyramid. Looks like you lost 1 character on the way to Isis, but not a big deal at all. And yeah, so the area that Pop is in is pretty much just kind of running from encounters, and like I said, he'll be picking up the Gaia armor and the blue orb, and then continuing onwards. Now is actually probably a pretty decent time if you guys want to like do any kind of plugs for the event or explain what's going on or anything like that. It's up to you, but
Uh-oh, I think he is asleep. We lost him.
There we go.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry about that. Couldn't get my mic to give me any volume whatsoever. But you are still with us. 2.5, this many hours into the race. Thank you for joining us at RPGs We Love 2. This is a marathon running until February 23rd, so we're a little closer to the end, sadly, but we have plenty fantastic RPGs left on the schedule for you to watch. All of the money that we are raising through our Streamlabs donation link is going to help the RPG Valkyries get to RPG Limit Break for things like hotel, airfare, incidentals, anything like that. There are actually a couple of Valkyries who will be running at RPG Limit Break. Silverfire and Sparkover will both be running the Dragon Warrior Randomizer after running a Dragon Warrior Vanilla earlier in the event. But there are plenty of incentives for you to put your donations to as well, still on the docket. Next up would be the Link to the Past Randomizer. There are file names for you to pick from, as well as the sprites that our players will be using for that. Currently in the lead for sprite choices is Ultros by quite a bit here, about $60 in the lead, ahead of Papoy from Secret of Mana, and Sailor Moon is in third there with $25. Interesting choice there. I didn't know Phoenix Wright was actually a sprite choice, but there are plenty of options there for the sprites as well. There's an Everything is Melting percentage incentive as well for Final Fantasy Legend. It has about $55 left before that is met. And you can see the full list of those incentives with using the incentives command in chat.
awesome. So Pop has finished his Gaia's Naval adventure. He's revived his dead warrior and hero and made it to... I don't remember the name of this town. I'm tired.
It's okay, me neither.
Pretty insignificant. But the important part is you get the green orb here. You also find the Lamp of Darkness, and you pick up a black hood, which you just kind of sell for cash. I feel like I should know this town. I think it starts with a T. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
It's not a town anymore. Everyone's dead. Doesn't matter.
I mean, they're only dead during the day. They're all alive and well at night.
That's not a good thing.
So it looks like Diener decided to take an optional
Oh my God.
revive an Isis before going to the pyramid.
I got 2 people dead. I better go heal. Doesn't even make it to the pyramid and somebody's dead again.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest, everybody.
So typically if there's one person dead, you kind of just like you YOLO the pyramid because stuff like this happens where the one person dies anyway. That's first floor encounters really unlucky in the pyramid. The first 2 floors are usually pretty safe.
Oh my God, now he's back to they're both dead anyway.
So yeah, Diener decided to stop into Isis. It can be a little bit risky stopping into Isis because depending on when you commit to it, you could end up kind of messing up your time of day routing and not getting there at night, but it's still preferable to wiping. Lisa's now has finished the Portoga buying and is starting to fight some enemies and moving towards Kandar 1. Meanwhile, Pop is just gone into Samanosa and is going to be stopping into this cave that's over here a little bit for the Mirror of Ra. So basically the story is that the king of Samanosa hasn't really been acting himself lately. He's been kind of just laying in bed and everything's kind of going downhill, and you find this Mirror of Ra and you show it to the king, and it's revealed to not be the king, which we'll see shortly. So, just a quick little short detour over here for that mirror and a string seed.
Diener,
and then... What's up?
Diener's just having a very not good time. I saw he had only Thief left, he healed Thief, and he ran into another encounter.
Yeah. But at least he got the magic key, so that's
23.
really what's important. Even if he doesn't make it out of the pyramid, he's got the key and he's got the return point at Isis, so... and then he missed the stairs like 3 times.
Stairs are hard.
Cancel.
Stairs are hard.
They really are.
Can't understand. He almost ran into him, too, on his way down. He barely stopped.
So, Hop here is choosing to go to Romilly, pick up the Assassin Dagger. It's a little bit of extra gold that you can sell. It'll allow you to usually buy an extra prayer ring as a result, and pick up a couple optional seeds. There's an agility seed, and there's a string seed in this house you'll probably grab too. Yeah, right there. And he'll do a little bit of shopping before moving on to the boss troll. So in particular, he's going to be buying magic shields for... he has magic shields. He's going to be selling 2 of his 3 magic shields to buy dragon shields for the warrior, the hero, and the mage warrior. And then also buy the zombie killer, zombie bane.
I think it's zombie killer.
The warrior? Yeah, zombie killer. So, Diener's fully made it back to Isis alive, so he's now raiding the vault here. To everyone's relief, everybody got through the pyramid first try, which in a race is like more than you can typically ask for. Usually somebody will end up wiping in there at least once, but yeah, I say alive, and I mean alive, because the downside to death is really the time of day loss. You have to kill a bunch of steps in dangerous encounters to get it to be nighttime if you completely wipe.
Hero, mage, and warrior would like to have a word with you about the definition of alive.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Thief is there, that's all that matters.
The one thing that's worth noting in this game is that when you use a Chimera Wing to warp to a town, it resets time of day. So if it's like if you choose to like Chimera Wing to Isis, it's going to be kind of the start of day, and you have to kill quite a few steps to make it nighttime. You can't kill the steps in like the starting areas, like around Reeve or something, and then just and then warp to Isis because it'll reset it. So here we have Pop starting the boss troll fight. It looks like he probably doesn't have stop spell on the hero because he defended on turn 1. So he's using the Mist Staff on, which worked, from the warrior. Basically boss troll has a couple different actions. He can do a regular physical attack, he can do a critical physical attack, and he can lower your defense. So you start off by stop spelling him in order to stop him from casting defense, and then you take a few turns to buff up your own defense, and then you actually cast Bykill, which is that spell we were talking about being so critical to learn. What the Bykill spell does is it doubles your attack power. You actually cast that on Boss Troll himself. And you might wonder why you're doubling Boss Troll's attack power, but as a side effect of making it so, you're unable to critical hit. So it actually stops Boss Troll's critical hit chance, and you can out-heal his regular damage, even doubled, once you have your defense buffed. But his crits will one-shot people, so kind of just the safer strategy. Pop's being a little bit aggressive here, going for Sap on the Sage, which is definitely the faster play, but both the Sage and the Mage Warrior are at kind of like borderline HP levels. Boss Troll can typically do up to about 40 per hit, and he gets 2 per turn. They're in the back, so they're not likely to be targeted, but getting Sap up makes the fight really quick, but unfortunately he's pretty resistant to Sap. It's only like a 25 or 30% chance of hitting. But the Boss Troll fight should be over with any time now. And in the meantime, Lise is in Champagne Tower, headed towards Kandar 1. Diener is heading to pick up the meteorite armband. Not too far behind. Pop definitely has a sizable lead, but the next 2 runners are pretty close. Really only a few minutes apart. And there are way more than a few minutes worth of variability in the run, so...
Looking at you, Zoma.
Metal Slime Grind, Zoma... Baramos.
Good old Baramos. See if Diener does his strategy of forgetting to actually take his sleep rods out of the bag again.
I don't think he'll ever do that again.
Me either, because I'm sure that is the most terrified he has ever been in his life.
Mm-hmm.
When you can't sleep the sleepy dino, you got problems. Albeit he did succeed in that fight.
Yep. So Diener's headed to the Eliahan Vault now. He must have had a tough guy thief because he got the meteorite armband already, and usually that means he skipped the book, but... In the meantime...
Probably does have tough guy thief.
Boss
Probably
Troll
explains why Thief was the only one alive.
Boss Troll is down, and Pop picked up the Transform Staff and used a Holy Water. There's a couple places in the run where you can use a Holy Water to avoid random encounters. It uses your lead character's level, so he's got the hero in the lead, and the hero is a high enough level that he can repel encounters in this area. Picks up an optional seed, and Pop's going to be heading over to this elven village over here. He's going to be using that Transform Staff that he got from beating Boss Troll to turn into preferably a slime or the dwarves. There we go. And there's 7 possibilities that you can turn into, so there's 2 out of 7 that work. If you're not one of those, you can't use the shop here. And the shop here is critical for 2 reasons. One is that you can buy some prayer rings. So typically you can buy 2, and that's pretty safe. Somewhat common to be able to buy 3 of them, especially since Pop got the Assassin Dagger. And you buy 2 sleep staffs, which will come in very handy later. They're basically just items that you can use from your inventory to cast the sleep spell for free. And anybody can use them, including like your warrior and whatever else. So they'll have uses all throughout the rest of the run. Diener's got some lumps. Oh no. Not enough MP.
Goal.
Speaking of being terrified.
So you were saying earlier about the lumps being awful.
Yeah, if you fail to run from those guys, that'll happen. But he made it through, so alive.
I guess
yes, I'm using alive again.
I guess this is just going to be the story of his run. So eventually it's going to get really expensive and he needs to not be doing it.
Yeah, so Diener's buying his steel sword and steel whips. And some herbs for the mage and the thief.
Yeah, giddy save him.
In the meantime, Pop is trading in that transform staff now that he's done with it for the Sailor's Bone, which allows you to see the ghost ship. So he's heading to Romilly, and he'll land on the ghost ship. This is sort of like a series of almost like a trading quest kind of thing of using these plot items to get the next plot item. And the result of it's going to end up being, of course, one of the orbs that you need for awaking Ramia. So Pop's getting a string seed in here. He's going to be picking up the lovely memories and then heading back to No Annuals. And heading around to... I guess I don't even know if it has a name, but where you use the lovely memories and pick up the Gaia sword. So Pop will be doing a little bit of sailing from here. Looks like he's choosing There's a couple different encounter zones in the water. So
it's like
he's
Sailor's
choosing
Cave or something, isn't it? Like the little
I don't-
area that you go to. I don't think
don't
the
know.
volcano area itself has a name, but I think there's a name there. The little
Probably.
waterway.
But I don't know what it is. But I'm not talking about the volcano. I'm talking about where you get the Gaia sword.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking
Regardless.
where you get rid of it, huh? Yeah,
Um,
the little prison shrine. I'm sure it has a name. Ew, grizzly.
we got some bears on Pop screen. Sorry, bears, you're on the wrong stream. You're supposed to be on Diener's stream.
No, they're trying to help out Team Bear. Catch the team up. Trying to take Pop out, but even bears do not have the power to stop the Yakuza.
Nope. So, as I was saying, there's a couple different encounter zones in that water, and Pop took the faster, the less tile route to where he is now, but was in the higher encounter zone area, and then ended up getting an encounter one step before the encounter reset point, where he could enter and then leave that little shrine that's there, which is fine. It's not like he died or anything. It's just how it worked out. One thing that's worth noting is that the runners all have the lamp of, well, not all, only Pop for now, but they'll all get the Lamp of Darkness. The Lamp of Darkness will be used for a plot trigger in a little while, involving the dealer side quest, but they also been using it, Pop's also been using it on the overworld, and it has the same encounter reset effect as like entering and leaving a town. So the way encounters kind of work in this game is that every time you load onto the map from an encounter or whatever, it generates a random value, and then every step depletes that value until it hits 0, and then you get an encounter. And so mountain tiles deplete things faster than forest tiles, etc. And so the Lamp of Darkness just kind of resets that value again. Looks like Diener's picking up the Fur Hood and the extra life seed here in Kazav. Meanwhile, Lisa's made their way to Baharata. And he'll be picking up some magic shields and preparing for Kandar 2. Talking to Gupta's dad or whoever the old guy is, I don't know.
Probably just a town drunk who likes to gossip.
I mean, I think that's probably not it, but, maybe.
Why else would he be sitting out there? Just sitting out there drinking, having a good time.
Could be. Anyone to buy the spider web? I didn't see if Pop bought a spider web or not. I'll have to see if Diener gets one when he gets there.
Diener probably will. I assume Pop did.
I don't know. Maybe. So in Baharata, you can buy, it's the last item in that shop. I don't actually remember the full Japanese word for it, but it's a spider web of some sort that you can use as an item in combat, and you can buy one of them as an optional thing for a little bit of safety during the final boss gauntlet. It's not like a a guaranteed item to help you, but it's useful. It's a safety. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we get there, or if somebody buys one. But Diener's now making his way. He's into Champagne Tower, headed towards Kandar 1. And meanwhile, Pop is headed towards the Necrogon and getting into some kind of scary encounters out here. The encounters in the Necrogon area, especially outside the Necrogon, are a little bit scary. They can do quite a bit of damage. The Frost guys have a like a Frost Breath that does quite a bit of damage. The mini demons can cast Blazemore. The trolls just hit really hard. And you get a couple of pieces of gear in the Necrogon itself, which will be used for taking care of them a little bit more quickly. The Thunder Sword and the Blade Armor in particular. And right now you sold off a couple of your weapons and some of your other equipment, so fighting the guys outside is just a little bit tougher. It's definitely Kishira from Limit Break last year. I'm really sad that she was kind of hidden by Diener on the stream during the actual DQ3 race, but the interview between the two of them was awesome. Likewise, I was hidden by Pop.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't like the main thing, so it was okay with being hidden.
That's pretty important. Gotta spread that meme when the possibility exists.
The Yakuza are always important,
Exactly.
whether they think they are or not. So, yeah, Pop's making his way through the Necrogon now, picking up the Thunder Sword here.
As we move on once more to... Yeah, this sword used to be the greatest thing ever. Now it's just kind of okay. Like, I guess the Thunder Sword just done better than Roto's sword did. I guess Roto's sword's actually at its strongest in this game.
The Thunder Sword's pretty good though, and if you do Kingsword Cut, which is sort of an optional route for the last third of the game, then you end up using the Thunder Sword on the hero for the entire game. Otherwise, you give it to other characters, but it's a pretty strong sword. It's the best you can get at this point in the game for the hero, and it can also be used as an item in combat to cast Iora, which is Bang? Boom? I don't know. I don't know the order of the...
That should be level 2? EO is level 1?
Yeah, it's the middle one, I think, that it casts. Io and then Iora and then Ionazun are the Japanese names, but I don't know the English words. Regardless.
Bang, boom, exploded?
Sure.
I think.
We'll go with that. So it casts boom, I guess.
Sounds right.
And then the blade armor. For the warrior, what the blade armor does is it gives a lot of armor, and it also means that whenever you get hit with physical damage, some of that damage is reflected back onto the enemy. And while that sounds potentially lackluster, I have seen blade armor do almost 1,000 damage on the Zoma fight once. Like, out of his 4,700. Like, it adds up. It might not seem like it, but the damage from that makes a big difference. There'll be a second one that they'll buy later in the Dark World. In the meantime, we got some Kandar action going on. Diener's fighting Kandar 1, Lisa's fighting Kandar 2. Both fights seem to be going smoothly. Nobody's dead. The goons are all dead. Got like synced up Kandar swings. That's pretty awesome. The two different Kandar palettes just whomping away.
Now there is only one.
And then there was one.
He's holding out. He's trying his best. Doesn't want to go. Just doesn't matter.
So this Necrogond area where Pop has been, both outside and inside really, it's sort of the start of needing to know enemies and what they're vulnerable to. So these skeletons are vulnerable to expel. The little frost-clad guys are somewhat vulnerable to sleep. You can also use Begirama effectively on them from the mage. You can also use the boom sword. You've got a few different options for how to handle things. You can also run into trick bags and the torch dragons, and like there's a few different enemies that you can find here, and just sort of knowing what they're vulnerable to and which ones are worth fighting versus which ones are safe to run away from is sort of a big part of getting through the second half of this game quickly. And the Necrogon is really the first instance of that, but the entire Dark World is going to be in a very similar vein. And then, as a reward for making it through the Necrogon, you get the Silver Orb. And immediately jump into Orochi's cave and go for Orochi. Which is, there's going to be 2 Orochi fights, and the reward for these will be the Purple Orb. Yeah, so Pop is currently in the lead, and then Lisa's second, and then Diener is in last at the moment, but Lisa and Diener are fairly close together. Pop has a really significant lead. So Orochi here has... Orochi 1 has 2 actions. He's got a physical attack and a strong flame breath. So the general strategy is to try to hit him with surround and sap. It looks like actually Pop skipped the surround to start with on turn 1. Missed it on turn 2. He went with the sap on turn 1. But both sap and surround have failed so far, which is pretty irritating.
I just found it interesting that Orochi 1 tends to be more of a problem than Orochi 2.
Yeah, so Orochi 1 has the physical and the strong flame. Orochi 2, alright, there's surround hit. Orochi 2 has generally higher stats, but also has a weak breath attack that he can cast, so either one can be kind of trolly. They're both relatively safe, but losing a character is certainly possible. In particular, your one of your characters, your Sage, I think, is more vulnerable to the breath attack because your other characters have the dragon shields. So your Sage can take up to 40 damage from the breath attack, and the rest will take up to like 30-ish. Yeah, that's right. So Orochi 1 also has a chance of being hit by sleep. If you get the chance to use a sleep staff on your mage, it's really unlikely, but it's pretty nice if it does hit. This has been a really rude Orochi 1 fight, though. I'll be curious to see what Pop does. So you can either choose to use a ring to get some MP back, or I guess theoretically you could just wing to Samanosa and use an N. You have to make sure to step through this portal first, though, otherwise Orochi 1 resets. I imagine Pop will just use the ring and go for it, though. I think he bought an extra one with the Assassin Dagger money. Well, he's got the classic 7 Marine Slimes that all cast increase on each other.
Where's the clear chilling at?
This is the biggest time waste. You just sit here and watch these guys cast increase for days. I've got this emote somewhere. Here it is. 7 Marine Slimes. You end up like triple run failing to them. It's just, you lose minutes on one random fight. And you really can't clear them quickly. They're magic resistant and generally rude. So yeah, Pop use some prayer rings and
one broke.
Dove head first into Orochi 2. Yeah, so also on the prayer ring front, we talked about it a little bit earlier in terms of like breaking prayer rings and the variability of it, and how it's a little less impactful in DQ3 than it was in DQ2. There's an additional prayer ring in the Dark World that if if you happen to break multiple on the first half, you can pick up one in the mountain cave, as long as you're diving into there for the money. If you're doing Kingsword, or even if you're doing Kingsword Cut, I've seen Pop go in there for some extra cash to get the Sage's Staff. So there's options for getting backup prayer rings. There's a second one. I don't remember where the second one is, but it's really out of the way. Well, Diener is killing some trash encounters on the way to Kandar 2. Lise is finishing up the sailing, grabbing the return points and everything. Oh man, sorry. Yep. It's 4:45 in the morning, starting to catch up with me.
I know, right?
So Pop finished up Orochi 2 and got the purple orb. Gonna be heading back to Eliahan, taking the inn, and then you may remember at the very start of the game, the runners all created a dealer character, and you haven't seen this dealer character at all, but there's a required side quest that involves you giving up a dealer to help rebuild a town, or maybe not rebuild a town, but build a town in this plot of land. And so you have to create a dealer and bring it there, and hand her over and be like, here you go, help build up this town. And it's a little bit scary because your dealer's level 1, and it's very possible to die. Unlikely, but it's possible to die on the way to the town. And if you do that, you gotta like go revive her and try again. Kind of like a big time waste, but that'll be for the last orb, which is the yellow one. Lisa's in Edinburgh, getting the slick suit and the fancy dress or party dress, sorry. And we'll be doing the little block pushing puzzle for the thirsty pitcher. In the meantime, Pop is just progressing these quick story triggers to finish up this dealer quest very quickly. Basically, the idea is that your dealer is very successful at raising money to build up this town, and is so successful that, of course, becomes corrupt. And you at nighttime, this is where the Lamp of Darkness kind of becomes somewhat required from like a story standpoint, unless you want to waste a bunch of time killing time of day. You stumble across these people over here in the corner who are kind of plotting something. They don't really hear you sneaking up behind them and talking about overthrowing the ruler of the town, and you realize that your dealer has become corrupt and isn't doing very nice things to the town, so the townspeople overthrow her, stick her in jail, but she leaves behind... Oh no. She leaves behind the yellow orb. In the meantime, Diener has lost his warrior, so he's gonna have to bail out of here and revive. I mean, or he could go for it, but it's gonna be a really slow fight. It looks like that's what he might do, though. You named your dealer Bick. Did you name one of your other characters PPMA?
I hope PPMA was a warrior. Good name for pure warrior.
I'll be interested to see how this Kandar 2 fight goes for Diener. With the warrior dead, this is going to be slow, if nothing else. I guess it looks like Diener's got increase on his mage, which is the group version of upper. So it increases the defense of everybody in your party. And that'll be really nice for making it so that you're not really too worried about dying. Getting a heal more. Let's just see how this fight plays out. Using some herbs.
No warrior for Candor 2 makes me something.
Getting hit with Rukanon. He attacked Kandar there. I don't think he's cast Gira. Oh, he doesn't have Gira. Oh, that's... So we were just talking about this the other day. Typically, you can learn Gira or Fireball starting at level 8, and you don't really start learning Increase until 9. Really, not even usually at 9. It's somewhat common to fight Kandar 2 with neither Gira or Increase, but usually you have Gira. And it's pretty rare to have Increase and not have Gira. But it happened to Diener, and it happened to him in a run while he was preparing for this also, and we were talking about it, and he said he's seen it a few times. Well, here it is again. But in the meantime, the goons are dead, so this fight isn't really scary as long as Kandar doesn't get a critical hit. As soon as I say that, he does the critical animation, but he's all good.
I was like, what the heck are Alice's splits supposed to be? And I'm like, oh, right.
Yeah, XP values. So in the meantime, Hop has revived the legendary bird, Ramia, with the power of the 6 orbs. He's gonna go reclaim his warrior here. Typically, you'll probably see Diener at least do a couple of other... do this next section in like a little bit different order and take a safety save. But Pop's also going to go pick up a leaf of the World Tree, and you also want to get the Light Orb. I think Pop usually does that after Baramos, Hikari no Tama, but I'm not 100% sure. I know Diener usually gets it before Baramos, though. Doesn't really matter, they're just kind of required items that you need to get, and you can sort of do things in different orders, and it affects the way your inventory sorts out, so when you're picking up treasure or using items in combat or whatever, your inventory order matters a little bit, and so typically runners will pick an order of doing things that they're comfortable with. It looks like Pop is getting the Light Orb now.
Alice used my favorite whip strat. I'm glad that he is a member of my team.
In the meantime,
Here, 2 slimes left. He pulled the whip out because the other one was confused.
Diener managed to clear out. Well, if one was confused, there'd be no reason to use the whip.
He used the whip to kill the other one because it wasn't.
Right, but your characters will prioritize targets that are not confused, so the steel sword would have still hit the non-confused one. But if they were both confused, or if neither were confused, then that would be valid. Doesn't really matter. Again, elements of some style and preference in there. And yeah, Pop is on his way, moving right along into Baramos' castle. So Lisa's starting the grind. You know, it's a grind. It's Garuna Tower. Diener's going to be doing a sailing trip, but Pop is going to be fighting the Big B and Baramos. And there's a couple treasure chests in here that are very useful. There's a prayer ring, there's the genie axe, and there's the misery helmet, which is a cursed helmet that reduces your luck to 0 but provides quite good defense. It'll be used for the hero who has pretty poor luck anyway. And at the end of this dungeon will be, hopefully, typically you'll run into no encounters in the dungeon, but 1 or 2 are possible. Encounters here are pretty scary. You really hope to not find them. But at the end of it is Baramos. So the story so far is you were told that you were the son of the hero Ortega, who fell into a volcano while trying to defeat the demon lord Baramos, and, well, you're 16. Happy birthday. You're now tasked with defeating Baramos. So as far as you know, Baramos is the big bad guy of the game. He's the final boss. And He is definitely the most complicated boss of the speedrun. He is on an 8-turn cycle with physical attacks, Explodette, Fire Breath, Bashirura, which is Limbo or Disperse, and yeah, just like a really rude guy and like pretty strong physical attacks. However, he's somewhat vulnerable to some status effects. So the sleep rods will be used to try to put him to sleep. It's not guaranteed, but it's critical to put him to sleep at various points. The surround spell will be used to give him a chance to miss, and the stop spell will be used to kind of cut his 8-turn cycle into 4. The 4-turn cycle will be physical attack, Bashirura, which fails, physical attack, and then Flame Breath. Flame Breath is the scariest thing he can do, and you'll probably eat a couple of them throughout the run. And so to start the run, Pop's equipping that Misery Helmet in combat and using the Iron Eyes spell, which skips the first few turns. Basically, it makes you immune for 3 rounds, and Baramos takes 1 to 2 actions per round. Baramos went to sleep immediately, which is super nice, and now he goes into setup phase. So it's basically put him to sleep and keep him asleep. You need to land Stop Spell, you need to land Surround, you need to land Sap. You want to use 4-ish increases. You need to get buy kill onto your hero and warrior, and you usually also want to end up buy killing your mage, but that doesn't need to be done as immediately as part of the setup. And then you can start attacking. So Baramos is about 2,500 HP, and he regenerates about 100 per turn. So it's not worth attacking until you've got your setup going, because he's just going to regen any damage you do. So at this point, Pop is trying to hit the another sleep, and there we go. So he's got his setup done. Baramos has been super kind and still asleep, and he's just going to go in on this fight.
Who's sleepier, Baramos or us?
I think Baramos. Look at this.
Seems like it. He's acting like he's been
Snoozing again.
Playing games for 7 hours.
Back awake. Pop's just going in. He doesn't care. He'll eat a Flame Breath next turn, but he's so far through the fight now. He's just going to go. He's going to defend on the Sage to keep her a little bit healthier, and he's just going to attack through. Next turn. Here we go. And Baramos is down. Easy
awesome
every
Baramos.
time. So if Baramos decides not to go to sleep, or you have a really hard time landing status effects, that fight can be incredibly difficult. Like I said, the most technical fight in the run, especially to do it quickly and make decisions quickly. Baramos is also the single most valuable enemy in the game from an experience standpoint, worth 2 to the 16, so 65, 535 XP divided 4 ways. Even more than Liquid Metal Slimes. And so having everybody alive for the end of the fight isn't required, but it does really help with stability and consistency throughout the rest of the run. And of course, everybody survived it, so get some nice XP spread out, and Pop will be in good shape to go into the Dark World.
What are you talking about? What's this Dark World? We just have like an hour of Victory Tour left.
Oh, right. Yeah, the final boss is dead. What am I talking about?
There's no Dark World. That's
Nope.
post-game content. We already beat it.
Right. Yeah, how silly of me. Yeah, so what level is Lise up to now? 16 on the Thief. So progressing through the grind at like a reasonable pace, I guess. Not blazing fast, not super slow, just kind of like a standard grind. Diener is still doing his sailing around. Pop has returned to Eliahan, the hero of the town. So much of a hero that his mom doesn't even come say hi. Actually, I think Pop is using a female here? Maybe not. Maybe Elise is
No, it's
using a
male
female
hero.
Maybe Elise was using a female hero. Regardless. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, so go back to the king, congratulates you, trumpets play, everything is wonderful. And then, what's this?
Trumpets, no! Haha, they dodged! The trumpets are
Nani?
above!
Nani?
Fun fact, Zoma is massively allergic to trumpets. It's the only reason that he made himself noticed at this point. Because there were too many trumpets in a small area.
Yeah, so Zoma zaps away the trumpeters and says, "Ha, you fools, I'm Zoma."
Suka-san.
Yeah, and then you find out that Zoma's really the big baddie in charge of everything, who was pulling the Baramo strings in the background. And so you find, you probably would have explored this first casually, there's this little plot of land that you can land Ramya on next to Baramos' castle that before you fight Baramos is kind of blocked off. There are some guards there and they don't really let you through. Or just a wall, I don't remember. And after you beat Baramos, you can kind of fall down here off this pit. Kind of breaks open, there's this hole in the world. And you fall into the Dark World. And the idea behind this Dark World is it's sort of like a rehash of Dragon Quest I in a lot of ways. You need to find the Rain Staff and the Stones of Sunlight and Ruba's Charm and get the Rainbow Drop to get into Zoma's castle. It's way shorter than the length of DQ1. You've got the boat to sail around and you're pretty high level. I haven't really talked about it much, but I mentioned earlier on in the run that you get the Thief class and you learn the Tiptoe ability. So the Tiptoe ability is sort of critical to making it through most of these areas with as few encounters as possible. It halves your depletion rate when walking around, so you can go about twice as far before getting an encounter. But when you combine that with the encounter resetting of going up and down stairs or in and out doors, you really end up cutting your encounters throughout the run in a quarter to a third of the encounters you would get otherwise. Because some areas where you might get 2 encounters, you'll get none. It's a very, very powerful ability from a speedrun standpoint. And you learn it as a thief, and when you change your class, you keep those abilities, so... Yeah. Of course.
Just wait. Okay, there we go. So I did want to point out that actually Ska Sensei is doing a Japanese commentary restream. So 日本語を話すあるいは英語がわからない方にはぜひ塚先生のチャンネルでお願いします。Thank you.
No problem, of course. It's a pretty good time for any of that stuff. Looks like Lisa and Dina are both just in the Garuna grind fighting some metal slimes. Pop is heading into the mountain cave to a couple pieces of treasure in here which are really valuable that you can sell for some gold to buy the King's Sword and the Sage's Staff and some extra gear. That'll be really useful through the Dark World, but not really a whole lot going on at the moment. Pop's going to be making his way through this Dark World. Again, picking up those items that I was talking about from sort of the DQ1 story. Complete the Alefgard region, and fighting encounters along the way. As I was talking about in the Necrogon area, encounter handling is sort of a big part of the ending of this speedrun, so there's a bunch of different enemies that show up that all have different vulnerabilities and different amounts of hit points, and it's very different from DQ2, where in DQ2 it's really about knowing your exact tolerances and thresholds, whereas in DQ3 things are a little bit looser and it's more about knowing weaknesses and resistance and sort of playing those odds, and less about does this thing have 64 HP or 67 HP? It's more about this spell will kill something or might not kill something, or this enemy might get put to sleep, or those sorts of things. It's just kind of dealing with the variety of patterns that they'll throw at you. In the meantime, let's see, what level is Lise up to now? After this round is done. 18. Okay, so this grind's been going a little bit slowly. In the past 5 minutes or so, 6 minutes or so, Lisa's only gotten 2 levels on the Thief, so definitely not as fast as it could be. You're kind of up to the mercy of how many metal slimes show up and how many you manage to convert. There's kind of a fine line between using your moth powder here, because you don't really want to end up with a bunch of extra moth powder, but at the same time you don't want to run out during the grind. There is the option of buying some extra in the town where you take the inn on the way to the final key. You can choose to buy some extra moth powder if you need them, but you really don't want to use that money if you don't have to. You pretty much would have to convert or commit to doing the assassin dagger, which you might want to do anyway, but it's pretty commonly skipped. And if you spend a bunch of money on extra moth powders, you kind of have to guarantee that you're going to get that in order to be able to afford the rest of the stuff you need. So it looked like Pop, I actually didn't see. We'll find out in a second. But he's made his way over to the town of Myra. He's going to be doing a little bit of selling. Okay, he did go get the orichalcum, I guess.
Yeah, he did.
I'm like, did he do Kingsword Cut or not? Because Pop, even if Pop cuts Kingsword, he dives into that cave with his stuff to sell. But
I think you got it.
Yeah. He did. He's selling it right now. If he's going up here at all, that means he got it. Otherwise, he just would have gone right to the Sage Staff vendor. So you pick up the orichalcum in Domdora, and if you sell that to this weapon shop here, it says he can make you a really strong sword. So you wing out of town, you come back in, and
You bust through his ceiling and walk back in. You're just like, what? Why did you do this?
So Pop will be going back up there in just a second, but first he's picking up the Sage's Staff, water flying clothes for the Sage, and another blade armor, this one for the Mage Warrior. And he'll be picking up the Fairy Flute. No Golem in DQ3, so it's got a slightly different purpose. We'll be using it to get Rubus's Charm. It's also a good place to take an inn if you've used resources going through the Dark World, but Pop's had a pretty clean Dark World so far, so it's really quick. And then talking to this guy for 35,000, purchases the Kingsword. And that's the sort of the best weapon for the hero for the main game. I'm not sure if there's a better one in the post game or not, but this is the best one for the hero for now. It's a really strong sword, and you can use it to cast Boggy Cross or Infirmos in combat, which has a few really important uses depending on the random encounters that you end up getting. As I was talking about before, there's a route where you skip the Kingsword, and it means that you end up fighting through the rest of the game with the Thunder Sword, which it saves having to go into the Rocky Mountain Cave, and it saves having to go to Domdora, and it saves some shopping. Like, you cut out a bunch of things in the run, but it also means that you clear random encounters more slowly, you clear bosses more slowly.
And you die to Zoma.
You may very well die to Zoma. Darko dies more to Zoma than I think anybody I've ever seen, and partially because he always cuts Kingsword and he plays really aggressively, and he also just gets really, really bad Zoma luck.
I'm just not sure he knows where to get the Kingsword. He just never learned.
But the fastest runs do cut that out, and there's a bunch of downsides to it, since you get you get less gold, which means that you also can't buy the Sage's staff, and you have to use more MP, and you have to do more complex menuing, and the items end up on just like different characters. So your Mage Warrior and Sage have weaker weapons also if they need to attack. Like a keen sword. King is the but a keen sword would be an awesome name for like a high critical chance sword or something like that.
Commander Keen Sword.
Thinking more like a keen attribute in D&D or the keen spell. So
Actually,
Pop
Commander Keen.
Pop has made his way to the top of Rubus's tower. The top floor of this tower actually has a 6 times liquid metal slime encounter that can show up. That's really tasty. But alas, it did not show up. The liquid metal slimes are not critical in DQ3. They are valuable. At least one is pretty valuable because you get a pretty good stat boost, typically some HP and some extra strength, which kind of helps you clear through Zoma's castle a little bit faster, but you can get no liquid metals and it's still fine. More than one, you start to kind of question whether the time for fighting it, gaining the XP, gaining the levels, really ends up like saving you time. But if one showed up, that'd be kind of nice. But now that Pop is done with Rubus's tower, he's going to be kind of sailing around to get the rainbow drop. Looks like Lise got level 20 and picked up the Book of Satori. And Diener is still progressing with his first part of his grind. What level is he up to now? And he's level 17 on his thief, so still got a little ways to go, but making pretty good time. I'm going to use this opportunity to step away for just a second and grab a drink and use the bathroom real quick before Pop goes into the final dungeon of the game. So I will be right back. Hopefully, Lavitz can talk about stuff or something for a couple minutes.
While we've we're breaking the commentary, I can't talk about the incentives that are coming up. The next incentive that's going to be closing is that is not the top of the list here. Here we go. It will be for the link to the pass randomizer. There is a file name bid war that you can put your donations to, as well as a pick the sprite bid war. Right now, Ultras is in the lead for the sprite choices with $132.98. Papui from Secret of Mana is second with $71.69. And Moon is in third place with $25 total in donations. The top 3 sprites there are what our runners are going to be using. The other 3 choices there are a cute little pug and Phoenix Wright from the Ace Attorney series, as well as Magus. After that would be the Final Fantasy Legends speedrun by Omega Number. There is an Everything is Melting percentage incentive for that. That is $55 short of being met at this point. Scrolling down a little bit, there are a couple of donation incentives coming up for Crosscode as well. One for fighting Apollo, it's about $50 short, as well as completing the Vermilion dungeon, which has a $125 incentive to be met to unlock that. And all the money that is raised through donations will be going to help the RPG Valkyries get to RPG Limit Break. I'm including the 2 Valkyries, Silver Fire and Sparkover, who will be running Dragon Warrior Randomizer at RPG Limit Break. That money's going to be helping them with hotel, airfare, incidentals, any of their trip-related expenses is going to be helping them out with that. I thank you very, very much for all of your support, whether it's coming to watch the race, hosting, sharing the stream, donating, whatever it is you're doing to support the stream. We thank you very, very much for your support.
I'm back now, and as somebody I met a few of the Valkyries at RPG Limit Break last year, and hopefully I'll get to meet some more of them this year. They're all like super friendly, super awesome people to hang out with. They're great speedrunners. They really know their RPGs, and they're really cool people. So glad to do anything I can to support them. So here we go. Pops on. Use the rainbow drop. Has completed the bridge over here to Zoma's castle. The final trial of Dragon Quest III. Diener and Lise are still finishing up Gruna Tower. Both having somewhat steady grinds. Diener's got an opportunity to make up a little bit of time here. Seems like Lise is having maybe a little bit slower than average grind. He's behind on his splits and just in general hasn't been getting the best luck with the metal slimes. It's still fine. Like he's it's not like this is an awful time or anything, but it's an opportunity for Diener to make up a little bit of it and get things a little bit closer going into the second half. So, one big thing that Pop is going to be keeping an eye on here as he goes through Zoma's castle is his hit point gains. So, for the Zoma fight, Zoma does a lot of area of effect abilities and also has a really strong physical attack. He can pump out a lot of damage, and you have a couple of effective ways of healing your characters, but you really need enough HP to be able to survive, at least even a round of attacks. Pop immediately gets this 2 Balrog encounter, so land stop spell on 1. These Balrogs here can cast Zaraki or Defeat, like that one on the left just did. Thankfully it missed everybody, but it's an instant death chance on everybody in your party. Because why not? You know, it's a final dungeon, why not just cast instant death on everybody? There's also the Troll Kings in here, which can cast Disperse and send your party members all the way back to Eliahan. And here's 2 more Balrogs, for good measure, why not? Stop spell again, hit 1 of the 2. But yeah, so point being that for the Zoma fight and for like the final boss rush, your maximum HP is really important because you really want to be able to survive like a round or 2 of attacks and have a little bit of a buffer in case you don't heal the full and whatever else. In particular, your pure warrior is the most important character for the Zoma fight. He's going to be holding the Sage's Stone, which will be an item that he can use in combat to heal the whole party for 80-ish hit points every turn. 80, 90 hit points every turn. And it's absolutely critical to surviving that fight to be able to use that every turn. So his pure warrior, like your pure warrior, really, really matters. The more hit points you can get on that character, the better. But you typically want 200-ish on your hero and sage, 300 plus on your pure warrior, and typically like 280 to 300 on your mage warrior. And anything more than that is great. Like, I've seen 220, 225 on like the hero, and I've seen 330, 335 on the warrior, and like you can end up with some pretty crazy numbers depending on your stamina gains and what XP you get from random encounters throughout the Dark World. But it's just something to keep an eye on throughout the castle is when they level up, how much HP are they gaining, and what kind of stats they have going into the final gauntlet. Diener's about 1,000 XP away on the thief, so he needs 1 more metal slime. This is level 20. Looks like they're probably just going to keep the hero alive rather than killing him off for the extra XP, which is fine. Like, the extra XP on the hero is useful, and the hero is useful for killing off these metal slimes, and sometimes having your hero alive to distribute the XP more actually helps you get a little bit closer to that threshold before you save, depending on where you're at. It's kind of hard to predict it because it depends a lot on the random encounters you get and whatever else, but With 2 characters alive, you get 2,000 per metal slime. With 3, you get 1,300. So you get a little bit more flexibility to kind of get as close to that threshold as you can get. It means you get there slower, but you get a little bit more wiggle room sometimes. Diener's still looking for that level 20 thief. The Sky Dragons are pretty valuable for XP also, so a couple Sky Dragons will get him there. You can also leave before getting level 20 on the thief and opt to fight a couple encounters on the way. Instead of turning into a sage and then going towards the final key, you can opt to fight a couple of encounters on the way there. But it's typically better to do it in Gruna Tower most of the time. But as long as you do the class change before coming back to Gruna Tower, it's fine. Hop is entering the final floor of Zoma's castle. Look at this lovely cutscene where, if you remember I was saying at the beginning of the game, you're told that you're the son of the hero Ortega, who fell into a volcano while fighting Baramos. Well, here's the hero Ortega. He fell into the volcano, I guess, but he survived it, and he's here in this dark world fighting the King Hydra. And you, his son, walk up and watch him fight this Hydra. And I don't know, I guess you just kind of like chill out on the bridge and watch. I'm not really sure. But,
Dad's got this, it's fine. Look at how fine this is. He has no MP, he can't heal himself, and he's like half dead. But we're just gonna keep watching.
Yeah.
He'll be fine. The hero comes through when the times are the toughest.
And unfortunately...
Oh, he's dead. Never mind.
You don't get there in time to help, and Ortega is defeated by the King Hydra. And I don't know what he says as he dies. I think it's something like, oh, hell my son, blah, blah, blah. I don't really know.
Probably, if only I didn't leave my helmet in that town.
Yeah.
That we don't even get, because it's too out of the way.
Moore, that's the name of the town. Isn't it? M-U-O-R or something like that? I don't know.
I'll take your word for it.
It's something like that. One of the towns that I haven't been able to remember the name of the entire time. There's still the one that had the darkness lamp in it that I can't remember. Yeah, so looks like Diener's got his Sage. Lisa's just tuning up some XP for the buy kill coin flips. Pop is now moving on to Zoma's altar, so there's no more random encounters. There is instead a final boss gauntlet. So you're going to fight the King Hydra, Bomas, Baramos Zombie, and then Zoma. Nearly turned into a soldier. That would have been bad. I don't have anything else to say.
All I can say is yikes. It's definitely a way to end a run.
Yeah.
That I've never seen before. And
I'm always scared. I always take that menu slowly. Always scared of that. So yeah, the first of these final bosses that Pop is going to be fighting is going to be King Hydra. The strategy is pretty much get you cast Increase once, you cast Sap from your Sage, and then you buy kill your hero and warrior, and they swing away. The first couple turns, they'll actually try to land a sleep. It's a pretty low chance of hitting, but if you put him to sleep, you get a couple free turn. You get a free turn off on him. He's guaranteed to wake up after 2, the most. And you got the Sage of Stone on your Sage for this fight, just to do some healing, because your warrior's going to be attacking for this one. But after this fight, inventories will shift around, and the warrior will switch to healing duty, which I know probably sounds weird, but The warrior's got the most HP and best one to use the Sage's Stone. The warrior's also really slow, which means that you're pretty much guaranteed to use the Sage's Stone after you take the damage rather than before. And the Sage can do spot healing on individual targets with the Sage's Staff or Heal More spell. King Hydra should be dead this next turn. There we go. Next up is Bomus, who is Bomus is scary, so Bomus can take 1 to 3 actions per turn. He's got a strong physical attack, he's got Explode It, and he also has got a strong breath attack. And it just does a ton of damage. He dies pretty quickly. You land Sap on him and you'll kill him in 3 or 4 turns. I think he's only got like 1200 HP or something like that. But he just pumps out a ton of damage, and you can very easily just get destroyed by him with nothing you can do. So this fight looks like it's going fine, though. Pop should finish it up this turn. I think. Maybe next turn.
You.
Yeah, the triple.
Putting up a fight just a little too late, maybe. Uh-oh.
Missed. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. If the
Could have got scary real quick.
If the Mage Warrior hadn't missed, it would have been done that last turn.
He needs more Genie Axe. Or is that why he missed? Because he has a Genie Axe.
Yeah.
I forgot when that got equipped.
Not normally. Normally they would have the Thunder Sword here, but Pop might do things in a different order. I don't equip the Genie Axe and the Mage Warrior until right before Zelma, but I don't know for sure what Pop has.
That's what I thought.
Looks like Diener actually chose to...
clear chillin'.
Diener actually chose to revive his warrior, so Diener's warrior was still dead from the whole Kandar 2 debacle during the first part of the grind. So he actually revived his warrior to let his warrior get probably 2 or 3 levels. And he got some metal slimes here outside the tower before going back in, which will just give a little bit more consistency for boss troll in that area. You don't need too many levels in the warrior, but you do want a couple. Meanwhile, Pop's going through Baramos Zombie here. Baramos Zombie is probably the easiest of these mini-bosses. Really slow, pretty much almost always goes last. You just buff up your defense with 6 increases and then go to town on him. A double
it actually
physical...
has 0 speed, doesn't it?
Yes. But because of the way speed formula works, he can still outspeed somebody.
I just forgot if he had 0 or 1.
I think it's 0, but the speed formula adds like 30 to your base speed and then randomizes from there in a normal distribution. So maybe it's 20 or something. It adds some flat value. He can double physical somebody on like the first or second turn and take somebody out. It's pretty rare, but it's really annoying to die there.
It looks like Pop opted to put almost every HP seed into Pure Warrior, so his HP must not have been great.
Yeah, and even if it was decent, like putting seeds onto your Pure Warrior is really a bad idea. If everybody else is at a high enough threshold that he's comfortable. So, big bad Zoma. So, turn 1, the most important aspect is going to be using the Light Orb onto Zoma. If he's really lucky, the Sage will outspeed Zoma and use it before Zoma even gets to go, which will save him a turn. And then, no, that doesn't happen. That's fine. Yeah, everybody else is on a pretty good threshold, so. And the Warrior was a little bit low. So yeah, the seed usage makes sense. So the general strategy here is that the Warrior every turn is going to use the Sage's Stone. The hero is going to try to attack basically every turn. The Mage is going to prioritize putting buy kill up on the hero so you do as much damage as possible. And the Sage is going to kind of alternate between spot healing on whoever needs it, typically prioritizing the Pure Warrior. could opt to use the Increase or Sukuruto spell to raise your defense against his physical attacks, which is what Pop just did there. Or you can choose to use Rukani or Sap, more damage to Zoma, which is a little bit riskier, but it does drastically increase your damage output.
The thing that makes it kind of sad is, oh, well, I'll use Sap on him because then he can't wave of ice my buffs away if he's getting debuffed. That's wrong. It gets rid of Sap too.
Yeah, so Zoma has 4 actions that he can take. He can do a physical attack, he can do Macchiato or Snowstorm, which is his weakest attack. It does hit all party members, but it's really not very threatening by itself. That's this one right here. And he can do a Blizzard Breath, which is quite scary. It does a lot of damage to every party member. A Blizzard Breath plus physical can take out some of your weaker party members, and double Blizzard Breath just does a ton of damage that's really hard to recover from. And he can do this Freezing Wave, and so the Freezing Wave eliminates all of your buffs and all of his debuffs, which is typically only Sap. But it means that you have to refresh by kill, it means you have to refresh Increase or Sap, and it's safe, but it kind of slows the fight down. And I use the word safe a little bit loosely, right? Because Freezing Wave is safe on an individual turn, but at the same time, the longer the fight drags out, the more likelihood of Zoma doing something that's just catastrophic, like a double physical attack that will 100 to 0 your warrior or something like that. He can really do some things that are just unrecoverable, and the longer the fight drags out, the more chances of that happening. So there's a little bit of a play for the turn or play for the fight. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive, but it does lend itself to some kind of risk-reward type play. And then, as I said, the mage's job is typically buy kill, but if Sap is up, the mage can also do quite a bit of damage with a physical attack. The mage can choose to, depending on how you've equipped things, if the mage still has the Thunder Sword, you can choose to use that as an item in combat, like that right there. Pretty quick animation. And yeah, otherwise it's just you kind of get into this rhythm of watching your HP and watching what damage you take, and it's kind of flying through these menus. This fight seems to be going pretty well for Pop so far.
Pop did it earlier, and I just didn't think about saying it because I'm used to just watching it happen anyway. But I saw him actually use his Leaf of the World tree on Pure Warrior, because Pure Warrior had low health at the beginning of the turn. And then obviously he got healed so he didn't die, but that means he didn't lose his Leaf. But you can actually pre-Leaf in this game. You can't do that in DQ2. It will eat your Leaf, and you'll just be sad. I think. That might be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what happens, though.
I don't know. It might depend also on whether you use it in combat or out of combat. But
that might be what it is. If you use it out of combat, it eats it. Maybe in combat it doesn't?
I don't know.
There's some way that you can use the Leaf on someone who's not dead, and then it just eats it.
Yeah. So,
ooh, nice,
yeah, you can choose the safety strat to...
Nope, here we go again.
Here, to use it on the warrior. That way, if the warrior dies, he immediately gets revived. I have a bad habit.
Does he still get his turn if he gets revived?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't know if he got to use stone or not. I didn't pay that much attention. I don't think he does, though. I think he loses.
Sure he loses it. I've got a bad habit of whenever I go to use the Leaf, I end up mismenuing, like preemptively use it. I end up mismenuing, and I threw away a sub 3 once to doing that, to mismenuing, and then I ended up skipping the stone. And Zoma's down.
Yeah, that was a very good Zoma.
Clean fight. Very quick fight.
No one died.
Nope.
A couple situations where his health kind of sunk, but Zoma was like, yeah, I'm fine, I'll just do this now.
Yeah, very quick fight. Especially because he was playing a little bit safely with Increase and everything. So, yeah, so Lisa's fighting Boss Troll. It looks like Diener's tuning up some XP to be ready for the buy-kill coin flip. But like DQ2, DQ3 also has a song at the end of it. So it's going to be another minute or so before Pop gets back to town, but I'm sure Pop will be doing some more singing for this. So once Pop gets back to the King, I'll probably go quiet for a moment so you can all enjoy Pop's wonderful singing. Yeah, otherwise, gonna get some Diener coin flips here for buy kill. I'm surprised because the Sage is only 13. Diener must have really kind of over leveled at 20, at Thief 20 a little bit. Hopefully he'll still hit 14 on the Sage without having to do extra grinding, but...
Remember, you revived a warrior, so he's cutting his HP a bit too.
Yeah, but that also would have slowed down the mages.
That's a good point.
There's 14 on the Sage.
You got 2 spells.
Yeah, Behuimi and I didn't see what the other one was. But
It's more than I saw.
What does the mage need? 294? That's pretty good.
Quick
Might
math.
be 2 fights. But I'm gonna go quiet for a moment. Pop will be we'll get some credits music and Pop will be singing. Timing will end on the end for the relay. Well, for Pop's team of the relay. Obviously. Team Bears and Team Hamster are still playing things out. But in the meantime, enjoy some trumpets, not zapped
I
this
know
time.
I will.
Credits music for this game or something.
So obviously we're all gonna sing, right? Yeah.
No.
No.
I don't want to be out of sync with Pop. I don't want to ruin it if there's a little bit of stream lag or something. We'll let Pop sing. I'll let Pop sing. You can sing if you want.
But I can't just let it come.
唇を噛みしめたとき魂燃やしてもう一度戦うと誓うどこかできっと誰かが愛の言葉を待ってる何もいらない強くなりたい光り輝く大地を目指して青空耳を澄ませば振り向くなもう二度と夢に見た微笑みを胸に
excellent singing from Pop, as always. GG to Pop Song. Nope, that's it. DQ3 song's pretty short. Way shorter than the DQ2 song.
We gotta go back to the beginning of DQ2. I'll sing the intro theme. Lovely 1980s pop song.
Didn't we just hear Pop Song?
It's not. Wrong pop. I'm supposed to be the punny one, but I'm too tired, so now I'm just irritable.
So yeah, this sub 8 hour time from Pop is
Definitely really
absolutely incredible. It is an excellent time for the relay. Every single game is pretty good. DQ1 was, for Pop, slow, quote unquote slow, but 137 is a very good race time for DQ1. And it looks like DQ2 was 321, which is very fast for a race time. And DQ3 is looking to be 252. Wow. That's insane. So, excellent job, Popson. Thank you very much for being part of this relay race. I don't know what to say. The times were incredible. Pop's DQ3 time there is 10 minutes faster than my personal PB. Obviously Pop is way better than I am, but it's insane to like do that after like excellent DQ1, great DQ2, great DQ3, all back to back. It's a long, intensive series. All the games play a little bit differently. You need a ton of focus, especially for DQ3. The menus are different, the play style is different, and being able to do them all in a row is just, it's so incredible, it's so impressive. So I can't underestimate how great that relay time is. I can't overstate it, I should say.
I'm interested in what happened in DQ1 that I was ahead of him after Dragon Loop. Like I lost an entire dragon to him in Dragon Loop just because I didn't count the first dragon right, and I was terrified the second and third dragon.
Yeah, I don't remember.
He must have had like just poor luck with something or other that was just slow for no good reason.
I don't know. He did a couple like safety things earlier, but I don't know.
I was going to, but everything worked out. Like the beginning for me was really weird.
But yeah,
critting ghosts everywhere.
Did Pop die on Golem Walk? I can't remember.
Oh, he died on Golem Walk.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he died to Kage.
It must have been an early death. I don't know if it was Kage. It couldn't have been that early.
Yeah, so DQ3 is a prequel to DQ1 and 2, Mile Mike. So continued in 1 and 2. It's even though 1 and 2 was released before 3, story-wise, this game takes place first.
In the ending credits, the hero is given the title of Roto, or Erdrick. It's not actually his name; it is a title bestowed upon the hero.
Mm-hmm. Yep, your save file gets flagged with the Roto flag. Interestingly enough, after you finish beating Zoma, and after you get the Roto flag, you can deposit the hero in the friend bank, where you can't do that the rest of the run. And so you can actually beat the game without ever saving. And the game doesn't save after the credits, so it just uses whatever your last save is. So you can have a Roto marked save file at level 1 and deposit the hero and kind of cruise around without him. But Sort of a interesting quirk of how it works. It's sort of annoying, a lot of these like Super Nintendo era games, including these DQ1, 2, 3, where you get to the end and like the game just it stops. Doesn't give you an opportunity to go back to the title screen or anything like that, or reload into your game. So we have Lee-san in the Necrogond. We have Diener on his way to the Mirror of Ra. Yeah, it's still relatively close. Lisa's definitely got a few minutes up, but it's again, anything can happen. All it's gonna take is like a death to Baramos to kind of even things up, or a death in the Zoma's castle to really just like flip everything around. Pop got through everything super cleanly, but these runners really have made these games look easy compared to how difficult they actually are. As Keishira was mentioning in chat, when she played this casually, she had some struggles with getting through the Zoma fight, and I think it's pretty typical is that the final dungeons and castles and bosses, like, they're really grueling, and DQ games, especially the early DQ games, are just really known for a lot of times the random encounters in the final areas are even worse than the boss fight. So I mentioned earlier when Pop was in Zoma's castle, the Balrogs that can cast instant death on your entire party, or the Troll Kings that can disperse your characters all the way back to the front bank, and there's just some really, really rude enemies and abilities that can ruin your day. And handling them all quickly and efficiently it's very fun, but it's quite difficult. So I think my favorite part of these games from a speedrun standpoint is there's such a great mix, especially DQ3, of game knowledge and execution. It's a really fast menu. You really have to be able to play well, and you have to just kind of know everything that's going on and stay focused through, well, even a 3-hour run, much less this entire 8-hour relay.
I'd also like to point out that the DQ1, DQ2, and DQ3 menus are all, or their like command orders are all different, and it's terrible. Like the concept of playing
close.
Yeah, they're close, but it's weird with the extra characters and the way that they shove magic in there and everything.
Run, yeah.
And then if like Lord dies, the way that changes the menu for somebody else. But going from 2 to 3 would just be so weird. Like, I'm definitely gonna make the wrong menu a lot of the time. Like, I'd end up defending when I'm trying to do something else. Just because the muscle memory is gonna be there.
For me, I find the biggest issue, personally, as somebody who learned DQ3 first and then learned DQ1, is just I try to menu too quickly in DQ1 and 2, so
yeah, they're not
just get dropped. I'll think I've pressed a direction, but I pressed it too quickly or something, because the DQ3 menus are just a lot more responsive.
Oh, they're massively more responsive. It's a much better engine.
So,
because what? 3's on the same engine as 6, right?
Yeah.
And then I know 1 and 2 are on 5.
Yep. That is correct. And they're both like really solid engines. Like, they're both really fun to play. I personally prefer the way 3 plays, but there's a lot of appeal to DQ1 and 2 as speedruns, and DQ1 in particular is just really easy to get into. It's a really fun race game. A lot of people play it, so it's got the least barrier to entry in terms of like the language knowledge and stuff like that. So they all kind of have their own strengths and weaknesses as speed games.
DQ1 might be just about the best entry speedrun if you want to look cool because you're playing a Japanese game. Also, if you want to use turbo, not have to worry about people complaining about turbo.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I haven't played DQ1 for like 2 months, and I was barely less than 3 minutes slower than Pop. Shows kind of how simple it is. You can just pick it up, play it whenever you want to. You don't have to have that much time dedicated to it. You can just sit down and do it. Compared to DQ2, I need like 5 hours dedicated to that game.
Yeah.
And I need like 10 hours of sleep afterwards because 2 encounters that are almost the exact same, you will do absolutely nothing that is the same with your first turn commands, because if you try and do what you did in one of them and the other, you'll probably end up dead, or you'll be wasting resources and time.
So Lisa's made it through Orochi 1. One thing we didn't really touch on when Pop came through here is that Orochi 1 drops the Kusanagi sword, or Orochi sword, which is it's a pretty strong sword for this point in time. You don't use it on your hero, but you give it to the mage warrior, and gives her something useful to do. And in addition, it's very rare, but there's like a corner case where that sword can be used as an item in combat to cast the defense spell, which is like a group sap, half as effective as sap, but to lower the defense of a group of enemies. And as an example, in Diener's, I think his current PB, might have been his last one, he uses it on the Zoma fight because, as he was saying earlier, he broke all of his prayer rings. He broke 4 prayer rings in a row on Zoma's altar, and ran out of MP on his Sage, so it was like the most useful thing the Sage could do because he was the one with the sword at the time. So a lot of the items that you end up getting in this speedrun, similar to DQ2, you can sort of use as an item in combat, and that's the effect of this sword. Again, you almost never end up using it like that, but it's one of those cases where if you know that it exists, you can kind of like pull this kind of corner case strategy out of your pocket and have something effective to do.
It seems like we might get pop in for like a little interview in a moment. I don't know how long
Okay.
it is, but
Sure. Yeah, that's awesome. It's a pretty good time for it too, because Lise just finished up Orochi 2. Diener's finished up Boss Troll and's got some prep work, so some pretty good downtime right now.
He's gonna go take a nap. He'll be back in an hour.
I'm jealous. I want to
Fine,
take a
we'll
nap.
still be going. I take a nap. I'm not waking up until about noon.
that's
minimum.
How I felt when I was doing the Roto relay for the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was and you were translating and everything too. Like I imagine the mental focus after hours and hours of that is probably a lot. I'd be tired. See how many rings Diener's able to buy here. Getting 2 of them, which should be enough. Lisa's gonna be doing the Dior side quest here. Got his friend in the friend bank. So yeah, I'm in terms of like DQ3 time, I think both these runners are pretty close. I thought Diener had a good opportunity to catch up on that grind, but he didn't really get the best luck, so I think his run might actually be a little bit slower, or at least comparable to Lisa's run at the moment, so they're a few minutes off of each other still, but they're both still having pretty solid normal like race category runs. Like Lisa has a 134 by kill time, like that's fine. That's a good run. That's a good grind. And Diener's was I didn't see what the time was. He doesn't have splits up, but probably pretty comparable to that. So it's like Hop is ready for the interview. So
Like it? You can join channel. Hi, Pop.
Yo, Aki.
ハロー。こんばんは。Good morning.
Ugh. Don't remind
So,
me.
Hack and Levitz, do you have any questions for Pop? And I'll just play translator.
Mostly I just want to say congratulations, and I want to know Pop's opinion on which game he thought was the best run. Which one did he play the best? DQ2 and DQ3 were both very good times. So.
ポップさんの意見で、自分が今日やったゲームの中で、どれが一番、
はい。
良かったかなと思ってたんですか？
そうですね。2と3タイム良かったですよね。2と3で言うと、やっぱ3ですかね、今日は。はい、3だと思います。あれ
So Pop says that he thinks Dragon Quest 3 went the best for him.
Awesome. Yeah, 252 in a race chart is extremely fast, so that's a very amazing run.
ありがとうございます。サンキュー、ヤカモさん。
ハクティカルさん。
ハクティカルさん。それ。そう声が似てるから。すいません。間違えちゃった。
Pop says you sound like Yagmoth.
すごい似てる。
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I can hear that. Levitz, do you have any questions for Pop?
Trying to think about DQ2 stuff. The DQ2 went very well, really for everyone. How did he feel when he started watching the rings just all disappear? At the end.
はい。
祈りの指輪が消えていく瞬間はどういうお気持ちでしたか？
いや、祈りはね、調子いいなって思ってたんですけど、最後に一気になんか潰れ始めてでも、MP が少ない状況でも、しっかり指導に勝つ練習っていうのは今までやってきてたので、一応勝てる MP は持ってるなっていうふうに思いながら、指導戦やりました。
So Pop says that he was like, oh, okay, and his MP was really low at the point his rings started breaking, but he had been practicing how to beat Shido without a lot of MP up until this point, so he employed those tactics.
Awesome.
I don't know if you have any other questions.
Yeah, I'm curious what obviously Pop has done these Roto relays a few times. I'm just curious what the safety versus race strategy versus going fast, like taking safety strategies versus going fast. Was there anything in particular that I don't know that Pop wishes he had done differently, or why did he are there any specific like safe strategies he did that he wouldn't have normally done, or just like anything on that kind of front? I don't have like a specific question.
ロトリレーを何回かやっているこのうちに、この例えば今までレースチャートで使っていたのをなくしたり、あるいは新しく入れたりっていうのをチャートの中にありましたか？
過去に、これよりもっといいタイム出したことはあって、それが、ロトリレーの自己ベスト PB なんですけど、それが7時間25分っていうのが、だから、今日よりまだ25分ぐらい早いのは出したことあります。
Apparently, Pop has gotten a personal best in a roto relay of 7 hours and 25分。
そうですね、7時間25分、そうですね。
7 hours and 25 minutes, which is about 25, 26 minutes better than his run today. その時に何がもっと早かったとかっていうのは覚えてますか？
覚えてます。ドラゴンクエスト2から始めて、それが2時間58分で、ドラゴンクエスト2の自己ベストが出て、その流れでも残りの1と3もやりました。
So apparently during that particular roto relay, he got a time in Dragon Quest 2 of 2 hours 2時間58分。
58、そうですね。
Of 2 hours and 58 minutes in Dragon Quest 2, which was first. And それが今のパーソナルベストですよね。
そうですね。
Which is his personal best. And he was able to carry that momentum into 1 and 3 as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, I feel like DQ2 is very heavily the gatekeeper in something like this if you're gonna do it solo, just because it is such a long run. But you just sit there and you start smacking some Gomechan and you're good to go.
Yeah, if I remember right, Pop's Roto Relay PB, he just did a DQ2 run and it was so fast he decided to do an entire relay because of it. Yeah, so I don't think I have any other questions. If there's anything Pop wants to say or whatever, that's also cool.
ポップさんはさっきチャットで言ってくれたんですけど、もし日本語でもう一度何か言いたければ。
日本語で大丈夫ですか？
もちろん大丈夫ですよ。
大丈夫ですか。そうですね。今年またロトリレーチームレースをやる予定なんですけど、自分はドラゴン、はい。で、今年は、ロトリレーというよりは、そこにドラゴンウォーリア4も、加えて、チームリレーレースっていうのをやりたいと思っているので、僕は、そのドラゴンウォーリア4で出たいので、今年はそのドラゴンウォーリア4の、ドラゴンウォーリア4をね、頑張ってやりたいなと思ってます。
And in the Roto Relay that Pop is planning, he's planning on having Dragon Warrior 4 in with the Roto Relay, and he wants to actually run Dragon Warrior 4 in the Roto Relay. He's planning, so he has been practicing that as of late.
We need more DQ2 runners. Or I need to stop being bad.
Yep, that one, Lavitz. You need to actually play that game again.
Yeah, it's
hard.
And then you can sing the song.
Yeah, you can sing the song. 他に何かありますか？
そうですね。
Pop, sing Yamato.
はい。
Sing Yamato.
なんかラビッツさんがヤマトを歌ってほしいんだって。
いや、そう。ここでですか？
いや、いいですよ。
ヤマトは
多分ジョークだと思うんですけど。
No, I got him to sing it before and it was magnificent. It's not a joke.
あるいは だったんですね。
いや、ちょっとヤマトはね、ちょっとここではね。
I think Pop is basically telling you no. In
It's
a
fine.
very
I got him
Japanese
to sing
way.
it once, and it was magnificent.
Well, thank you, Pop, for the impromptu interview, and your times were amazing, and I'm really glad that we could have Roto Relay in Valkyrie Marathon. It was a little stressful to plan, but I'm glad that we were able to do it. ポップさん、参加してくれて、しかも一人で参加してくれて、ありがとうございました。そしてなんかいろいろ一緒に考えてくれてて、チームのロケとかを一緒にちょっと考えていただけたんですけど、本当にいろいろ今回のマラソンで世話になりましたし、楽しめたらいいなと思ってました。
いや、本当こちらこそ参加させてもらってありがとうございました。ね、せっかくだからリスさん、マームさんね、参加してもらえたらいいなと思って、でね、参加してもらえて、いや本当良かったですよね。はい。またなんかこういう機会あれば、ぜひ、参加させてもらえたら嬉しいですね。
Yes, thank you, please.
はい。
Thank you, パプさん。
はい。じゃあ、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
ありがとう、パプさん。
ありがとうございます。
I'd say Pop should go to sleep. It's not that late in Japan.
Yeah, it's 8 p.m.
It's 8 p.m. It's 6 a.m. here. I don't want to hear it.
Good morning.
We started
No
this
worries.
at
I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I'm gonna be awake until midnight playing Link to the Past Randomizer. It's going to be great. Great, I promise.
It is gonna be super awesome.
I'm gonna be sad that no one's gonna be using the Phoenix Wright model, because I want to see what that looks like.
What are we at for donation incentives on the Link to the Past randomizer? In terms of the sprites.
In terms of the sprites, we have Ultros leading at a whooping 132.98, followed by Poi Poi or the Sprite of Secret of Mana at 71.69, and Sailor Moon at 25, and everything else at 0.
Cool. Well, if anyone wants to see anything different like that Phoenix Wright sprite, you've got another probably hour or so left of this to kind of get your times in, get your donations in. So
and we are taking the top 3, so.
There's a Pug too. There's no Andy fans in the chat. I remember watching him when he was just a small streamer. But I'm saving up for a car, so no donating things right now.
However,
money.
can snipe something. But yeah, back to the runs for now. So while we were talking to Popsan, Lise managed to defeat Baramos, and is now watching some trumpeters get zapped.
Nani?
Trumpets, no! Trumpets, no!
And yeah, the Baramos fight seemed to go not as smoothly as Pop's, but I didn't see any major issues in the Baramos fight, so.
So my buddy Star of Violence son right now. We were joking in the last Roto Relay in Japanese, so it was fun.
I'd like to point out that Hactical decided to create an emote entirely for the purpose of zapping one of my emotes, because I have a trumpeter.
Nice hack.
That's the type of friends that I have. I don't need enemies.
I also just think that the lightning animation from DQ3 is like really cool, and it's a really neat sprite. So I have found other uses for it. Turns out the Dragon Quest has a whole line of spells called Zap, so it comes in handy from time to time.
I just wish the last one wasn't Zapple. Why does it seem like it's a Snapple ripoff? Well, I guess because Apple's the last one, but it's like, why? And then there's the dark versions. Right? There's also like something based off Zap.
I don't know. So, yeah, so Lisa's into the Dark World. Diener just finished up the Orochi 2 fight. Diener had a little bit of trouble in the Necrogon. He lost 2 characters outside of the Necrogon, but thankfully, as long as you still have the Sage, specifically for the Tiptoe ability, which we talked about earlier, then getting through the Necrogon, even with characters dead, is doable. It means you really can't fight things. You kind of have to gamble on fleeing, or try to put things to sleep and then run away from them or whatever. But Diener managed to make it through, and now he's got the purple orb, and he'll be going to do the dealer side quest before moving on to Baramos himself. But Diener's been catching a little bit of bad luck. Nothing catastrophic, but he's just been losing party members here and there all throughout the run, kind of incidentally, and it's kind of unfortunate, but sort of the way that Dragon Quest plays out sometimes, and he's done a really good job to keep it together and not wipe and keep moving forward. I also imagine Diener's probably feeling really exhausted physically and mentally at the moment. This is a couple months ago when the last Roto relay happened. This was my time slot. I played DQ3 at the end of it, and oh man, I was so wiped by 6 in the morning trying to focus on all of the rotten luck that DQ constantly throws at you. So I can just imagine how some Diener is feeling right now. Oh, we got some on Lisa's screen. We got some Goopies summoning the Grand Titans. Kind of like the thing that you don't want to see. You can put them to sleep, so it's not the end of the world. But if they do get to attack, they've got a chance of critical hitting you. They're the same ones that you fight in Zoma's Castle in order to progress through the first floor. And the fact that Goopies can just like haul them is kind of insane. It's sort of interesting how the random encounters work involving Goopies, because they can try to summon friends as one of their actions, and they can summon other Goopies or Grand Titans, and things kind of depend on how much like space is available on the screen to fit in more enemies, and it means that when you end up with like mixed encounters, that you actually end up really weighing which enemies you want to focus on first, and whether you want to use like area of effect abilities or single target abilities, or kind of reducing your risk of summoning extra things to fight with the Goopies. It used to be a little bit of a meme that Tonic used to love talking about, like the different Goopy encounters and optimizing like how to deal with them, because there's just so much potential variation there, and you really do end up with a lot of different tools in the late game of DQ3. You've got single target spells, area spells, items you can use, status effects you can use, and there's just like a lot of options to think about, and a lot of potential encounters that you have to use them in. So it's not really a case where you can just memorize every single potential option of encounters. You really have to have more of a general grasp of the knowledge that's required for the run.
I think one of the big things about Dark World is it's where DQ3 decides it wants to be DQ2.
Yeah, kind of.
Like it feels like the encounters in the Light World are just like obviously stuff to handle them properly, but they're a lot more cookie cutter and straightforward. And then Dark World is like DQ2, where everything has to be handled very specifically, or else it can go very wrong very fast.
I really think that starts in the Necrogon. Honestly, I was saying that earlier.
Yeah, there's little bits and pieces of it, but it's the entire Dark World.
It is, but it's still a very different feel to it. So it's got like a similar, like, there's a burden of knowledge, and there's a like risk versus reward, and encounters are typically threatening in the Dark World, but it still, in my opinion, has a very different feel to it than the way DQ2 plays out, just because of what we were talking about earlier with like DQ2 is very much a game of margins and knowing exact values, and DQ3 is more of like knowing percentages and which tools you have available and which ones are likely to work on certain types of enemies, but not as much about specific like HP values or ranges, and more about just like the general feeling of how to handle an encounter. And there's just way more combinations of both abilities and enemy encounters in DQ3, so again, you can't realistically memorize all the different groups. Whereas in DQ2 through most of the game, there's a couple areas, like the walk to Tepa and stuff like that, where you get thrown into random things, but
there's a lot less groups in general. DQ 1 and 2 are much more simplistic. Or the way that this game sets up group encounters is absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm not going to go into it because I can't properly explain that. But Hactical is here, and I bet he can.
No, not really. I mean, basically the simplistic aspect is that the game will pull which enemy types are going to be in the encounter, and then figure out how much space is available, and then like randomly add more of the groups it's pulled in until the screen is full, or until it decides to say stop adding enemies. It doesn't obviously fill up every screen, but yeah. So it picks the enemies, it groups them, and then it like randomly adds more to each group to kind of fill things out. And then there's some areas that just have like static formations that are kind of outside of that population method. A good example of that, I think, is the in Garuna Tower. There's the Sky Dragon and 7 Metal Slime encounter, and you can't run into like Sky Dragon and like I don't think there's like the full range of Metal Slimes that come with Sky Dragon. There are a couple different variants, but Sky Dragon and 7 Metal Slimes is actually the most common metal-containing formation in Garuna Tower. I think there's another formation that's more common in general, but I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. So, Diener's got Ramia, he's going to get the Light Orb, he just got his World Tree Leaf, and then he's about to go tackle the Big B. Lys is grabbing his King Sword and everything else he needs here.
As far as differences between SFC and GBC, the biggest one is, like in Dragon Quest 1 and 2, SFC versus Game Boy. The Game Boy versions ever so kindly decided your threat encounter should continue to count down while you're in town. And that's absolutely terrifying. You also don't get encounter resets like going into town or going down a staircase. Like, you go down the staircase and come back up in the pyramid. There's zero reason to do that in the Game Boy version, because it doesn't reset your threat encounter.
Yeah, and there's certain areas in GBC where there's just slightly higher encounter rates in general. There's also like a bunch of subtle differences. Yeah, I mentioned a couple earlier. So before Kandar 2, the fight with the 4 henchmen, in GBC, those 4 henchmen are the Kandar 1 henchmen. So that fight's like different. The AI for confusion works really differently. Enemies can still attack you even if they're confused, as an example. And some formations are slightly different. In Garuna Tower, there's an 8 Metal Slime formation. On the Baramos fight, if you stop spell Baramos, instead of going onto a 4-turn cycle, he stays on an 8-turn cycle, and all of these stop-spelled spells are replaced with physical hits, which means that Flame Breath becomes a 1-8 cycle instead of a 1-4. Stuff like that. I mean, I don't really know the level of detail that need to go into on the differences, but those are quite a few of them, and it's sort of just stuff like that throughout the run where little things are different from a speedrunning standpoint. And as Lavitz was saying, the encounter resets don't really work the same. So the Magic Pyramid in particular is incredibly brutal on the GBC version because you don't get the encounter resets, and I think the encounter rate on the 3rd floor might just be slightly higher in general. It's really, really difficult. Tonic did some testing, and I think SFC averaged, like, I don't know, 3 encounters or something like that, and GBC averaged, like, 9 or more in the pyramid alone. And every fight in there is just terrifying. So that gives you an indication of...
And then too, it's a lot of the early Baron stuff. If you don't have to take encounters near Baron, it's lovely, because a lot of those are really dangerous. You saw someone walk out of Durkendall and immediately get ganked. Those encounters are now almost guaranteed to happen, because you have to walk around so much inside of that town that you're gonna get an encounter before you get to your boat. Yeah, you can do the exact same strat that you do in this, but your success chances are a lot lower, just because you were stuck dealing with that many more encounters.
Yeah, the other thing is that with the encounter reset, it means that the Lamp of Darkness also doesn't obviously reset encounter threshold, since other stuff doesn't. But yeah, you can still do the same strats. I mean, I think it's really worth considering. Like, in SFC, you can realistically, if you're on a PB attempt, go in at levels 2221 or 2222. And I think it's probably worth really getting, like, level 3 at least on characters, just for that little bit of extra survivability. Maybe buying some extra herbs to get through. Maybe even, like, committing to a safety save in Isis, because you can save when it's, like, the time of day is favorable, before diving into the pyramid. Like, guarantee you're going in with a full strength party and be able to just reload the save if you don't make it. I mean, I guess for, like, a top tier run, you probably wouldn't want to do that, but you're going to end up with so many pyramid resets if you try to just YOLO it all the time, I think.
I think Gyre started running Dragon Warrior 2 Game Boy. Also, you get like 4 times as much fireworks, because the Game Boy just lags. It can't handle the fireworks.
Yeah, Gyre's done 1 and 2. I don't know how many runs of 2 he did. I think only a couple. But he's done quite a bit of Dragon Warrior 1 GBC. Oh, man. Both sleeps and both stop spells just missed.
Classic dinosaur.
Come on, Diener. You can pull through this.
Why even use sleep? You've done it without before. Just wasted time.
Oh, man. He got hit on the Mage Warrior, got hit by Confuse. Stop spell failed.
Lord.
Gonna Iron Eyes, get past the Flame Breath again. Diener might be in for a reset here. Can gamble on sleep, but that Confused Mage is just like such a... Okay.
Confusion and Diener get along well. Why his offline picture is him dying to a single metal slime, because he wreaked havoc on his entire party and killed everyone and then died.
Yep. So Diener specifically does the pre-Baramos stuff in an order where he can save after doing all of the setup, so he will have to get the treasure chest in Baramos' castle again, but he doesn't have to, like, he can just reset the game and not have to worry about reviving people or recollecting the World Leaf or the Light Orb or anything like that. He picks all that stuff up, then he gets the warrior back, then he saves. So it means that if you die to Baramos, that getting back there is pretty quick. It's a really nice race strategy. And realistically, like, it kind of doesn't matter what order you do things in around that time. They're all pretty close to equivalent from, like, a time standpoint. No X-codes, that's pretty much it. Iron Eyes skips 3 rounds, so anywhere from 3 to 6 of Baramos' attack. And he's on that fixed 8-turn cycle, and the 3rd attack he does is Flame Breath. And so you use Iron Eyes on Baramos to skip Flame Breath. That's his most devastating attack. So you just use Iron Eyes to get past that in his cycle, and then you get a couple turns where he's still scary, but you're not worried about eating that Flame Breath on everybody. And so you get a couple of turns to try to start your setup going. And you can continue to Iron Eyes past the Flame Breath again, as long as you kind of keep track of where he is in the cycle. It's one of those things that you kind of get a feel for in terms of keeping track of the cycle past that initial Iron Eyes, but typically turn 1 you start with an Iron Eyes, doesn't matter, it'll always bypass that first Flame Breath.
It's really fun to see Iron Eyes inside of a speedrun. It's a neat skill, but it never really serves the purpose, except for one fight in DQ3.
So no, the adversary, he does regenerate. So that's another difference. The Game Boy Color version, he doesn't regenerate. He's got more HP, but does not regen. The SFC version, he does regen. He has about 2,500 HP, and he regenerates about 100 per turn. But I think Baramos is the only enemy, the only boss enemy that you fight that has regeneration. Zoma doesn't, whereas I know he does in NES, but he does not regenerate in this. Dark Zoma, I think, might, but Light Zoma, after you use the orb, does not.
Dark Zoma does. But you're definitely not fighting Dark Zoma in a speedrun, because that's... No way. No way with these party could you take out Dark Zoma without a whole lot more levels.
So yeah, he's got 2,500 with regen in this, and then in GBC, I think he's got like 3,500 with no regen or something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but...
Heck, I'd rather him have the regen.
Yeah,
almost everything in Dragon Warrior 4 does. It's awful.
Yeah. I speedrun the PlayStation, one of the remake versions of Dragon Quest IV, Japanese version, and thankfully in the remakes of that they also got rid of most of the regenerating enemies. Only Balzac 1 and 2 are really the only ones to speak of where it's a factor in that version. Kind of interesting in general, like DQ 1, 2, 3, which we've been watching here, or even any of the others, like how much stuff they've really changed for these remakes. All right, Baramos is sleepy. It's just like a lot of like rebalancing that's been done. He's back awake.
Fun fact about Dragon Warrior 4: it's almost impossible to kind of do like human tasking for, because of the way that the random number generator works.
Very complicated system. Still needs to hit Sap. I think he already hit it though. Yeah. I was gonna say he was doing enough damage. I don't know why Diener was still casting it. He's still casting Sap. Defense is already down, I'm pretty sure. There's a speed up, okay.
Probably just zoning out, not paying attention. It is 6:30 in the morning.
It is, yeah.
He's normally like waking up for work now.
If you miss one message, it can be really difficult to keep track of where you are in the fight and what's coming up, so... Alright, he's asleep. He's got this. Baramos stayed asleep for another turn. This is... And Baramos is down. Okay, second try.
Good stuff.
I mean, first try. First try every time, right?
Exactly. You reset, the first one didn't count.
Meantime, we've got Lise starting the Granite Titans in Zoma's castle. Getting near to the end of the game. So we'll get some more trumpets coming up here soon on Diener's. I'm sure the audio's on Lisa, I think, but yeah.
I'm sure this time the trumpets will be okay.
but that's fine. Yeah, they'll definitely survive this time anyway, so
There's no
what
way
could
that
possibly go wrong?
3 sets of trumpeters will be massacred in the same day, right? Right?
No.
Please?
Zoma wouldn't be that cruel.
Eventually, he's got to hit the heroes he's aiming. Eventually, some of these people are not going to have conductive metal trumpets. You can't possibly afford that many
Oh
in
no.
this economy. Right? Please?
My alarm's trying to tell me that it's time for me to wake up to go to work.
Yikes.
I took the day off. I'm not going to work. But
Same. I mean, technically, I could still go to bed for work when this is over, if I really wanted to, but why would I do that when I could take this day off?
yeah, I mean, technically I could just go to work right after this, but why would I do that?
Go to work and sleep.
Yeah, pretty much. Some Balrogs over here on Lisa's stream. Let's see. Stop spell hit on both. That's pretty nice.
No one tried to Zaraki. Trumpets,
Yep.
no!
Zap
Not
some trumpets here.
again.
Nani?
Wahahaha.
I am Zoma. Yeah, Diener's run is reminding me a lot, like I've been saying, of the Roto relay from a couple months ago when I said I was in that position, and I just know how grueling and exhausting it can be at this point in the run. And so I know exactly how Diener's feeling, where it's just you can't think straight, and your muscles, your hands are playing DQ3, and your brain is just like things are happening. And this is not a game that you can fully play on muscle memory. You need to pay attention to certain things and be aware of what's happening and what your characters are like. And
Yeah, at least Diener remembered his sleep staffs this time.
he's still able to land Ramia, so that's like the biggest challenge of this whole thing.
Landing Rami is secretly impossible. It's that trumpet allergy. Just closing them to stir it up.
Yeah. 花粉症、hay fever, トランペット書いてあった。
He sure is secretly becoming Zoma over here. If you die to Zoma enough, you just become Zoma.
I think if that was true, every speedrunner would be Zoma.
Yep.
Even Pop has probably died to Zoma more times than her.
Yeah, so we've got the Ortega cutscene going on Lisa's stream. We're getting really close. There's just be picking up a couple more treasure chests, a couple more random encounters, and then starting the boss gauntlet. Meanwhile, Diener is now in the Dark World, starting the DQ1 style quest. Picks up the Stones of Sunlight here, and be going off to the mountain cave to get the I forget what the stuff is. The stuff to sell for the King Sword and other stuff. I think it's Sword of Destruction and some cursed armor of some sort. I don't know. Devil armor or something like that. Couple more Balrogs that you never want to see on this final floor. We haven't seen many salamanders tonight, so there's another enemy that can show up in Zoma's castle and even outside of it.
I'd like to point
Looks
out
like
that in Dark
ahead.
World, you have like Chimera is actually kind of dangerous. So there's a bunch of enemies that are from DQ1 that may not have really necessarily been terribly harmful, and now they're all really strong. And then there's just she slimes, and they're just kind of there, and they die immediately to literally nothing.
There's also regular blue slimes.
Is there? And can't the she slimes like use herbs or something?
I don't know.
Usually,
If you see the slime best, you just use the blast sword on them and blow them up. Yes, this is Dragon Quest 3. So the Roto relay was done in 1, 2, and 3, in that order. So Popsan has finished with a time of 7:51:15, and both Some Diener for Team Bears and 3Leaf's game for Team Hamsters are in the final segments of DQ3. Leafs in particular is in Zoma's castle, nearing the end of it. Diener's got another 15-20 minutes to kind of catch up to that point. Diener's had a little bit of kind of bad luck as things have gone. Characters dying and whatever else DQ3 has been
his mind
throwing at them.
degrading.
Mm-hmm. The slow descent into madness. DQ3 will do that to you even on like well rested, a good day.
DQ2 is the exact same. And there's really no mental break in these games. Constantly have to optimize everything. Yeah, and then DQ1 you could literally play in your sleep.
Yeah. So here's a good example of knowing like what enemies can be affected by things. So using Gerudo on the chimeras and sleeping them, and using the blast sword, like I said, when you see the red slimes, to just get them out of the way. And doing good damage to the chimeras too.
When I see the red slime, my hand automatically goes to the blast sword.
Yep. So 3Leaf's game is going through the boss gauntlet, fighting King Hydra at the moment. Looks like he's in pretty good shape in terms of HP. The Mage Warrior has great HP. The Warrior's already over 300. The Hero's at 210. I don't know what the Sage is at full at the moment, but all the HP thresholds seem really solid.
It's probably full.
Probably, but yeah. Point being that they're all in good shape, so not really going to be worried about. Well, I mean, you're always worried about Zoma's damage, but you can end up getting here and like your Warrior's got 250 hit points, or your Sage and Hero both have like 180, and it's just like, oh man, how are you ever going to survive some of these turns? But
281, 309, 210, 192. Sage is probably going to get a couple of life nuts.
Maybe. Might also just get like another level off these next couple fights.
Oh, that's a good point. Should have another level in there, huh?
Probably will get a couple of life nuts. Anyway, at least to push for over 200, but I imagine most of them are still going to go to the Pure Warrior.
Hero definitely doesn't need any. He's nice and healthy.
Yeah, 210 is fine for the Hero, and 280 or 290 or whatever the Mage Warrior's at is 281 acceptable. Diener's going to be coming here to Myra to do some shopping, get his King Sword and Sage's Staff, Water Flying Clothes, Blade Armor, all that good stuff. Bomus is being a little bit rude to Leafs, but not too bad. There we go.
1 HP. Good job, Mage Warrior. You're doing your best. It's not very good, but it's your best, and that's all we can ask.
Using some prayer rings. Not breaking them. Going on to Baramo Zombie, so again, this guy is pretty simple. Just he pretty much always goes last. And you just buff up your defense and defend and then beat on him for a while. Pretty free fight unless he decides to double physical one of your weaker characters on turn 1, which does happen. King Hydra is another one that can do that. It's like one of the worst feelings is being on a good run and then like having somebody die turn 1 to King Hydra because he decided to double physical before your Mage Warrior gets to cast Increase. But at this point, buffs are up and Baramo Zombie's free, so this is just kind of swinging away. Hope he does as few attacks as possible so you can focus on damage. Meanwhile, Diener's heading into Rubus Tower here.
Speaking of Rubus, may have never forgotten a seal, but I've sure forgotten Rubus Charm before in DQ2.
You get to that cross spot on the first floor and just be like, huh.
And then you just walk in and you're like, boop doop, wait a minute. There's something missing. And I kind of need it.
Yeah. Dispelling the thing, yeah.
He's like, well, okay. Cast your turn. I'm glad I had a successful walk here. Now I get to do it again. And it won't be successful now.
Yeah, realistically, you can think of this game like the story and the plot triggers are mostly identical to the NES. There's a couple slight variations, like Kandar 1 is required in SFC, but realistically, in terms of the way the game is balanced and the way it plays, you can almost think of it as a completely different game. Between the personality system, the stat seeds, the enemy hit points, there's more like weapons and tools and items available. Things are generally pretty similar in terms of like the types of actions that enemies take or whatever, but it feels to me like a very, very different game.
There are no bomb crags in the speedrun. I have no problem with that.
Or Elysium Birds.
Yeah?
Yeah, in DW3 NES in certain categories, like you do like a single segment run or something. They fight the Kongs that summon the Elysian Birds and just fight the birds. Similar to like the Grizzly Saber grind in DW4, if you take that grind. You just let the enemies summon friends and you kill the friends. And then you kill off all of your characters and let the mage just get all of the XP for all the birds. One of the DW3 strats. All right. Really, really healthy party. 300, 330.
Wait, did Sage have like 214?
Yeah. 210,
oh my
214.
God. So healthy.
I didn't see where distributed the life seeds, but the result is that like everybody's in pretty good shape. And that said, you can never be in too good of shape for...
Oh no. Always room for more HP.
Always. Diener said 340 HP. Is that what his
Your warrior
at?
for... No, that's what Ellis is at.
Oh, okay.
You have your own run to do, Diener. We'll commentate the other Zoma.
Oh man, the triple Kragon fight. These guys are obnoxious.
Oh boy.
They get multiple turns, multiple actions per turn. Thankfully they can be put to sleep. Two of them woke up though, so a bunch of attacks here. I think they can crit also. It's just like a really nasty encounter. They take forever. They do a bunch of damage. Not really worth fighting them. So typically you put them to sleep and then run away, but a really annoying fight. One of the worst Dark World encounters.
TQ3 might have the worst sea encounters in all of Dragon Quest.
Looks like the Sage decided to take a nap. But Used to World Tree Leaf got him back up. no problem.
See, and that's fine and good, but if it's only one monster, it's limited to a certain area. There's no such thing as a good sea encounter in Dragon Quest III.
I mean, a couple of them aren't too bad. There's the mermans and stuff like that. Like, they're not great, but not like the worst thing in the world to run into. A lot of them are just like, well, like the Mana Wars. Like, they're fine. You don't fight them or anything, but you're not like afraid of them. So, this Soma fight seems to be going pretty smoothly. So, talked about it a little bit when Pop was fighting Zoma, but the basic general strategy is the mage warrior casts by kill on the hero attacks, the warrior uses the Sage's Stone to restore hit points, and then the Sage does a mix of spot healing or buffing your defense or casting sap. Your mage warrior can also throw in some attacks and some other actions if buy kills up. She's good on health, but kind of depends on what kind of status you're in. Meanwhile, Zoma himself has physical attack, a blizzard breath, snowstorm, and freezing waves. Yeah, the physicals are very powerful, especially if he uses two of them on one character. The snowstorm is pretty non-threatening. The blizzard breath does a lot of damage, so double blizzard breath or blizzard plus physical is pretty terrifying. And then freezing waves gets rid of all buffs and debuffs in the fight. So redo your buy kill, redo sap, or whatever else. This fight should be over pretty soon, though. You can kind of tell by like the MP that's been used and just the length of time the fight's gone on. I haven't been paying as close attention as I would if I were normally if I were running it myself, so I don't know for 100% certainty, but Sage took another nap, but we've got a second leaf. Sage back up here. Pop is an incredibly good Roto series runner. He has the record in DQ1. He's like less than a minute off the record in DQ2. He's extremely good DQ3 time. Like, his time in all three games are better than every other runner's times in all three games. So,
also, if you look at his time in DQ2 and the way that he runs it versus what he does, Null's route is infinitely more insane and would require way more time to actually complete. Pop is most likely the better runner.
Oh yeah, I would argue that Pop's second place run is better than the record for DQ2, but Null's time is hasn't been beaten. It's very good. So.
The ability to get that run is insane. Because it's just a lot of work to even have something have any chance of being completed following that route.
I'm going to step away again for a quick second. Need more water. My throat's starting to look really hurt.
I believe it.
A moment. All right. Looks like Diener's entered Zoma's castle. He's fighting the Granite Titans. Got some trumpets going on Lisa's stream.
I'm allergic to trumpets. Oh, my Discord was muted, so no one else could hear that. It's fine. Stream could hear it, but you guys could.
Wow. See you like more now.
Stream, it's a secret between you and me. I don't know if Lisa's son is going to sing or not.
Maybe what? Sneezing?
Yeah, I'm allergic to trumpets. It's awful.
Soshi Densetsu ga Hajimata. I hope this is as amazing as I expect it to be. I'm not singing, by the way. My throat hurts.
I really wish you would. Then I wouldn't have to.
Oh wait, no, I forgot. They skipped that one. Darn it! I'm looking at
Yeah.
the lyrics. Dokokade.
Same.
Dokokade. Kitto dareka ga ai no kotoba o iranai tsuyoku naritai. Hikari kagayaku daichi no mezashite
We went way too fast on Amy. I'm trying to like base it off K-Share to have it be right, even with our TMP, and then because I'm like 3 beats behind.
Yeah, and then I'm like, for some reason, the thing I'm looking at, the lyrics, like, weren't written down all the way, so, like...
Yeah.
I would like to point out that DQ2, for being a game that no one cares for, has infinitely better ability to find the lyrics online. The lyrics for DQ3's and theme do not exist in their proper form.
The DQ3 ones are weird. There's a bunch of like extra lines added in, and like not all of them are actually sung to the credit theme.
There's, like, a remix of the theme that's, like, got, like, really cool vocals, like... It's, like, rock. Something.
Huh.
But it was
If you
really
think that was priceless, you need to look up the first time we tried to have people sing it over Discord, because it was Diener and Pop, and it was a little
awesome.
bit desynced. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Or, like, it was bad. Diener was like 4 or 5 like beats behind the entire time.
Yeah, and I imagine that like even with the RTMP stream, like I imagine that we're a couple seconds off of each other too in terms of just what we're hearing. So
Yeah.
it's kind of difficult, but yeah, I joined in just because I actually at least knew the words.
Appreciate
Oh
it.
man, Diener with the triple salamander fight. So I was trying to talk about this earlier, but these salamanders have the same flame breath that Baramos has. They're one of the scariest enemies in the game, and there's like a very specific strategy for dealing with this. There's a couple ways you can choose to approach it, but typically it's regarding like defending using the King Sword on the hero and using Bomyosu, which is the group slowdown ability from your Sage or Mage Warrior? I don't remember who has it now that I think about it.
Who has what now?
Bomyosu.
Sage.
I think it's a Sage.
Sage sounds right.
But it might be the Mage Warrior, regardless.
So that's bounce, right?
No, it's slowdown.
Slowdown?
Yeah.
That's probably Sage.
You pretty much never.
I should know what bounce is because we use that in 4.
Bounce is Mahokanta.
By which I mean I accidentally used it and I wasn't supposed to.
Bounce
I was
is Mahokanta.
drunk, so I think I healed the enemies with it too or something.
Possibly.
It was not great.
So the salamanders are also able to be hit by sleep, which you actually just saw Diener do right there. So you can choose to try to cast sleep on the triple salamanders also, but it's not like a super high percentage, and so it's yeah, it's a little bit less reliable than the Bomio strats, but it's also, I don't know, kind of just depends on the luck of what you get. Dinner sounds really good. I know it's 7 a.m. right now, but dinner sounds really good. I want some like cheeseburgers or something right now.
Literally anything.
Literally anything. I had some chicken nuggets like 12 hours ago.
Oof. I had a victory sub, and then that wore off. So I ate like leftover Long John Silver's, and now I feel disgusted, but I need more food.
Victory sub from Jimmy John's.
I wish.
But it wasn't. But you wish, so at least I'm not gonna tell you to get out.
It was like market side.
I know what that is.
It's like Walmart.
Oh.
Or Martin's, one of those. I forget which one it is.
Sorry.
I've never had Jimmy John's because there's not one anywhere near where I live, so.
I had better options when I was in college and where I was.
We've got a couple local. We have a couple local sub shops that are like super good, so I usually just go there. Not like chain places or anything.
There's a subway nearby where I live, like a 20-minute train ride.
Ew.
I'm sorry.
I'm not taking a 20-minute train ride for Subway. I don't care if it's... I don't care.
I don't know, I've never gone to a Subway in Japan. 誰か Subway って日本で美味しいんですか？知らないんですけど。
I know the McDonald's is banging. I ate that in Narita. It's so much better because it's like actually meat and not meat in quotes.
It was really weird. I got chicken nuggets and I was like, this tastes really good. Why does it taste different? Oh, they taste like chicken. Oh, wow.
Because there's actually chicken inside of it and not, you know, people. Now, Japanese food is very, very different because they've got a lot more strict rules on like preservatives. Welcome to this super important talk that has a lot to do with the game. It's 7 in the morning. I can't stay on topic anymore. I'm doing my best. Tell you what, the best thing that I ate while I was in Japan was shady back alley ramen. Like, this place barely looked legitimate at all. And it was like Korean style ramen, and it was magnificent.
So
exactly.
In the meantime, talk about DQ3 for a few more minutes here, while Diener finishes up his run. So Diener's on the boss gauntlet. He's getting really close.
I can't wait for Diener to fall asleep halfway through singing. By the way.
Oh man, he's getting the triple turn from Bomus on turn 1.
No.
That's so rude.
Stop. Bomus, stop.
Listen,
Alright.
I've been through this gauntlet so much that I know. That's awful.
Yeah, so if you wipe at any point on Zoma or wherever, you have to redo all 3 of these mini-bosses.
There's
that's correct.
there's no save point, so I'm pretty sure the only save point is sleep, right? I can't remember when you can save, but
You can save in a lot of the cities or towns. A lot of the kings and rulers will let you save. Yeah, it's not like the inn or whatever. It's usually the rulers of towns or in Eliahan in the party planning area. You can there's the girl next to the counter that you can talk to save. Boma should be dead this turn, I think.
He's
yeah,
trying
there we
to
go.
take somebody.
Blade armor kill.
Nice. I'm used to blade armor killing Zoma, not gauntlet bosses.
Mm-hmm. Diener just menued one prayer ring and then switched to using the different prayer ring on the same character.
He didn't like that ring anymore.
Yep. It's a secret strat for not breaking them. He's got 4 prayer rings still, so even if he broke them, it almost wouldn't even matter.
I think of the gauntlet, this was my least favorite boss.
There's that double physical that I was talking about.
And I'm pretty sure that's why.
Yeah, normally this is the freest, safest, quickest, not quickest, but the easiest boss of this gauntlet.
Unless you're playing casually.
Yeah. He can be a little bit rude casually. But from a speedrun standpoint, and it's pretty much just buff up your defense and then just go to town on him, but turn 1 or 2 double physicals are pretty rude. It's kind of a theme in DQ, right? Is the double physical. A lot of bosses in DQ get multiple attacks, and a lot of bosses have really strong physical attacks, and double physical is terrifying. And it kind of doesn't matter what DQ game you're playing. Obviously not DQ1, but typically, it's just the thing you want to see the least. It's got the most chance of just killing somebody in one turn before you have the chance to act. All of the area damage that bosses do, in a lot of cases, it's scary. It does, more quote-unquote DPS, I guess, but it's less likely to just 100 to 0 somebody in one turn.
All right. We have a donation of $1 from Y. The message naming O. I guess it's just kind of a face. Thanks a lot. Was that we have 3 names for the upcoming randomizer race. First place Gilberto at 777, which is the English name for Edward, I've been told, from FF4. Second place at the moment is Lynn with $5. And then, yeah, so I guess kind of shocked face at $1. If you guys still want to snipe it, we still have a bit of time.
All right, awesome. So Diener's using his prayer rings, using his life seed, swapping around some inventory items, and being prepared to go into Zoma, into the final boss. So hopefully be wrapping up here shortly. Taking those steps there, he's got the light armor on the hero, which, similar to Roto's armor in DQ1, regenerates health every step you take, so saves him from having to cast a heal spell. And, yeah, so now we're going to get the Zoma. The Zoma fight. Make sure he menus the right item on the stage here.
I think that's the strat.
Dies in 3 turns.
I wouldn't even last that long.
Best music time. Honestly, for all of like the random bad luck that Diener's had throughout this run, this final time is actually looks like it's gonna be pretty decent if he gets through this. Defend. Oh, he's got a Sage Shaft of the War. Macchiato, that's good. That's what you want to see. Kind of in like a precarious situation here. Okay, choosing to defend on the hero. Good. Freezing Waves Macchiato, he's in good shape, so he can start to go back to being offensive now. Zoma's one of those fights that you can turtle him a lot of times. He doesn't regen in this version, so it's usually fine to like just take your time, defend, survive some stuff, but and get yourself in a good situation. But at the same time, as I was saying before, the more turns that happen, the longer you drag the fight out, kind of the more likely you also are to run into a turn where he just kills somebody like your pure warrior with nothing you can do about it. So you don't want to drag it out too much, and it is a speed run. You want to beat him quickly, but you can turtle the fight and sort of recover a little bit if you get in a bad spot, depending on like who's hurt. This double Blizzard Breath is one of the hardest ones to recover from, just because like, you know, what do? You defend on the mage, you gotta heal on the warrior. The Sage has to heal the warrior in this case. The Sage is very much at risk here. And the hero's like kind of iffy also. Sage gonna survive that? Yep. This is, yeah, terrifying, but nothing he can really do besides heal the warrior and pray that the Sage survives. Okay, Freezing Waves. That's good. Defending on Sage is probably the correct choice here. Yep, there we go. Fight's going scary, but I mean, everybody's okay so far.
At least he's pretty healthy.
Light Zoma has 4,700 hit points, so there's a lot to chew through. It's funny, Dark Zoma actually has fewer hit points. Dark Zoma has 4,500. I'm gonna use the Light Orb, it goes up to 4,700. He stops regenning, so I mean, it's still like, obviously it's the easier fight anyway, but it's I just always find that kind of interesting.
You're like, oh no, I can't regen anymore. Pump myself extra full.
So one thing that you'll see Diener doing is he actually has two accessories on the Sage. He's got the Meteorite Armband, and he also has the Mohawk Wig. And the point behind that is that the Meteorite Armband increases your agility drastically, so the Sage will almost always outspeed Zoma. And you can take off the Mohawk. You can take it off by equipping the Mohawk Wig, and then you're more likely to go after Zoma. And the purpose behind that is if you're going to use Sap to lower his defense, you want to equip the Mohawk Wig so you cast it after he acts, or you're more likely to. So in this case he didn't, he still went first, but it means you get a better chance of avoiding that freezing wave and getting like a nice hit off. Gonna need to ring. No, I don't think the ending changes at all, Xcodes. I've beaten Dark Zoma once, but honestly I don't remember how it played out. One of my cartridges came with like a basically maxed out save file when I bought it. Like really high-level characters that have all been multi-class, that all have tons of abilities, lots of post-game stuff, and I just kind of went in and like rolled over Dark Zoma. But I think everything was the same. Peter's making pretty decent progress. Every time he uses Sap, he's getting these freezing waves, which is pretty unlucky. But otherwise, the fight's pretty much behaving at the moment.
Keyword at the moment.
Yeah, Zoma fight can turn quickly, and it'd be really nice if he gets some like big turns in. But I'm praying to get some more MP back, more freezing waves. Fortunately, he's got to keep healing the warrior, so he doesn't really have an opportunity to redo Sap. He will this next one, though. Okay. Nice Kaishin. That was a good turn.
I wish I could watch it, but my internet has decided I am not allowed anymore. I need to go to bed. And I don't disagree.
Diener knows he's low, so Diener's switching to using Marami or Blaze more on the Sage, add in some extra damage rather than gambling on Sap.
Can't dispel my Blaze more.
Hero might be dead from this. 1 HP. Wow.
I believe it can. Easy. Perfectly calculated.
Nice dodge. Then the hero dodged a physical.
Hero's like, no, it's not the time to die. It's time to live.
He was defending, so the physical wouldn't have killed him, but even so.
Oh, here comes the Rukani.
Yeah. Yeah, Diener's been really aggressive with Rukani, and he got him. Very nice.
Huzzah. Zoma's 0 for 3. As God intended.
Baramos managed to take out Diener once, but other than that, most stuff kind of behaved pretty decently. Excellent job from all the runners for this entire relay. Once again, members of this relay, we had Team Bears with Sparkover, Mamu, and some Diener. We had Team Hamster with Lavitz, Star of Violence, and 3 Leaves Game. And we had Team Gomechan with Popsan himself playing all 3 Roto games. Everyone did an excellent job. All the runs were super good. Couple of bad luck cases. Barkover had some bad luck on Dragon Lord 2, DQ1, and
Star had to use a really weird route on DQ2.
What's that?
Never seen that comeback before.
Yeah, DQ2 was a little bit interesting. It was kind of a back and forth between Star and Mamu. They both had a little bit of trouble in the later grinding sections. But yeah, realistically, every runner did very well. The relay was pretty good. Times were a little bit spread out here near the end. Popsan did amazingly, just blew the competition out of the water, kind of. But the other 2 teams were pretty close through a lot of the relay. And realistically, even at the very end, there was, anything could have happened to swing it around in that like Zoma's Castle time frame. Either an unkind Zaraki or Bomus or Zoma or whatever else DQ decided to throw at somebody. So.
All right, could I get a moment?
Yeah, of course.
We have a $10 donation from Ancient 75. debating $10, saying name ultras, well, short form for ultras, since we only have 5 letters apparently. Thank you very much for the donation, and I've been told by our great runners that are coming up next that the donation, the bid wars will end once the relay is over, so once the end appears on Sambina's stream.
I assume Diener's probably going to be singing the credit song here, but
Diener's already asleep. As soon as he got
He's allergic to
his shoulder
drugs, too.
bed.
he's going to end up with a 12-hour splits on DQ3 after he wakes up.
More like 14 or 15. Terrible thing is I'm probably not even gonna go to sleep. That's
I
a
want
lie.
food
No,
more than I
yeah,
want
but
sleep.
I've been trying to play freaking Metro since like 3 p.m.
And
そして伝説が始まった。唇を噛みしめたとき魂燃やしてもう一度戦うと誓うどこかできっと誰かが愛の言葉を待ってる何も入れない強くなりたい光り輝く大地を目指して青空に耳を澄ませば振り向くなもう二度と夢に見た微笑みを胸によっしゃ Okay, all done. GG. I had a great time playing, everybody. Thank you all so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. We've got more Marathon coming right up.
excellent singing, Diener. As always.
It's amazing how much better it is when you know the words and you're not trying to go off of an RT server.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
Discord and lag, and and then when you actually have the lyrics that are proper.
So yeah, this will be over once the credits hit the end. So I want to thank you guys for letting me in here and commentating, and I'm really glad that the Roto Relay here got into this event. I hope people had fun watching. It was definitely super fun to for me to be here, even though I wasn't playing anything. So hopefully the commentary stayed mostly on track. It was tough at some of the wee hours of the morning, but
Yeah, that's okay. We forgive you.
I live in
I
a
mean-
rural place in the United States. There's no such thing as ramen here.
I mean, most of the
Also, everyone should go learn DQ1. Promise you can learn and have a run in like sub 2 run of that game in like 4 hours of work.
I mean, not quite that, but DQ1
No,
does
if
make it.
If it goes well,
DQ1 makes a nice like 12-hour challenge game.
I think it took me like 6 hours to learn it and get a run in. Clip the singing. There was 6 cases of singing. Which one do you mean?
Not the one with all of us.
No, especially the one with all of us, just because it's a tire fire. I need to go back and clip my Dragon Lord fight.
All right, so that's the end of the Roto relay race, everybody. Like I said, I hope everyone had fun watching, and stick around. There's a link to the past randomizer race coming up next, I believe. So yeah, definitely stick around and check that out.
I'm gonna go die and get sent back to the castle.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the relay, for all the runners, commentators. I did honestly not pay attention who was all involved. I just saw that the commentators also switched.
Yeah, so
There's a lot of them. We
so-
just swarm.
Yeah, so thank you. First of all, thank you
But yeah.
to Hactical for being here the entire time, and some Diener who also was here the entire time, as I understand, and Lavitz who was also here the entire time. Whether
I have to say, I kind of ran the first game and commentated the second two.
so Lavitz and Diener both had games that they were running, but Hactical has been talking this entire time with a sore throat. So thank you. And thank you to Sparkover is probably sleeping right now, but thank you Spark and Levitz for kind of starting the spark in me, pun not intended, but sure, to kind of get another Roto Relay programmed up. And thanks to Lise and Mama Games for joining in, and Twitch Pop for literally doing an entire Roto Relay by himself. So yeah, thanks to all of our runners and people here. It was really awesome to have a Roto Relay in the marathon.
Yes, okay. Dang. Kay actually hiding herself, not and no one can hear her. Yeah. I believe we got a last minute donation since it's Netara herself who donated for what's coming up. Yeah, Netara donating $5, saying, "I see your awesome names, but I need the Shock Face to be a name for RPGC for ZS3 randomizer." Yeah, and I guess with that we are able to switch